Goblin, my descendants are all over the world. Drink! Li Meng shouted. The wild boar seemed to be frightened and ran away. He ran in the forest panting. He was extremely fast and rushed into the forest in a flash. Li Meng, riding on the wild boar's back, bent down slightly and grabbed the wild boar's left ear. Pull to the left and the wild boar running in the forest will turn left. Gobukyang only saw the boss riding a wild boar and running into the depths of the forest. After a while, the boss came back riding on the wild boar. Under Li Meng's control, the wild boar carrying Li Meng ran around in the tribe. Flash flash! Seeing the wild boar rushing towards them, several lizardmen carrying wood fled in a hurry. The wild boar was about to hit them. The wild boar suddenly turned and ran past them panting. What is the boss doing? The goblins of the tribe looked at their leader with curiosity as he rode a wild boar around the tribe. The lizard man also looked puzzled. Only Bailing, who was standing at the door of the cabin, had an expression of surprise and confusion on her face. After playing for a while, Li Meng returned to the animal pen. Li Meng rolled off the wild boar's back and patted its neck. Gob Kyang, how about you, do you want to fight on a wild boar? Gob Kyang's eyes lit up and he nodded vigorously. The boss looks so handsome riding a wild boar. The wild boar is so fast that it can hunt those fast-running forest deer in the future. Then raise pigs. Male wild boars are stronger and have better endurance. You should cultivate a bond and understanding with wild boars from a young age. If it weren't for the heart words skill, the wild boar wouldn't be allowed to ride. In the future predicted by Sims he will form a boar cavalry. Forming the boar cavalry is also in line with the future. Chapter 46 Changing the Future. Boss, I know what to do. After the piglets are weaned, I'll let my brothers each take care of one. With a grin, Li Meng turned around and untied the wild boar saddle on the wild boar. After taking off the wild boar saddle, Li Meng patted the wild boar's strong body. This wild boar has good genes, let's use it for breeding. Just like this, another wild boar cavalry was added to Li Meng's goblin army. However, training wild boar cavalry cannot be done in a short period of time. The gestation period of wild boars is more than 2 months. It takes another 3 months for the piglets to reach adulthood. This means that it will take half a year for the first batch of piglets to grow up and become mounts. Looking at the boss's departing back, Gobukyang's face was full of admiration. The eldest is so smart, he doesn't look like a goblin at all. Li Meng returned to the cabin and sat down at the door. Looking at Benben who was sleeping soundly beside him, Li Meng smiled faintly. Benben is almost becoming his door god. Li Meng raised his head slightly and looked at the dense treetops. Goblins don't like staying in the sun for long periods of time. Therefore, the tribe did not cut down trees for construction. Log houses are also built using trees as load-bearing structures. I don't know when the black robe will come. Li Meng thought of the black robes that appeared in the future predicted by the Sims. I don't know what the sacrificial plate is, but it can actually summon the barbarian god. But what is the barbarian god? The gods of this world? Bailing, what is a savage god? The door behind him was open. Bailing was sitting behind the door against the wall. Although he couldn't see her, Li Meng knew Bailing was there. Every race has a deity they worship. The deity worshipped by the barbarians is called the barbarian god. Do gods really exist in this world? Why don't goblins have a savage god to believe in? During the time in the goblin's lair, Li Meng had never heard of anything like the primal god. Goblins are an ignorant and barbaric race. Your ugly nature makes you unable to think about anything except eating and mating. Bai Lingna made no secret of her dislike for the goblins. Li Meng, who was sitting at the door, grinned and didn't care too much. Just as Bai Ling said, goblins are indeed barbaric and ignorant. Anything other than eating and mating is superfluous. The reason why his tribe looks relatively normal. It's because of the existence of the boss. Li Meng stood up and brushed off the dust on his body. I will be away from the tribe for some time, Bai Ling. You must take good care of my descendants. If you harm them out of hatred for me, believe me, I will make all the lizardmen wish they were dead. Facing Li Meng's threat, Bai Ling, who was sitting behind the door, looked grim. The goblin's voice was very calm. But Bai Ling knew it was serious. This is not a statement to scare it. Master, where are you going? The goblin did not respond to her, and Bai Ling only heard the footsteps gradually fading away. Half an hour later, on the river bank south of the tribe, a dark shadow flashed in the forest, and a figure rushed out. The figure running out of the forest was Li Meng. It looks like the flood season is over. Looking at the calm water, Li Meng thought to himself. Compared to the rough waves when crossing the river a few months ago, the river is flowing very slowly now. The water level also dropped a lot. If we cross the river, the future will probably change. In the future predicted by the Sims, he didn't cross the river and return to the Goblin lair. Yes, Li Meng plans to return to the Goblin lair to challenge Goblin King. With his current strength, Gaba is no longer his opponent. His bloodline also belongs to the Gaba branch. Therefore, he is qualified to challenge Gaba. As long as you kill Goblin Tyrant, you can get dozens of higher level goblins. With the addition of these dozens of superior goblins, the strength of the tribe will increase several times. Without hesitation, Li Meng jumped into the river. A magical scene appeared. Li Meng, who jumped into the water, did not sink to the bottom, but running on the water. Wherever he passed, the water beneath his feet instantly froze. Li Meng crossed the river, which was hundreds of meters wide, in one breath. When his feet were on solid ground, Li Meng stopped on the river bank. Looking back at the ice path across the river, Li Meng grinned. Magic is really a good thing, very practical. Under the impact of the river water, the ice road quickly cracked and gradually melted downstream. System, start the life simulation. Consume 10-second level magic crystals and start the Sim's life. You crossed the river and returned to the Goblin lair. You met Goblin Tyrant and challenged the Goblin. You killed Gaba and ate its flesh. Your territory expands rapidly and your tribe thrives. A human airship appears over the forest near the Goblin's lair. Please make the following selections. 1. You are curious about the airship and choose to wait and see. 2nd, you are curious about the structure of the airship and decide to capture one for research. Choose 2. He has never seen a human being before. Li Meng really wanted to see what human tools looked like. You watch the airship drift away and decide to create a weapon capable of capturing it. After your research, you successfully made a giant crossbow. One day, a mysterious man in a black robe appeared in the tribe and found you. You obtained the sacrificial plate for summoning the savage god and crushed it in front of the Black Robe. Black Robe is furious, you are dead. As a transmigrator, your efforts are ultimately undone by your arrogance. As the saying goes, weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival, but arrogance is. Only by being low-key can you live longer. The Sims ends, rating, 40. Please make the following reward selections. 1. Every 10 points consumed, score level plus 1. Each time a rating attribute is consumed, plus 1. Luck, and for every points consumed 1. Every points consumed increases the skill level of flesh regeneration by. Choose 4. Consume 40 points, flesh regeneration skill level plus 4. Li Meng sat down on the river bank and stared at the sky in a daze. What on earth could make me so arrogant in front of the Black Robe? Crushing the sacrificial plate in front of the Black Robe didn't seem like something he could do. No matter how arrogant he is, he has no reason to do this. Am I that stupid? Li Meng stood up, muttering to himself. Could it be that his goblin body is making him more and more stupid? What a shame. The future of the airship is gone. Li Meng felt itchy at the thought of the airship. In this world, anything that can fly must be a good thing. Even if he couldn't imitate it, Li Meng wanted to find out how the airship flew. We'll just have to wait for next month's The Sims. Knowing that angering Black Robe will result in death, it is not difficult to change the future. Chapter 47. Li Meng on the river bank turned and ran into the forest. The birds in the forest were startled and scattered. The noise continued to spread deeper into the forest. In the next few days, Li Meng headed south. Although they encountered some Gaba hunting teams on the way, Li Meng did not contact them. Li Meng arrived at his destination in just 5 days, a journey that would have taken more than half a month. It's a new day, morning. In the forest outside the Goblin Cave. Only a black shadow flashed by in the dim forest. It was so fast that it disappeared into the depths of the forest in the blink of an eye. A moment later, in the forest outside the Goblin's lair. Li Meng walked out slowly. It's Goblin, Goblin is back. Li Meng's appearance attracted the attention of the goblins playing at the entrance of the cave. Seeing Goblin coming back, they all looked surprised. Gobukyang's hunting team has disappeared for a long time. I didn't expect Goblin to come back today. Goblin, where is Goblin? A big goblin came towards Li Meng. It's none of your business, get out of here. Li Meng's blunt rebuke stunned the elder brother Brin, who was walking over. My body subconsciously made way. It didn't react until Li Meng walked past it. Goblin, you've been gone for so long, the boss won't let you go. The big goblin glared and roared. Humph, that's perfect. I won't let it go. Li Meng's words made the eldest brother Brin stunned and look sarcastic. A mere big goblin dares to challenge the boss. This is simply courting death. Under the gaze of the goblins outside the cave, Li Meng entered the dim cave. The familiar environment and the familiar stench made Li Meng frown slightly. Goblins don't like this kind of environment. Goblin, how dare you come back? As soon as we entered the cave, a goblin warrior strode out. It held a stone axe in its hand and glared angrily. The disappearance of Gob Kyang's hunting team made the boss very angry. These little brothers of theirs are in big trouble. 3 goblin warriors were eaten alive by the boss. How could Gob Yuan not be angry? Haha, isn't this Goblin? You guys are finally back. At this moment, a loud and excited laugh came from deep in the cave. The appearance of the voice made Gob Yuan's body tremble. It quickly stepped aside and made way. On the stone platform not far away, Gaba was still standing high above. It looked at Li Meng with nothing but excitement. Tell me quickly, did you bring the human back to me? Li Meng came to the stone platform and looked up at Gaba, who was standing high above him. A few months ago, Li Meng was almost scared to death when he first saw Gaba. Now when I see Gaba again, I don't feel anything. Li Meng's direct gaze made Gaba frown slightly, with only anger in his eyes. Goblin, how dare you look me in the face? You piece of trash born from a mole's belly. Get down on your knees. Gaba roared and glared. The surrounding goblins were frightened and retreated one after another. Even the goblin warriors were frightened and fell to their knees. Facing Gaba's angry roar, Li Meng grinned. Gobuba, today I, a piece of trash, want to challenge you. When these words came out, Gaba's face was stunned. Ha! Gaba's wild laughter echoed in the cave. The goblins in the cave also burst into laughter. Some goblins even rolled on the ground holding their stomachs and laughing. All the goblins looked at Li Meng as if he were an idiot. The boss is the goblin leader, and a mere big goblin dares to challenge the goblin leader. Haha, it seems like you bastards are getting dumber and dumber after lying down outside. Gaba laughed so hard that he pounded his chest. Tears even flowed from the huge eyes. Gobuba, do you dare to fight me? Li Meng laughed out loud. The sound was so loud that it was like a deafening thunder. The laughter in the cave suddenly stopped. All the goblins looked at Li Meng under the stone platform in surprise and doubt. Interesting, very interesting, Goblin, I will make you pay for your stupidity. Gaba smiled grimly, he was really angry. The little big goblin actually challenged it without knowing the consequences. Gaba picked up the giant stone axe beside him. The huge body jumped down from the stone platform. Oh! There was a loud bang and the earth shook. Gaba's huge body landed steadily on the ground in front of Li Meng. In front of Gaba, Li Meng is just a tiny guy. Die! Gobuba roared, raised the stone axe with both hands and chopped down at Li Meng. The axe has not arrived, but the strong wind has arrived. Gaba's face showed a ferocious expression. It could already imagine Goblin being cut in two by its stone axe. Li Meng did not dodge, but looked at the falling axe with an expressionless face. With this blow, the huge stone axe hit Li Meng's shoulder heavily. Oh! At the moment when the stone axe hit Li Meng's shoulder, the huge stone axe shattered with a loud bang, and rubble swept all around. The huge force made Li Meng's body sink downwards. The ground beneath his feet was cracked and Li Meng's feet had sunk into it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Seeing that Li Meng was intact, the stone axe in his hand was only left with a wooden stick. Gaba was stunned, his face full of disbelief. It couldn't imagine how Goblin could withstand the full force of his axe. Gaba backed away repeatedly as if he had seen a ghost. The goblins around were also stunned. Why, you want to escape now? Li Meng still looked at Gaba, who was retreating repeatedly with an expressionless face. Goblin, you're looking for death. Gaba was furious and dropped the stick in his hand. Then he raised his huge fist and rushed towards Li Meng in a few steps. He swung his huge fist and punched Li Meng. Die! Li Meng snorted coldly. Step back with your right foot, steadying your body. He clenched his right fist and simply threw a punch to meet Gaba's fist. At the moment of punching, a wave of air exploded in front of Li Meng. Oh! The two men's fists slammed together heavily. Crack! There was only a click sound. At the moment of collision, Gaba's hand was twisted beyond recognition. The tendons and bones were shattered and broken in an instant. What? Gaba screamed. The enormous force not only shattered Gaba's body. It also made Gaba's huge body fly out. It flew dozens of meters before crashing onto the stone platform with a loud bang. Li Meng followed closely behind and jumped up. His body was like a sharp arrow rushing straight towards Gaba. Die! With a loud roar, Li Meng punched Gaba's heart. Laugh! Li Meng pierced through Gaba's chest with one circle. Most of his arm was buried in Gaba's chest. Pulling it outwards, Li Meng caught a huge heart in his hand. The knocked unconscious Gaba was killed by Li Meng before he woke up. Chapter 48. Becoming the boss. The huge body slowly slid to the ground. Li Meng stood on Gaba's huge body with his heart in his hand. He looked at the goblins in the cave with cold eyes and expressionless face. Facing Li Meng's gaze, the goblins in the cave were terrified. Even the few goblin warriors retreated again and again. Come on, I accept your challenge. Li Meng grinned and roared at the top of his voice. The huge roar scared all the goblins in the cave. Goblin! Goblin! The weak big goblin was the first to show weakness. He fell to his knees with a thud, shouting loudly. One goblin took the lead, and the others followed suit and knelt on the ground. Next up was the goblin warrior, and then the goblin warrior. All the goblins knelt on the ground and shouted in unison. The sound was deafening and echoed in the cave. Facing the worship of a group of goblins, Li Meng smiled grimly. Very good, this way, the upper-level goblin here will be his prey. Li Meng opened his sharp mouth and tore off a large piece of heart meat. Li Meng stood on Goblin's body, gnawing on the heart while enjoying the goblin's cheers. The Devour skill is activated, and the skill Frenzy is obtained. The upgrade of the system made Li Meng look down at Gaba at his feet. Gaba was still too careless. He killed her before she could even use her Berserk skill. Maybe Gaba was the same guy he was when he was killed by Black Robe. Arrogance and self-confidence often bring fatal disasters. With a leap, Li Meng jumped off Gaba's body. The body is yours. Upon hearing this, the goblins around him looked greedy. The soldiers on the front line rushed towards Gaba's body in panic. Even the weakest big goblin dares to compete with the goblin warriors for the corpse of the goblin leader. Nearly 100 goblins were lying on Gaba's body, scrambling for food frantically. Li Meng climbed up the stone platform and sat down beside it, watching the noisy and bloody scene below with great interest. The Devour skill is activated, and the skill Limb Strengthening is obtained. With a thought, Li Meng opened the character panel. Name, Goblin. Race, Goblin. Level, 1-5. Strength, 825. Defense, 759. Agility, 341. Magic power, 86. Charm, 0. Lucky, 1-1. Devouring. Devouring the flesh and blood of a monster has a chance to gain the opponent's skills. Steel Skin, 2, Strength plus 600, Defense plus 600, Agility plus 200. Wind Blade, LV1. Flesh Regeneration, LV5. Heart Words, LV1. Ice Element Control, LV1. Frenzy, LV1. Limb Enhancement, LV1, Strength plus 50, Agility plus 50. As soon as Li Meng saw the magic attribute value, he felt a headache. It is really difficult to increase the magic value. Among so many skills, not a single one is related to magic attributes. It's a bit of a loss to use the score to increase the magic attribute value. Shaking his head, Li Meng sighed and threw the heart in his hand away. The goblins below started to scramble for the items again. It took more than half an hour for Goblin Ba's body to be completely devoured by the goblins. You, come here. The 3 goblin warriors named by Li Meng under the corpse looked at each other. They took a few giant steps forward and approached the stone platform. Goblin warriors are high-ranking goblins, second only to the goblin chieftain. It is huge in size, reaching 2.5 meters in height. He is also very strong, like a bear. The muscles all over his body bulge, and you can tell at a glance that he is a strong man. Goblin, go blow the war horn and recall all the hunting teams outside. Goblin looked at the little Li Meng on the stone platform with fear. It nodded, turned around and strode out of the cave. Gobdi, Gobshi, take all the goblins here and follow me. Those who stayed in the cave were all high-ranking goblins. The worst is the big goblin. If this group of superior goblins were brought back to the tribe's population would increase several times within half a year. The newborn's potential will also be greater. Boss, where are we going? Gobdi asked from under the stone platform. Li Meng jumped down from the stone platform and landed steadily on the ground. Go back to the tribe. Li Meng strode out of the cave. Wherever he passed, the goblins moved aside in awe. Gobdi and Gobshi looked at each other. Now Goblin is the new boss and we have to obey his orders. 2 goblin warriors followed Li Meng. The other goblins followed behind Goblin and Gobstone. Li Meng left the cave with a group of high-ranking goblins. On the top of the mountain outside the cave, Li Meng heard a longhorn sound. I also saw Goblin walking towards me. Goblin, you stay at the goblin nest and wait for the hunting team to return to tell them who the new boss is. I will be back soon. Goblin nodded and made way. Under Goblin's gaze, Li Meng led a group of goblins into the depths of the forest. It took Li Meng 5 days to get here. It took more than half a month to get back. The team of nearly 100 upper-level goblins walked and stopped along the way. Hunting while traveling. We arrived at the river bank in the afternoon of the 17th day. Keep up, pass quickly. Li Meng did not stay on the river bank, but walked directly into the river. When your feet step on the water, the surface freezes instantly. This magical scene left the upper-level goblins behind him stunned. The boss can actually do magic? Looking at the small figure, Gobdi and Gobshi looked fanatical. That's magic, a legendary ability that only the Goblin King has a chance of awakening. But the magical power possessed by the Goblin King appeared on the little big goblin. What are you still standing there for? Follow me. I saw the Goblin brothers looking at me stupidly on the river bank. Li Meng's shout brought the goblins on the river bank back to their senses. A large group of goblins rushed onto the ice road and followed the boss. In this way, Li Meng and his group of upper-level goblin minions successfully crossed the river. Half an hour later, in the forest tribe, a large group of high-ranking goblins emerged from the forest, attracting the attention of the goblins in the tribe. It's the boss is back. When the Goblin brothers saw that the person leading the group was the boss, they burst into cheers. The upper-level goblin following behind Li Meng looked at everything in front of him curiously. They could sense the aura of their bloodline descendants from those goblins. This shows that the goblins here have the same blood as them. Isn't that Goblin and Gobstone? Yet, how come they are here? Oh no! Is Gaba here to attack? There are many goblins in the tribe who come from the goblin hunting team. They naturally know about Goblin and Gobstone. Chapter 49, Panic Gob Kyang. Boss, boss! Just then, Gob Kyang came running over happily. When Goblin Chiang saw the group of high-ranking goblins behind the boss, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. Gobdi, Gobstone. The appearance of the 2 goblin warriors made Gob Kyang's face turn pale. Goblin and Gobstone appear here, which means... The thought in his mind made Gob Kyang collapse to the ground with a look of fear. I've killed Gaba. Now I'm the boss of the bloodline tribe. Gaba has been killed by the boss? Gobu Kyang, who collapsed on the ground, was stunned. Then he showed an ecstatic look on his face and crawled to Li Meng. It lay on the ground and kissed the back of Li Meng's feet. Boss, you are so awesome! Boss, you are so awesome! The goblins who had gathered around also shouted loudly with enthusiasm when they heard the news. Goblin, Goblin! For a moment, the clamor of the goblins shouting in unison echoed throughout the tribe. This attracted the attention of some female lizardmen in the cabins. The doors and windows of many wooden houses were pushed open. Lizard heads popped out one by one. After a while, the goblins' shouting finally stopped. In nearly a month, the tribe has changed a lot. Larger cabins are scattered throughout the forest, stretching as far as the eye can see. Boss, the new throne cave has been built, and Bai Ling and the female lizardmen have already moved in. In the tribe, Li Meng followed Gob Kyang with a group of upper-level goblins. We went deeper into the tribe and soon saw a huge wooden house. The cabin is built around a giant tree. The cabin looks like a mushroom. Its diameter is about 50 meters. At the door of the wooden house, Bai Ling was standing obediently. After nearly a month, Bai Ling's big belly had disappeared. This means that Bai Ling had given birth during the time he was away. Gob Jiang, arrange them all, then come see me. After saying this, Li Meng strode towards the wooden house. Goblin Jiang faced the group of higher-level goblins with a look of fear on his face. Follow me. The appearance of so many high-level goblins made Gob Jiang feel a sense of crisis. It must do whatever the boss tells it to do. Otherwise, there would be no place for it by the boss's side. At the door of the wooden house, Bai Ling stared at the group of upper-level goblins who were leaving. Her face looked very ugly at this time. The big goblin was gone for more than half a month. I didn't expect that he would bring back so many high-ranking goblins. There are even 2 goblin warriors. The arrival of these higher-level goblins made Bai Ling realize the seriousness of the matter. Owner. Seeing his master coming over, Bai Ling's expression changed slightly. She placed her hands on her belly and bowed respectfully. Li Meng grinned and circled around Bai Ling. Well, this tail has grown out. Li Meng looked curiously at the short tail growing out of the animal skirt. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed Bai Ling's short tail. It's a little cold and a little soft, as if it has no bones. Humph! Bai Ling's body trembled and she let out a light groan. Master, no! Don't grab my tail! Bai Ling's eyes were as charming as silk, and disgust flashed across them. Seeing Bai Ling's delicate body trembling, Li Meng grinned. Why, very sensitive. Bai Ling clutched the animal skirt tightly with both hands and nodded slightly. With a lewd smile, Li Meng reached out and patted Bai Ling's plump buttocks. Go ahead and bring all the unassigned female lizardmen here. Bai Ling's expression changed slightly, and a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. In the end, those tribesmen could not escape the fate of becoming breeding tools. Looking at Bai Ling's departing back, Li Meng grinned. He liked to see Bai Ling's humiliated and unwilling look. Li Meng sat down on the steps at the door. His eyes were fixed on Bai Ling who was walking away, admiring her voluptuous body. After a while, Gob Qiang came over with a group of upper-level goblins. Boss, their burrows have been arranged. Li Meng glanced at the group of high-ranking goblins outside the wooden house. His gaze finally settled on Gobdi and Gobshi. From today on, the goblin warriors and goblin warriors have only one mission, to reproduce. Give birth to? The boss's words made the upper-level goblins look greedy and excited. Reproduction is a goblin's nature written into their genes. In the past, goblins could only fight for the right to mate through force. It's a lizard man, a female lizard man. Just then, Bai Ling came over with a group of female lizardmen. When they saw those female lizardmen, the upper goblins were extremely excited. Those pairs of eyes looked at the female lizardmen greedily. Facing the goblin's greedy gaze, the female lizardmen showed fear. You all get the right to mate. Remember, take good care of them. If one is missing, you'll be smashed into a pulp by Benben. These goblins all come from the goblin lair. Under the influence of Gaba, they all became more brutal. Especially cruel to female creatures. They often eat female creatures during mating due to perverted desires. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. To deal with these brutal goblins, it is not enough to just warn them, they also need to be intimidated. Benben on the side stood up. He held the mace in both hands and smashed it to the ground with a bang. A huge pit suddenly appeared on the ground. All the goblins looked at Benben with fear. They had already noticed the big guy sitting at the door of the cabin. Since Benben was covered in armor, the goblin didn't know what it was. It was only now that the goblin recognized the identity of the stupid ogre. Gobdi, Gobshi, do you understand what I said? Facing the boss's expressionless gaze, Gobdi and Gobshi couldn't help but take a step back. The 2 goblin warriors nodded vigorously. Boss, I understand. I won't eat them. Looking at the huge mace in Benben's hand, Gobdi swallowed his saliva. If you get hit by it, you will definitely die. Gobshi on the side also patted his chest to make a promise. Boss, I'll listen to you. Li Meng glanced sideways and looked at Bai Ling. Bai Ling, come here. Bai Ling walked forward silently and stood beside Li Meng. Only then did Li Meng begin to assign female lizardmen to the goblins. Gobdi, Gobshi, each of you pick 10 female lizardmen and bring them back to your cave. Gobdi, Gobshi's eyes lit up. He quickly turned around and strode towards the group of female lizardmen. Facing the approaching goblin warrior. The huge body made the female lizardmen retreat in panic. After a commotion, Gobdi and Gobshi each took away 10 female lizardmen. Chapter 50. Don't you believe me? The female lizardman followed the 2 goblin warriors with a look of despair on her face. The more powerful the goblin, the more brutal he is. I'm afraid they will be in great danger this time. Bai Ling, who was standing next to Li Meng, looked at the tribesmen following the goblin warrior with an expression of pity. She clenched her fists so tightly that her sharp nails almost pierced through her scales. In front of the cabin, distribution continues. The number of female lizardmen that can be allocated is divided according to the strength of the goblins. Goblin warriors can be assigned 10 female lizardmen. Goblin warriors can be assigned 5 female lizardmen. The big goblin can be assigned 3 female lizardmen. Due to the insufficient number of female lizardmen, the number of big goblin lizardmen has been reduced to 2. In a short while, more than 100 female lizardmen were divided up. Each goblin left the cabin with the female lizardmen, looking excited. Li Meng stood up and brushed the dust off his body. Li Meng glanced sideways at Bai Ling, who had an expressionless face. You should be thankful that you met me, otherwise, you lizardmen would be just a piece of meat. Although it is difficult to see the changes in the lizardman's expression, but Li Meng still saw something from Bai Ling's eyes. You know better than me how brutal goblins are. Will they obey just your words? With a grin, Li Meng stepped forward and forcibly picked up Bai Ling by the waist. Bai Ling did not struggle, staring at Li Meng intently. I am their boss, they will listen to me, this is what a goblin is. Li Meng's words left Bai Ling silent. Now that I think about it, it seems that no one in the tribe died from being harmed by the goblins. Not only did no female lizardmen die at the hands of goblins, even these female lizardmen can leave the cabin and take a stroll in the forest. They wanted to take a bath in the river, and the goblins did not stop them. No matter how greedy the goblins looked at them, nor will they pounce on them and force mating. Goblins are indeed ferocious, and don't think about anything other than eating and mating. But it is precisely because of this that I, as the boss, can better control them. In the hierarchical goblin group, my orders are even more important than their lives. This sentence is correct or incorrect. If the boss's orders were more important than his life, Gob Kyang would not have betrayed Gaba. This premise must be supplemented by one more thing, that is, direct bloodline descendants. Gob Kyang's bloodline is the paternal branch of Gaba's paternal line. Therefore, loyalty to Gaba is not higher than life. The reason why Li Meng was able to control the goblins in the tribe was because of his strength. Powerful strength can also gain the loyalty of goblins. Although this loyalty is not higher than life. But the goblins did not dare to disobey Li Meng's orders. As he spoke, Li Meng strode into the wooden house holding Bai Ling. As soon as he entered the wooden house, Li Meng rolled his eyes at the layout inside. Such a big wooden house, but the space inside is not divided into rooms. There are just 1 or 2 pillars, and there is a bed behind each pillar. At the end opposite the door is a large bed. It's called a bed, but it's actually just a layer of animal skin on the ground. Seeing this, Li Meng sighed in his heart. It seems that he needs to study carpentry more carefully. Li Meng's arrival scared all the female lizardmen in the house. Many female lizardmen quickly put on animal skin breast cloths. Li Meng, holding Bai Ling, sniffed. The house was filled with a rich aroma of milk. The female lizardman sitting on the bed caught Li Meng's attention. She looked panicked and hid behind her back. What's behind that? Take it out. Li Meng's words made Bai Ling's delicate body tremble. The expression on her face changed and she nodded to the female lizardman. The female lizardman then nervously took out a bamboo tube from behind her back. Li Meng put Bai Ling down and walked towards the female lizardman. Li Meng, who was standing next to the female lizardman, took the bamboo tube from her. There was water in the bamboo tube, and Li Meng felt it shaking. After taking a look at the female lizardman with her head down, Li Meng opened the stopper. As soon as the cork was opened, a rich milky aroma immediately entered the nose. Li Meng looked into the wooden barrel again. It was found that the water in the wooden barrel was white. Li Meng understood what was going on. After putting the stopper back in place, Li Meng returned the wooden barrel to the female lizardman. Bai Ling, who did you give yours to? Li Meng glanced sideways slightly and looked at the towering peak of Bai Ling. Only then did Li Meng realize that the animal skin chest cloth on Bai Ling's chest was wet. Bai Ling lowered her head slightly and answered Li Meng expressionlessly. Give it to the tribesmen in need. With a grin, Li Meng grabbed Bai Ling's hand. Then he pulled Bai Ling towards the master bed. The main bed is located a little higher. There are 4 steps, about 1 meter high. Li Meng turned over and lay on the bed, with his hands behind his head. I agree on this. There's no need to hide it. The tribe needs strong laborers. Baby goblins don't have a lactation period and can eat meat right after birth. Giving the milk of female lizardmen to male lizardmen to eat is a way to make the best use of it. After all, male lizardmen do hard labor. Supplementing nutrition with milk can also give male lizardmen more energy to work. Looking at the master lying on the bed beneath her, Bai Ling's eyes flashed with surprise. She didn't expect the master to agree to let them give the milk to the male lizard man. With the master's authorization, they no longer need to do this in secret. Bai Ling turned around and spoke a few words in lizardman language to the female lizardman in the house. The female lizardman showed a look of joy and glanced at her master in surprise. Then the female lizardman each took out the hidden wooden barrels. She took off her bra again and squeezed in front of Li Meng. Li Meng watched with interest. Because the goblin gestation period is short, female lizardmen will be in lactation throughout the year. There are advantages and disadvantages. The benefit is for the male lizardman, while the disadvantage is that more food needs to be provided to the female lizardman. Without adequate nutritional supplements, long-term lactation will only wear down the female lizardman's body. Although he is just a goblin now, he still values promises. He will keep his promises unless necessary. Bai Ling, come. Li Meng, lying on the bed, looked at the plump and attractive Bai Ling with an obscene look on his face. Facing the disgusting gaze of her master, Bai Ling frowned slightly. She resigned herself to her fate and took off her animal skin chest cloth and animal skirt. Soon, the wooden house was filled with noise. The female lizardman in the wooden house secretly looked at her master and the white spirit high priest. The smell that filled the house made all the female lizardmen feel hot and uncomfortable. Some female lizards twisted their legs tightly together on the bed. It was not until the afternoon of the next day that the cabin became quiet. In the wooden house, Li Meng climbed up from a female lizardman with satisfaction. At a glance, all the female lizardmen were exhausted and fell asleep on the bed. What's your name? The sudden voice in her head made the female lizardman, who was curled up on the bed, stunned. She looked at the big goblin beside her in surprise and doubt. Could it be that the voice in her head was her master talking to her? Chapter 51. 3-Bow Crossbow. My name is Hui Nana. Li Meng grinned and reached out to pat Hui Nana's round buttocks. Then he walked out contentedly. There are so many female lizardmen in the wooden house, and Li Meng doesn't know the names of the others except Bai Ling. As for the reason, it is of course the language barrier. But now, Li Meng feels that there is no need to hide it anymore. But then again, there was no need for him to know the female lizardman's name. Asking Hui Nana's name was just a spur-of-the-moment decision by Li Meng. When her buttocks were attacked, Hui Nana's body trembled. She looked at her departing master with a complicated expression. The goblin in front of her was a little different from the goblins she knew. He could not see the cruelty and madness of the goblin in his eyes. It gives people a very rational and very smart feeling. It was already afternoon when there was a creak sound. The door to the tribe's throne cave opened. Li Meng walked out of the wooden house with a refreshed look on his face. Looking at Benben who was sleeping soundly outside the door, Li Meng grinned. Without waking up Benben, Li Meng walked towards the nursery. Boss, your bloodline descendants are all here. Led by a goblin, Li Meng entered a larger nursery. Instead of entering the wooden house, Li Meng stopped at the door. A group of little goblins were playing and having fun in the wooden house. There were more than 100 of them, making the cabin full of chirping. They noticed Li Meng at the door and the noise stopped abruptly. All the goblins huddled together in a corner in panic. There was only fear in Li Meng's eyes as he looked towards the door. When facing an adult goblin, a young goblin will have an instinctive sense of crisis. After standing at the door for a long time, Li Meng turned around and left. Goblins have no concept of family affection. Even the mothers who gave birth to them are just female creatures in their eyes. Once they reach adulthood, their mothers are merely breeding tools in their eyes. If the female creature is not separated in time after giving birth to the goblin, the mother will even become food for the baby goblins. After leaving the nursery, Li Meng went to the carpentry workshop. Before he even got close to the carpentry workshop, Li Meng heard the sound of wood cutting coming from the wooden houses. Boss, why are you here? In the largest carpentry workshop, Li Meng found Gobda. Looking at the goblins busy in the woodworking workshop, Li Meng nodded with satisfaction. Although goblins are a little stupid, they are obedient and hard-working. Although they lack the ability to innovate, their ability to imitate is even stronger than that of humans. I want to make a few big ones and free up this place for me. Soon after, a hovercraft will appear in the sky near the goblin lair. Li Meng, who knew about this, did not intend to do nothing. The future predicted by Sims can also serve as an important source of intelligence. In the next few days, Li Meng was studying the large crossbow in the woodworking workshop. Gobda and a group of goblins assisted Li Meng. On the afternoon of the 7th day, outside the carpentry workshop, a huge crossbow was carried into the forest by the goblins. The bed crossbow is an enlarged version of the crossbow, and its structure is not much different from the single-person crossbow used by goblins. There is just an extra capstan to pull the bowstring. Boss, the crossbow arrows are here. 3 goblins came over carrying a crossbow bolt about 1.5 meters long made of low-carbon steel. The crossbow arrow also has iron wings at the tail. The iron wings can keep the crossbow arrow balanced and in direction while flying. Upper string. At Li Meng's command, the 3 goblins quickly turned the winch forward. With a creaking sound, the bowstring was pulled little by little. It took more than a minute to successfully load the bowstring. The goblin holding the crossbow arrow put it back into the magazine of the bed crossbow. Boss, everything is ready. All preparations for launch have been completed. The next thing to do is to test the power of the bed crossbow. Li Meng moved forward and controlled the crossbow, aiming it at a big tree hundreds of meters away. Call out. Li Meng pulled back the trigger. There was a click sound, followed by a sharp scream that broke through the air. The huge crossbow arrow turned into a black light and shot out into the air. In the dim forest, only a black light flashed by and rushed straight into the depths of the forest. Laugh! A loud bang was heard in the forest more than 200 meters away. The huge crossbow arrow was deeply embedded in the tree trunk. The entire arrowhead sank into the target, and the tail of the arrow was shaking violently. When Li Meng saw this scene, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. The power of the bed crossbow was too low, far below his expectations. The crossbow arrow began to lose altitude after flying 200 meters. How could Li Meng be satisfied with such power? Is it a problem of materials and structure? Looking at the crossbow in front of him, Li Meng muttered in his heart. The material has reached its limit. There is no wood in the goblin forest stronger than ironwood. The elasticity and toughness of spider silk rope also make it the best bowstring material. It seems we can only find a structural solution. Li Meng turned and walked towards the carpentry workshop. Pull the crossbow back. Upon hearing this, all the goblin brothers rushed forward. Then they hurriedly carried the crossbow back to the carpentry workshop. In the following days, the noisy sound of woodcutting could be heard again in the woodworking workshop. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. Occasionally, it is accompanied by the sound of deed. Boss, boss. One afternoon, Gobko rushed into the carpentry workshop. In the carpentry workshop, Li Meng is fine-tuning a huge bow. Boss, it's bad, we found the pigman tribe in the forest to the east. Gob ran to the boss, panting. Hearing this, Li Meng's heart tightened. The pigman really appeared. Only a little over a month has passed. The black robe appeared after the airship, so the timing should not be missed. Don't get into conflict with the pigmen. If you encounter them, just avoid them. The Sims predicts the future along many lines. That future is known intelligence. If you want to develop the future as you envision it, you must proceed step by step. Boss, can't we eat them? Pigman's meat is much tastier than wild boars. Gobko's face was full of greed. It seemed as if he recalled the delicious food of the pigman, and his mouth was almost watering. Now is not the time to start a war with the pigmen. Tell the hunting teams operating in the eastern forest not to clash with the pigmen. Avoid them if you encounter them. Go. Okay, boss, I'll go then. Although I was very disappointed, I still had to obey the boss's orders. Gobko turned around and ran out happily. The next day, in the morning, the woodworking workshop, which had been silent for many days, was once again buzzing with activity. This time, a larger crossbow was carried out by more than 10 goblins. Compared with the last bed crossbow, this time the bed crossbow is bigger. The size is almost twice that of the previous crossbow. Its structure is also more complex. Chapter 52, The Impossible. More than 10 goblins carried crossbows and placed them on an open space in the forest. This time, the bed crossbow has 3 giant bow bodies. 3 huge bows are placed 2 upright and 1 upside down. The crossbow in front of him was designed by Li Meng according to the structure of a 3-bow crossbow. But they are just similar, there are big differences in many details. Upper string. This time the 3-bow crossbow has 2 capstans. The 6 goblins hurried forward, wheezing and stirring the capstan. The huge pulling force made the bowstring and the bow body make a cracking sound. With the assistance of the roller structure, the power of the 3 bows is concentrated together. It took more than a minute to load the bowstring. Li Meng lifted the giant crossbow arrow carried by 3 goblins with one hand and put it into the bullet slot. This time the crossbow arrow was larger, about 2 meters long. After completing the preparations before shooting, the experiment officially began. Li Meng controlled the crossbow and aimed it at a big tree hundreds of meters away. Call. Li Meng took a deep breath. His eyes were fixed on the target tree not far away. He exerted force in his hand and pulled the trigger. Call out. I saw the crossbow on the bed shake. The harsh sound of bowstrings snapping back echoed throughout the forest. A black light broke through the air and rushed into the depths of the forest. Boom! Almost in an instant, there was a loud noise deep in the forest. A big tree 300 meters away collapsed with a loud bang. The crossbow arrow went straight through the tree, and the huge impact force tore the trunk apart. After piercing through a big tree, the crossbow arrow continued to move forward and nailed into a big tree 100 meters away. 1/3 of the arrow was embedded in the tree trunk. The terrifying power left the goblin minions stunned. The commotion here caused chaos in the tribe. Li Meng was also shocked by this terrifying power. The big tree that required 3 people holding hands to hug was actually pierced through by a crossbow arrow. If this is projectile, the range will definitely exceed 1 kilometer easily. But the bow needs to be thicker. Just now when the bowstring was loaded, Li Meng heard a cracking sound as the bow body broke. With the strength of the current 3-bow crossbow, the bow will break after a few uses. The limit is not the bowstring, but the bow itself. If the bow body is thickened, the power of the crossbow will be stronger. Because the power of a crossbow is related to the tension of the bow. Very good, carry it back. In this way, Li Meng returned to the carpentry workshop to continue strengthening and adjusting the 3-bow crossbow. Time passes by little, day after day. On the afternoon of the 5th day, in the woodworking workshop. Boss, do you think this is okay? Gobbler and a group of goblin minions found the boss in the woodworking workshop. Li Meng, who was assembling a 3-bow crossbow, put down his work. Li Meng took the harpoon crossbow bolts from the shoulders of the 3 goblins with one hand. Weighing the crossbow arrow with one hand, Li Meng nodded with satisfaction. Although the harpoon arrow is a bit rough, it is not unusable. Very good. How many have you made? Gobug chuckled and counted on his fingers. When the count reached 10, Gobug looked confused. Okay, put it all down, that's enough. Gobug's face lit up with joy, and he quickly told his brothers to put down the harpoon crossbows on their shoulders. Looking at the 3 huge crossbows in the wooden house, Li Meng grinned. With these 3 crossbows, we can set off tomorrow. About half an hour later, Li Meng left the woodworking workshop. Stupid, let's go. Benben has been staying at the door of the woodworking workshop. With Benben, Li Meng walked towards the direction of the throne cave. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening. Bai Ling. On the way back to the throne cave, Li Meng met Bai Ling. Bai Ling, escorted by several goblins, was walking towards the throne cave. Owner. Seeing her master coming over, Bai Ling lowered her head slightly. At this time, Bai Ling already had a big belly. In the 2nd week after returning to the tribe, the female lizardman living in the throne cave became pregnant one after another thanks to Li Meng's efforts. Li Meng glanced sideways at the depths of the forest behind Bai Ling. You went to the Iron Cave. The expansion of the tribe was completed half a month ago. Now all the male lizardmen are working in the Iron Cave. After the first lactation period, the female lizardman will continue to lactate. Li Meng looked down at the bamboo tube in Bai's hand. He could smell the rich aroma of milk from the bamboo tube. It was obvious that Bai Ling went to deliver milk. Ever since Li Meng allowed female lizardmen to deliver milk, the female lizardmen in the tribe regard delivering milk as a daily routine. Milk the cows in the morning and give the milk to the male lizardmen in the afternoon. Before dark, they all returned to their own caves. Since the tributes were basically couples, every male lizardman could drink his wife's milk. As for who Bai Ling gave her milk to, it is not difficult to guess. It must have been given to the thinnest male lizardman. Li Meng was too lazy to pay attention to the lizardman's practice of banding together for warmth. It's not a bad thing for male lizardmen to have milk to supplement nutrition and keep their bodies healthy and strong. Bai Ling nodded slightly. Li Meng didn't say much. The two of them walked together in the direction of the throne cave. Master, are they smelting iron in the cave? As they walked, Bai Ling suddenly asked this question. Li Meng turned his head and looked at Bai Ling beside him with a smile. Why do you think it's called the Iron Cave? Bai Ling's heart sank at the master's answer. There was even a hint of disbelief in her eyes. It wouldn't be surprising for any barbarian in the Goblin forest to be able to forge iron. But it is hard to imagine that goblins can make iron. How could a goblin with their intelligence possibly learn human iron-making technology? Even the swamp lizardman knew nothing about iron-smelting technology. I told you, I'm a smart goblin. Nothing is impossible for me. Bai Ling lowered her head slightly, not daring to meet her master's gaze. Bai Ling lowered her head with murderous intent in her eyes. The survival of the giant goblin next to him would be a disaster for all intelligent races in the Goblin forest. Although Bai Ling lowered her head, Li Meng still felt the murderous intent from Bai Ling. Looking down at Bai Ling beside him, Li Meng smiled grimly. You can try, but if you fail, I'll make you watch all your people being eaten alive. Hearing this, Bai Ling, who was pregnant, trembled. His legs went weak and he stumbled and was about to fall to the ground. Li Meng moved to the left and supported Bai Ling. Master, Bai Ling doesn't dare. Li Meng grinned and said nothing more. The two of them walked together in the tribe with ulterior motives. In the next few days, Li Meng was not in a hurry to leave. The next morning, I went back to the carpentry workshop. Having a 3-bow crossbow is not enough, you also need a means of transportation. Not only do bed crossbows require a means of transportation, but freight transportation within the tribe also requires a means of transportation. In ancient times, there was only one best means of transportation. That's a carriage with wheels. Chapter 53 Waiting for the Rabbit. Although there were no horses in the tribe, there were wild boars. The structure of a carriage is relatively simple, and the wheels are the most difficult part. Although horse-drawn carriages are not suitable for use in the forest. But it's not useless. After all, the forest is not impenetrable. Many places are relatively flat and can accommodate horse-drawn carriages. As the tribe's territory expanded, it became necessary to build a road that could allow for quick travel. 5 days later, woodworking workshop. Making wheels is much more difficult than smelting iron. Looking at the rough axle in his hand, Li Meng felt powerless. To make a wheel you need some special tools. Using a hammer and a wood chipper is not only time-consuming, but the resulting product is also very crude. Forget it, I'll study it carefully after I get back. If we miss out on the airship because of researching the carriage wheel, it would be a waste of time. Li Meng stood up and hurried out. In the afternoon, the tribe was bustling with activity. A large group of goblins rushed into the carpentry workshop and panted as they carried out a 3-bow crossbow. Each Sangong crossbow requires more than 20 goblins to carry it. More than 70 goblins carried 3-bow crossbows. More than 30 goblins carried crossbow arrows. More than 20 goblins carried the spider silk rope. A team of more than 100 goblins marched southwards. What is that? The movement outside caught Bai Ling's attention. Bai Ling pushed open the door of the throne cave and walked out. As soon as she walked out of the door, Bai Ling saw a huge group of goblins marching away not far away. What the goblins were carrying aroused Bai Ling's curiosity. She didn't know what those things made of wood were. But it looked very heavy and would require more than 20 goblins to carry it together. Benben is also in the team. The owner sits on its shoulders. Seemed to notice Bai Ling's gaze. Li Meng, who was sitting on Benben's shoulder, turned around and waved at Bai Ling. Facing the master's gaze, Bai Ling, who was standing at the entrance of the throne cave, lowered his head slightly. She turned and went into the cabin and closed the door. Li Meng grinned when he saw this scene. The team headed south and left the tribe in a mighty manner. Half an hour later, the river was filled with noise. It's so slippery, the water is coming up. Hold on, don't push this way. On the ice road connecting the two banks, the goblin walked carefully carrying a 3-bow crossbow. The huge weight caused the ice track to sink slightly. The river water suddenly surged onto the ice road. This made the goblins on the ice road stagger. The noise lasted for a long time. The goblin team on the ice track moved forward like a turtle. Fortunately, the process was safe and sound. It took the goblin team more than half an hour to reach the south bank. In the following time, the goblin team headed south. Travel during the day, hunt in the first half of the night, and rest in the second half. It took more than half a month to reach the forest near the goblin's nest. It was already noon in the goblin's lair. Boss, boss! A goblin scurried into the cave. It staggered and slid to its knees at Gobution's feet. Gobution, who was sitting under the stone platform, was gnawing on a big pig's head. Looking down at the tiny goblin at his feet, Goblin wiped the corner of his mouth stained with blood. It grinned and slapped the goblin. The goblin screamed in terror. The boss is here. Gobution's expression changed. He quickly withdrew his hand, stood up and hurried out. Looking at the boss's departing back, the goblin looked like he had survived a disaster. It almost became the boss's lunch. Boss, boss! Before he could run out of the cave, Gobution's roar was heard from the cave entrance. Gobshin rushed out from the darkness of the cave entrance happily. As soon as he rushed out of the cave, Gobution stopped quickly. Looking at the goblin panting out of the forest, Goblin Tian's face was full of questions. What are those goblins carrying on their shoulders? Troll! Just then, a huge figure walked out of the forest. Although it was wearing armor, Ge Tian still recognized Benben's identity at first sight. Goblin screamed in fear. That's a ogre, the most terrifying monster in the goblin forest. That's boss. On the ogre's shoulder, Gobution saw a familiar figure. It's the boss, the one who killed Gaba not long ago. The eldest sat on the ogre's shoulder. Seeing this scene, Gobution's face was full of enthusiasm. The boss is so powerful that he even subdued the ogre. Gobution took a step forward and ran over quickly. Boss, what are you doing? Gobution ran up to Benben and asked with a flattering look on his face. The huge face was almost squeezed into a ball. Li Meng jumped off Benben's shoulders. Goblin, from now on, you will send some goblins to scatter around the goblin nest and have them keep an eye on the sky. Report any movement to me immediately. I will stay here for the next few days. Although he didn't know what the boss was going to do, Gobution didn't ask any more questions. It quickly turned around and ran back to the cave. In this way, Li Meng began to sit back and wait for the airship to appear. In order to expand the observable range, we can only increase the number of manpower as much as possible. At Li Meng's request, hundreds of goblins were distributed in the forest around the goblin's nest. They climbed trees and climbed mountains, observing the air around them. Time passed quietly as Li Meng waited day by day. One afternoon. In the forest northwest of the goblin lair. The mountain where the goblin's lair is located is a solitary peak. All around is rolling forest land. The rolling hills can only be seen from more than 10 kilometers away. In the dim forest, several goblins were lying on the treetops, observing the sky. What does the boss want us to watch? Birds. I don't know, just wait and see. Yes, 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 it's much more comfortable to stay here than to hunt. I want to go to the mountains, where I can see farther. You idiot, it's very cold on the mountain at night, it's not as comfortable as here. You know shit. If I discover something first, the boss will be so happy that he'll reward me with mating rights. You're just trash. When you become a big goblin, come talk about mating rights. That's right, the descendants of little trash are also little trash, haha. The goblins in the surrounding treetops burst into laughter. The wakaka laughter filled the dim forest with a joyful atmosphere. Humph, when I evolve into a big goblin, you'll all have to lick my dick. If you can evolve into a big goblin, then lick it. There was another burst of laughter in the treetops. Look, what is that? At this moment, a goblin on the periphery suddenly let out a loud cry. Lying on the treetop, it pointed to the northwest. Chapter 54 Hunting Airship. Just in that direction, a ship flew over a mountain. It almost flew past the mountain. The boat is not big, about 30 meters long. The two-masted sail on the deck is particularly eye-catching. Go tell the boss. The goblins who saw this scene showed ecstasy and excitement on their faces. I go. I go. You guys just watch here, I'm going. The goblins on the treetops scrambled to slide down the trees. Brother, you dare to snatch it from me? In the dim forest, several goblins were running hard. A goblin pounced and knocked down the goblin in front of it. It stepped on the back of the goblin under its feet and ran away. Gob, I'm going to eat you! The fallen goblin roared in anger. The running goblin turned around and made a face. It's still uncertain who will eat whom. Stop! The goblins in the forest rushed towards the goblin nest. Boss, boss! Gob ran the fastest and was the first to rush into the cave. It slid down and knelt in front of the stone platform. At this time, Li Meng, who was on the stone, was eating a wild boar heart. What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? Goblin patted his chest, breathlessly. Boss, there's something flying towards us from the sky. It's not a bird. Hearing this, Li Meng's eyes lit up on the stone platform. He threw the heart in his hand away and jumped off the stone platform. Stupid, go! Li Meng's figure flashed and he rushed out of the cave. Li Meng ran out of the cave in a hurry without stopping and ran directly into the forest. After a while, Li Meng's figure appeared on the top of a big tree deep in the forest. Standing on the treetop, Li Meng looked at the sky in the distance. In the sky in that direction, a floating ship is flying towards this side. Is this the airship? It's really strange. There are no wings and no visible power system. There are also no airbags required for airships. The airship is not very big. But being able to fly is a miracle. Li Meng put his fingers in his mouth and whistled. Shhhh. The loud whistle suddenly echoed between heaven and earth. It's the boss's signal. The goblin at the cave entrance heard the whistle. It crawled back to the cave. After a while, more than 100 goblins ran out of the cave panting and carrying 3 bow crossbows. A large group of goblins rushed into the forest carrying 3 bow crossbows. The deployment position of the 3 bow crossbow had been practiced long ago. There are 24 deployment slots in the forest surrounding the goblin lair. A small area of trees was cleared at each deployment location. The goblin group carrying 3 bow crossbows ran into the forest and split into 3. Rushed to their respective deployment positions. In the forest, 3 bow crossbows were placed separately in a triangular formation. Each 3 bow crossbow is 100 meters away from each other. Faster, turn faster. The spider silk rope needs to be tied tightly, tie a few more wraps. Under the scolding of the big goblin, the 3 goblins in the deployment position began to prepare for the launch. The goblin in charge of turning the capstan began to turn it. The goblin in charge of the harpoon crossbow tied the other end of the spider silk rope to the thickest tree. Some goblins even climbed onto the nearby treetops to observe the airship. For a moment, the forest was filled with noise. The goblins' loud wah sounds echoed in the forest. Very good, flying over here. Seeing the airship approaching, Li Meng grinned. The height of the airship is about 700 meters and is still continuing to decrease. This height is already within the range of the 3 bow crossbow. At the same time, in the sky not far away, a floating ship is flying in the sky. The airship is not fast and moves with the wind. Looking up at the deck, one can see some soldiers in blue shirts and armor. There weren't many of them, only 13. They were lying on the side of the boat, observing the forest below. Have you discovered any barbarian tribes? An officer in more elaborate armor moved about the deck. He wore a helmet with a red tassel. The tops of the other soldiers' helmets were bare. The forest is very quiet, and nothing has been discovered. Captain, we should be almost there now. A soldier stood up and rubbed his sore neck. The officer stopped behind him and kicked him in the butt. Don't be lazy, it's still early. We're still at least 30 kilometers from the border of our reconnaissance range. Captain, are the recent rumors true? No way, there are many barbarians living in the goblin forest. Those guys are not easy to deal with. It's long overdue. It's such a shame that such beautiful mountains and rivers are occupied by barbarians. The soldiers on the ship were discussing the topic. The officer did not stop him, as his men needed a topic to pass the time. Captain, a suspected goblin nest has been discovered ahead. At this moment, a soldier at the bow suddenly reported loudly. This caught the attention of other soldiers. They all ran to the bow and observed the forest ahead. There are animal bones at the entrance of the cave. It must be a goblin's lair. The forest outside the cave is too quiet. Perhaps it's an abandoned nest. Just write it down first and let the adventurers handle it. Recorder, note this location. There were more than just soldiers and officers on deck. There were also 2 registrars in blue and white robes and low-level priests of the temple. The registrar held a piece of parchment in his hand. There is a smooth flow of magic on it. The lower-ranking priests of the temple were on the rear deck. He was manipulating a crystal that emitted a blue magical glow and functioned as a rudder. At the same time, in the forest in front of the airship. Boss, boss, the monster in the sky is approaching. In the woods, the goblins on the treetops constantly report the location of the airship. Li Meng, who was at the deployment position, controlled the 3-bow crossbow and aimed it at the sky. As soon as the airship came into sight, he pulled the trigger. Come on, my airship! Looking at the blue sky, Li Meng grinned. If the hunt is successful, maybe we can unlock the airship technology. Although the possibility is small, you have to give it a try. This is a world with magic, and the reason why the airship can fly must be related to magic. Li Meng, who lacked knowledge of magic, was not confident that he could replicate it by destroying an airship. But no matter what, it never goes wrong to give it a try. Time passed by minute, and Li Meng waited patiently. After a moment, an airship slowly appeared in the forest above the deployment position. I saw you. Li Meng's eyes lit up and he smiled grimly. He put his fingers in his mouth and whistled. Chapter 55, Meeting a Human for the First Time. SHHHH. The sharp and clear whistle suddenly echoed in the depths of the forest. Call out. Almost at the same time, a sharp whistling sound was heard in the forest. 3 harpoon crossbow arrows with long tails shot out from the forest and straight into the sky. The distance of less than 500 meters was over in an instant. A harpoon bolt missed. It brushed past the bow of the ship and rushed into the higher sky. The other 2 harpoon bolts successfully hit the hull of the ship. Boom! There was a loud bang and wood chips flew everywhere. The 2-meter-long harpoon crossbow arrow directly penetrated the hull and rushed out from the deck. What? There was only a scream and wood chips flew everywhere. An unlucky guy on the deck was hit by a harpoon crossbow bolt that rushed out of the deck. The huge impact force caused the harpoon crossbow bolt to penetrate the soldier's body directly. The soldier's body flew more than 10 meters high before falling heavily onto the baseboard. Due to the impact, the airship in the sky shook violently. What happened? What happened? The sudden impact on the airship threw the soldiers on the deck into chaos. We're under attack. The harpoon bolt that passed by the bow pierced the sail. As it fell, it became entangled with the sail. The spider silk rope was instantly tightened. The pull from below caused the airship to shake violently. What? Another scream. This time the screams lasted for quite a while. A soldier fell off the deck. The terrifying screams quickly faded away. Captain, enemy attack. A soldier lying on the deck saw the harpoon crossbow bolt stuck firmly on the deck. The soldiers whose bodies were pierced by harpoon crossbow arrows were even more horrific. Under the huge pull, blood flowed on the deck. Because the soldier was pierced in the lower abdomen, he did not die immediately. He was still struggling and asking for help from his companions. The internal organs were congested and blood kept gushing out of the mouth. Lower the sail, stop moving forward, quickly. The officer was the first to react. He rushed forward and threw the sword in his hand. The long sword flew out in a spin, passing over the spider silk rope. The silken cord of the harpoon bolt, entangled with the sail, was severed. As soon as the spider silk rope broke, the downward tilted posture of the bow of the ship immediately returned to normal. Hearing the groaning sound of the hull, the faces of the soldiers on the deck changed slightly. If this continues, the airship will definitely disintegrate. The soldiers struggled to get up and rushed to the mast. Meanwhile, in the forest below, 2 ropes emerged from the forest and connected to the airship in the sky. It's like flying a kite. The spider silk rope, which was 2 fingers thick, made a crackling sound when it was stretched. At this moment, the sails of the skyship suddenly lowered. The airship, having lost its power, just floated motionless in the sky. As the airship regained its stability, the soldiers on the deck quickly ran to the side of the ship, visually searching for enemies in the forest below. Upon taking a look, they quickly discovered the goblins in the forest. Captain, it's goblins, goblins are attacking us. What, goblin? The officer looked incredulous. He quickly leaned forward over the side of the boat and observed the forest below. Upon closer inspection, the officer discovered the goblin. There are 3 small spaces cleared in the forest. There were some goblins in the small space operating some kind of weapons. Is this a siege crossbow? The huge creature in the forest made the officer look incredible. The siege crossbow is a military siege weapon. In the entire kingdom, there are only a dozen or so on the walls of the capital. How could goblins possibly possess such military siege weapons? Quick, cut the rope. The three soldiers hurried towards their companion who was pierced by the crossbow arrow. He was already dead, having bled to death. The entire deck was almost stained red with blood. Reverend, are you okay? The officer shouted towards the quarterdeck. I can't die, the ship can't hold on for much longer, hurry up. At this time, the soldiers who hurried into the cabin found the harpoon crossbow. Also seen are the spider silk ropes connecting the crossbow bolts. He swung his sword, trying to cut the spider silk rope. Oh! But at this moment, wood chips flew everywhere under his feet. There was a loud bang, and a crossbow arrow pierced through the hull. The soldier was lucky, the crossbow bolt just grazed the tip of his nose. But at the same time, he was also unfortunate. The hull suddenly disintegrated under his feet and he fell under. What? The intense feeling of weightlessness made him scream in fear. The screams quickly faded away. It soon disappeared without a trace and was never heard from again. The crossbow arrow that hit the airship went straight through the hull from the bottom. The huge impact force caused the soldiers on the deck to fall to the ground. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Even if it's a siege crossbow, its power is too great. The airship is at least 500 meters long. The power is so huge at such a long distance. The last arrow, let it fall. In the forest, Li Meng, who was controlling the huge three-bow crossbow, grinned at the sky. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. There was a whoosh sound, and the sound of something breaking through the air went straight into the sky. The huge crossbow arrow turned into a black light and shot up into the sky. The distance of more than 500 meters was over in an instant. Boom! The attack directly hit the keel of the airship. There was a loud bang and wood chips flew everywhere. The airship in the sky suddenly disintegrated and split into two in the middle. The broken bow and stern fell to the earth. If you listen carefully, you can hear screams of terror. If you look closely, you can see figures that fell along with the wreckage. Is that a human? Li Meng in the forest looked up at the sky, admiring this tragic scene. It fell, it fell. The crash of the airship caused the goblins in the forest to cheer. The goblins on the treetops danced and screamed. It took more than 10 seconds for the wreckage of the airship to fall into the depths of the forest. Let's go over and have a look. With a flash of his figure, Li Meng rushed into the depths of the forest. Benben started running with huge strides. Chased in the direction the boss left. The goblins in the forest also swarmed towards the crash site of the airship. Li Meng found the wreckage of the airship about 700 meters northwest. The bow and stern wreckage are more than 100 meters apart. It's indeed a human being. In the dim forest, Li Meng kicked the corpse lying on the ground over with his foot. As the body turned over, Li Meng saw a blonde and blue-eyed man. They are a bit like the Europeans on Earth, but that's just a resemblance. The hair and eyes are similar, but the face shape is more of a mixture of Eastern and Western descent. His skin is also fair and he has an unshaven beard. It's human, it's human. Figures flickered in the surrounding forest. Goblins rushed out from the depths of the dark forest. When they saw the corpses on the ground, they looked greedy. But since the boss is here, they can only watch from the side. Chapter 56 Crystal Apostle. Move all the bodies here and put them together. The boss's order caused the goblins in the surrounding forest to gather around quickly. Hundreds of goblins searched the nearby forests for human corpses. Soon, more than 10 human corpses were placed in front of Li Meng. Looking at the human corpses lined up in front of him, Li Meng showed curiosity. They are all human, but their hair colors are different. Some have blonde, some have black and some have brown hair. The facial shapes are not much different, and you can tell they are of the same race. Because he was dead, Li Meng could not see their information. Boss, there's a human still alive. Just then, a goblin hurried over. Hearing this, Li Meng's eyes lit up. Where is it? Lead the way. This way, this way. The goblin led the way with a flattering look on his face. Li Meng followed the goblin all the way north. After running about 100 meters, I found a person under a big tree. A man in a white robe. He was still alive, but half dead. More than 10 goblins were surrounding him. His eyes greedily sniffed the bloody smell coming from him. I want to move forward, but I don't dare, and my saliva is almost flowing. The boss is coming, the boss is coming. With a loud shout, the goblins surrounding the humans scattered like birds and beasts. They ran far away, looking at Li Meng with fear. Crystal Apostle. Level, 3-1. Strength, 1-7. Defense, 14. Agility, 15. Crystal Magic Power, 267. Crystal Magic. Cannot be swallowed. Crystal Magic. Cannot be swallowed. Crystal Magic. Cannot be swallowed. When Li Meng saw his message, a strange look appeared on his face. Weird, why are all his skills question marks? He is clearly a human being, so why is he called a crystal apostle by the system? Boss, boss. Just then, a goblin came running over. In its arms, it holds a crystal that emits a blue glow. The crystal is quite large, only slightly smaller than a goblin's head. This was found in the wreckage. It's beautiful. Li Meng took the crystal from the goblin. Crystal. Crystal magic. Crystal's message made Li Meng's eyes flash with surprise. The magic power contained in such a piece of crystal is as high as 11. Could it be that the airship's ability to fly is driven by crystal magic? Looking down at the crystal in his hand, Li Meng muttered to himself. If this is true, then crystal is really a good thing. However, for some reason, Li Meng, holding the crystal in his hand, shuddered inexplicably. Why does it feel like an ominous thing? Li Meng held up the crystal and observed it carefully, muttering to himself. It's beautiful, very beautiful. The blue magical light formed beautiful light particles. If it were on Earth, this thing would be priceless. Goblin, take your dirty hands off the crystal. You don't deserve it. At some point, the unconscious human woke up. He glared, with only disgust in his eyes. Li Meng looked down at him and smiled grimly. Eat him. The goblins around him looked ecstatic. They rushed towards humans, screaming and yelling. 1, 2, 3, more than 10 goblins pounced on the human. With his hands and sharp teeth, he tore at the warm flesh. The human didn't even have the strength to scream. He could only watch helplessly as he was gutted and eaten alive. The goblin's sharp claws splashed warm blood onto Li Meng's face. Li Meng licked it with his tongue and grinned. Human flesh and blood is indeed delicious. Li Meng took a few steps forward and pulled out a piece of bloody cloth from the group of goblins feasting on the food. Then wrapped the crystal in cloth. Humans are indeed human. I don't know what this fabric is made of. It is smooth, soft, and feels very comfortable to touch. Pity. Looking at the rag in his hand, Li Meng shook his head. That human possessed many skills, but unfortunately, he couldn't be devoured. In the following time, Li Meng investigated the wreckage of the airship again. I searched everywhere but couldn't find the magic device. The wreckage of the airship was made of ordinary wood and there was nothing special about it. Strange, there's no way it's not special. Looking at the wreckage of the airship in front of him, Li Meng was confused. I searched for hours and found nothing. If I hadn't seen the airship flying in the sky with my own eyes. He simply didn't believe that this pile of wood could fly. These wrecks are just ordinary wooden ships, nothing special about them. Could it be? His eyes lit up and Li Meng rushed into the wreckage. There was a rummaging through of boxes and drawers, and wood chips flew everywhere. A few minutes later, Li Meng came out holding a long and thick bent wood. It is as expected. Looking at the long bent wood in his hand, Li Meng grinned. This bent wood is a section of the broken keel. The dragon's skeleton is made of some kind of purple wood. There are some very strange patterns engraved on it, which looks very mysterious. Forget it, it's too complicated. Li Meng threw away the dragon bone in his hand with a look of regret. It is obvious that the dragon bones are magical devices. But the patterns on it are too complicated. Just one look at Li Meng told him that there was no possibility of copying. Li Meng felt a headache just thinking about this kind of brain-wasting thing. The commotion in the forest lasted for a long time. The forest didn't become quiet until the sun set. Gobshin, bring some goblins with me back to the tribe tomorrow. That night, the cave was pitch black. Gobushin, who was standing under the stone platform, quickly turned over and knelt on the ground. Boss, I'm going with you. God knows that the boss has established a new tribe somewhere else. It also heard that there were many female lizardmen in the tribe. From now on, you will be the boss here. I will tell you what to do and what not to do. Boss, I don't quite understand. You don't have to understand, just do what I say. Boss, I understand. I will listen to you. Time passed by little, and the night gradually deepened. The goblin's snoring could also be heard in the quiet cave. The next morning, just as the sky was getting light, the goblin cave was filled with noise. A large group of goblins screamed and rushed out of the cave and poured into the forest in the north. The three-bow crossbows were not taken away by Li Meng. Instead, it was placed in the goblin cave. There are many powerful monsters in the goblin forest. The three-bow crossbow has great killing power against monsters below level 5. If you encounter any powerful monsters, you can shoot them with a three-bow crossbow. It's no longer like before when we had to hide from powerful monsters. The goblin's lair is a good place, Li Meng will not give it up. In the future, as the tribe's hunting area expands, goblins will not be able to gather together. They had to disperse and establish goblin tribes one after another. Each tribe was responsible for a hunting area. They develop on their own during normal times and gather together when needed. This will prevent the hunting team from wasting too much traveling back and forth. By establishing tribes in a dispersed manner, the demand for food will be greatly reduced. Chapter 57, Powerful Human Men and Women. The next day, it was already noon. In the dim forest, footsteps rumbled and figures surged. Hundreds of goblins were scattered throughout the forest, moving forward in groups. Among the many green figures, there is an even larger figure. Benben walking in the forest is like a moving metal mountain. Li Meng, who was sitting on Benben's shoulder, yawned. System, start the life simulation. The airship was shot down, indicating that the future has changed. The Sims begins. You walk in the dark forest with your goblin brothers. You returned to the tribe and waited patiently for the black robe to appear. One day, a black robe appeared. You obtained the sacrificial plate that can summon the savage god from the black robe. Signs of pigment activity were discovered in the eastern forest, but you chose to ignore them. The rotation period is approaching, please select the following options. 1. Allow the lizardmen of the northern swamp to revolt. 2. Gather all the goblins to intimidate the lizardmen in the northern swamps. 3. March towards the northern swamps, wipe out the black scale tribe and the grey scale tribe, and kill all male lizardmen. 4. Summon the savage god. A hint of helplessness flashed in Li Meng's eyes as he sat on Benben's shoulders. The future information predicted by the Sims is too brief. Without details, it's easy to miss out on side projects that could impact the future. We must proceed step by step and change the future based on the known information. How to choose? Li Meng focused on 4 options. 1, 3, and 4 are options that cannot be selected. Knowing in advance that the lizardmen would rebel, he couldn't just turn a blind eye. If left unchecked, the male lizardmen from the 2 tribes combined would number more than 1,000. This is a force that cannot be ignored. The third option goes against Li Meng's original intention of conquering the lizardmen in the northern swamps. Not to mention the 4th option. He must be mentally ill to choose the 4th option. Choose 2. You gathered all the goblins, and the sheer number of them frightened the lizardmen. You took Bai Ling to the Iron Cave. The rotation period has arrived, Bai Ling has returned to the White Scale tribe. The Black Mountain Lizardman tribe attacked, retreated without a fight, and Bai Ling was captured. One day, a group of adventurers appeared in the forest near the goblin's lair. Goblin Tian was killed by the adventurer team, and the goblin nest was completely destroyed. Gobdi and Gobshi lead the goblin army to pursue the Black Mountain Lizardman tribe. You headed to the south bank and faced off against the adventurer group alone. You encounter a group of adventurers in the forest where the airship wreckage is located. You won, killed all the men, and captured 2 female humans. From the captives, you learned some information about the human principality of Elysis. You caught up with the goblin army and led them to continue pursuing the Black Mountain tribe army. In a certain forest, you led the goblin boar cavalry to catch up with the Black Mountain tribe army. You defeated the Black Mountain tribe army and killed them all. The Black Mountain tribe heard that their army had been annihilated, and out of fear they summoned the savage god Aqua. The Black Mountain swamp was polluted by the savage god and became the Great Wilderness. All life was refined into slaves. You chose to withdraw and led the goblin army back to the tribe. Due to the need for food, you taught the lizardman fish farming knowledge. Your tribe thrives. One day, a man in full armor appeared in the forest near the goblin's lair. One day, he found the Goblin tribe. On that day, you used human wave tactics to kill that man, causing heavy casualties in the tribe. One day, a woman appeared in the forest near the Goblin's lair. One day, she found the Goblin tribe. On that day, the tribe was reduced to a sea of fire. You died, and the entire tribe was annihilated. As a transmigrator, no matter how cautious you are, you cannot change the fact that you are being toyed with by the goddess of fate. Your efforts have ultimately turned into nothing. Your life is valuable, and this marks the beginning of the desolation of the Goblin Forest. The Sims ends, rating, 60. Please select the following rewards. Each 10 points consumed +1. Each rating attribute consumed +1. Charm +1 for every points consumed. Each 1 points consumed increases the frenzy skill level by +. For every 20 points consumed, the skill level of Skin of Steel increases by 1. Each 1 points consumed increases the skill level of Heart Words by +. Is this the old one coming after the young one is beaten? The man and woman who appeared last were obviously strong among humans. Otherwise, the man would not have allowed him to kill him using human wave tactics. This shows that the man is far more powerful than him. And that woman actually caused the entire tribe to be wiped out. Such a powerful fighting force is probably the strongest at the top of the pyramid among humans. Could it be that the man and woman's relatives are among that group of adventurers? Li Meng thought of this possibility in his mind. This possibility is very high, very high. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why that man and woman appeared. It seems that destroying the airship has triggered a chain reaction. Li Meng frowned, his face looking thoughtful. If the airship had not been destroyed, would that team of adventurers not have appeared? My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. Without that team of adventurers, the final man and woman would not have arrived. How can we avoid the worst outcome? Li Meng, sitting on Benben's shoulders, lowered his head and thought hard. The system gave him too few options. Li Meng somewhat suspected that the luck value was related to the frequency of options in the Sims. If options were available more frequently, you would have more future options. You don't have to make a choice once, but you have to go all the way along that future line. But I'm lucky this time, as I get 3 skill option rewards. Choose to upgrade the skill level of Skin of Steel. Consume 60 points, Skin of Steel skill level +3. Here it comes, the familiar sharp pain sweeps through my body. Li Meng, who was sitting on Benben's shoulders, made crackling sounds. The tibia was twisted out of shape, as if it had been crushed by some force. The whole face was twisted into a ball and then forcibly pulled apart. It took a while for Li Meng's body to recover. Benben turned his head with curiosity and looked at the boss on his shoulder. When Benben looked over, the changes in Li Meng's body had already ended. Li Meng looked down at his hands and grinned. He became stronger again. Li Meng could feel the huge power hidden in his body. At this moment, Li Meng finally understood why he was so arrogant in front of the man in black robe. With a thought, Li Meng opened the character panel. Name, Goblin. Race, Goblin. Level, 15. Strength, 1675. Defense, 1659. Agility, 591. Magic power, 86. Charm, 0. Lucky, 11. Devouring the flesh and blood of a monster has a chance to gain the opponent's skills. Skin of Steel, LV5, Strength +1500, Defense +1500, Agility +500. Wind Blade, LV1. Flesh Regeneration, LV5. Heart Words, LV1. Ice Element Control, LV1. Frenzy, LV1. Limb Enhancement, LV1, Strength +50, Agility +50. Chapter 58 by Ling's Plea. The attribute bonus of the Skin of Steel skill is really amazing. As the properties of the panel became more and more exaggerated, Li Meng also realized one thing. That is, goblins are really weak. Even the Goblin King's panel attributes are probably only 200 or 300. I wonder how high the panel attributes of those two men and women are. Even though he has such high panel attributes, he is still no match for that man. This shows that the man is far stronger than him. In the next few days, Li Meng led his goblin brothers on a journey of stopping and walking. While hunting, he headed north. We arrived at the tribe one afternoon half a month later. Gob Tien, stay in the tribe for a month and then go back. When your descendants reach adulthood, we'll send someone to take them away. In front of the throne cave, Li Meng made some arrangements for Gobushan. Gobushan nodded and looked at the tribe with curiosity. It didn't expect that the boss's nest would be in the forest. I never expected that the boss would build some strange cave dwellings like the lizard people. Gobuk, take Gobshan to choose a cave dwelling first, then take it to the iron cave. The one guarding the tribe today is Gobko. Gobuko beside him nodded quickly. Then Gobko took Gobushan and his goblin minions away. Looking at Gobushan's departing back, Li Meng sighed in his heart. The worst case scenario has already occurred. Now he must find a way to change the future. Li Meng turned and looked at Bai Ling at the door. Going there and back, more than a month passed. Ghost's big belly has disappeared. Even at the door, Li Meng could smell the faint aroma of milk. Looking at Bai Ling's voluptuous body, Li Meng thought of his own descendants. The first batch of goblin babies have reached adulthood. They are learning how to hunt with the hunting team. Counting it up, the number of his bloodline descendants has exceeded 200. In less than a year, the number of his bloodline descendants will exceed 500. If there were more female lizardmen, the number of bloodline descendants would grow faster. This is the horror of goblins. Even the reproduction rate of moles is far slower than that of goblins. Only food can limit the number of goblins. Li Meng walked towards Bai Ling with an expressionless face. There aren't enough descendants of his bloodline yet. As his panel attributes improve, the potential of his bloodline descendants will only get higher and higher. Only his bloodline descendants can improve the quality of the tribal goblins. Whether he likes it or not, he must do his best to reproduce. As a goblin, he can only rely on goblins in this world. Everything is just for living. Seeing the terrifying goblin coming towards her, Bai Ling's heart trembled. She quickly lowered her head, wanting to say something but stopping herself. They haven't had any rest in the past few months. She wanted to beg the goblin in front of her to let them rest for a few months. But his pride as a high priest would not allow him to bow to a goblin. Li Meng strode to Bai Ling's front. He put his arm around her waist and carried her into the cabin. Soon, there was some movement in the wooden house. Listening to the noises coming from the throne cave, the goblins outside looked envious. The noise in the cabin lasted for a long time. It was not until the afternoon of the third day that the closed door was opened again. Li Meng walked out with a refreshed look on his face. In the throne cave, all the beds were pushed together. There were graceful figures lying on the bed, their animal skirts had already been removed. All the female lizard people give people a feeling of being very tired. High priest, how are you? Hui Nana stood up weakly and sat up. She looked at the high priest lying on the bed not far away with a worried look on her face. Of all of them, the high priest was the most tortured by his master. Bai Ling, who was lying on the bed, moved. She sat up and took a deep breath. I'm fine, I'm fine. At this time, the other female lizardmen also gradually recovered. They stood up and sat up one after another, looking for the animal skin skirt. Li Meng outside the door heard whispers in the room. He grinned and walked leisurely towards the woodworking workshop. Although these female lizardmen hated him from the bottom of their hearts. But when you fall into the abyss of lust, the sound is also very crazy. Boss, boss, why are you here? Seeing the boss coming, Goblin hurried to greet him. In the woodworking workshop, a group of goblins are busy. The corner of the wall was filled with unstrung crossbows. There is an unfinished 3-bow crossbow in the corner of the wall on the other side. How's it going? Do you know how to make a 3-bow crossbow? Gob shrank his neck and smiled awkwardly. He glanced at the half-finished 3-bow crossbow in the corner with a gleam in his eyes. For goblins, the production steps of the 3-bow crossbow are still too complicated. Okay, keep learning from me. Seeing that the boss was not angry, Goblin nodded quickly. In the next few days, Li Meng continued to teach Gob how to make a 3-bow crossbow. The half-month of teaching passed by unknowingly. In the morning, in the carpentry workshop. Gob, I'll inspect the 3-bow crossbow when I come back. If it fails, you know the consequences. The goblin standing at the door nodded vigorously. Without saying anything more, Li Meng turned and left. Looking at the boss's departing back, Goblin slapped his face in fear. Don't forget this time. Goblin turned around and looked at the goblin minions in the room. Did you see it clearly? Facing the boss's gaze, the goblins in the woodworking workshop looked at each other in bewilderment. A goblin nodded hesitantly. Seeing this, the other goblins nodded quickly. It doesn't matter whether you remember it or not, as long as the other goblins remember it. Very good, let's get started. Gob laughed excitedly. It doesn't matter whether it remembers it or not, as long as the younger brothers remember it. In the tribe, Li Meng walked slowly with Benben. Stupid, wait in the tribe, I'll be back soon. As if remembering something, Li Meng ran out of the tribe. Looking at the boss's back as he hurriedly ran into the depths of the forest, Benben shook his head. Instead of following, it walked towards the direction of the throne cave. After leaving the tribe, Li Meng went east along the river. Sometimes he would climb up to the top of a big tree to observe the surrounding terrain. Sometimes I climb up high and look at the surrounding mountains, rivers, and land. The next day, on the top of a mountain about 10 kilometers north of the river, Li Meng climbed up a big tree and looked into the distance from the treetop. Li Meng clamped the branch tightly with his legs and held a wooden board in his hand. In the other hand he held a piece of charcoal. From time to time, he would draw on the wooden board with charcoal. Looking at the wooden board, a map can be vaguely seen. Chapter 59 Water Slime. Let's call it Goblin River from now on. Standing high and looking far, the river in the forest meanders forward. It spreads to the end of the sight. Li Meng, who was on the treetop, folded up the wooden board and slid down the tree swiftly. As soon as he landed, Li Meng's figure flashed and he ran down the mountain. In the next few days, Li Meng only did one thing. That is to map both sides of the Goblin River. It's a new day again, in the forest on the south bank of the Goblin River. Deep in the dim forest, Li Meng walked slowly. Holding a wooden map in hand, he modified it with charcoal. After going upstream for a few days, Li Meng reaped great rewards. Remember the mountains and rivers on both sides of the Goblin River. This is, well, a smell I've never smelled before. Li Meng, who was walking slowly in the forest, suddenly stopped. He raised his head slightly, his nose twitching. Use your sensitive nose to sniff the unique scent in the air. Could it be a high-level magical beast? Li Meng looked into the depths of the forest and thought to himself. The tribe is located on the northern edge of the Goblin Forest. It is not easy to encounter high-level monsters. It is also rare to see high-level magical beasts in areas where barbarians live. The barbarians will consciously drive away or hunt high-level monsters. Although high-level warcraft is very powerful, its biggest weakness is its lack of wisdom. This means that even the strongest monsters will become hunted. Go and see. Curiosity in his heart prompted Li Meng to walk towards the source of the smell. After walking only 300 meters, a space covered by sunlight suddenly appeared in the forest ahead. Seeing this, Li Meng quickly dodged and hid behind a big tree. Li Meng, hiding behind a big tree, cautiously stuck his head out to peek outside. Upon seeing this, Li Meng was stunned. Outside is a forest lake. The area of the lake is not large, only about 2,000 square meters. The water is shallow and clear. Some small round and translucent objects can be seen in the lake. Water slime. Level 1. Strength 1. Defense 1. Agility 1. Magic power 3314. Elemental affinity LV3. The strange panel attributes made Li Meng, who was hiding behind a big tree, look incredible. All attributes are 1, even the level is 1. But the magic value is as high as 3314. Such a high magic attribute value but no attack magic skills. This is too weird. I didn't expect it to be a water slime. Li Meng, hiding behind a big tree, looked at the water slime in the lake with greed. The water slime skills are exactly what he needs. With the skill of elemental affinity, the problem of insufficient magic power can be perfectly solved. Li Meng lowered his head and glanced at the ground. He bent down and picked up a stone half the size of his fist. Weigh the following stones in your hand. Li Meng looked at the lake outside, looking for his target. You are the one. Li Meng locked onto the nearest water slime. Li Meng, hiding behind a big tree, made a throwing gesture. He threw the stone with his right hand and it flew out of his hand. Snapped. The stone instantly crossed a distance of more than 20 meters and hit a water slime. Just listen to a pop sound. The water slime's body burst with a bang like a balloon. The body remains quickly melted into the water. Li Meng was stunned when he saw this scene. At the same time, the water slime was frightened by the death of his companion. All the water slimes turned into water and disappeared without a trace. Seeing the water, all the slimes turned into water and disappeared. Li Meng, who was hiding behind a big tree, was confused. How can we catch this person? Li Meng walked out from behind the tree with a speechless look on his face. Looking at the calm water of the lake, Li Meng was a little at a loss. I don't believe you won't come out. After a while, Li Meng turned around, left the lake shore and hid in the forest again. Time passed little by little, hour after hour. 3 hours later, in the forest by the lake. Why is there no movement yet? Li Meng hid behind a big tree and peeked at the lake shore. It has been so long, and there is still no movement in the lake. Isn't it going to stop coming out? Helpless, Li Meng had to continue waiting. Another hour passed. Another day has passed. 3 days later, at noon, in the lakeside forest. Damn it, come out here. Li Meng walked out of the forest angrily holding a huge stone. The boulder slipped out of his hand and fell into the water with a splash. Come out, come out. Li Meng was so angry that he picked up stones from the lake shore and threw them into the lake. For a moment, the lake surface was splashing. The sound of splashing water filled the whole world. You're not going to come out, are you? I wonder how long you can hide. 3 days of waiting made Li Meng lose his patience. Li Meng walked quickly to a huge rock on the lake shore. He held the boulder with both hands and pulled it out of the mud. I'll crush you to death. Li Meng threw out a stone weighing several tons. The boulder flew dozens of meters away and crashed heavily into the water. With a loud bang, a huge column of water shot up into the sky. The water surface was rippling violently. Small waves formed and rushed towards slowly. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. After venting his anger, Li Meng lay on the lake shore, gasping for breath. You little cuties, you really know how to waste my time. Li Meng cursed and crawled to the water's edge, gulping down the lake water. Bah, what the hell, it has no taste at all. After drinking a few sips, Li Meng spat out the lake water in his mouth with a curse. Successfully activate the Devour skill, gain the skill Elemental Affinity. The sudden prompt from the system made Li Meng stunned. Holy shit, is this okay? Li Meng's face was filled with astonishment. I felt a little bit amused and helpless. He waited for 3 days in vain. But I didn't expect to get the Elemental Affinity skill in this way. Isn't the water in this lake all the body parts of water slimes? The water in the lake has no taste at all and is obviously not water. If not water, then what? With a thought, Li Meng opened the character panel. Name, Goblin. Race, Goblin. Level, 15. Strength, 1675. Defense, 1659. Agility, 591. Magic power, 1086. Charm, 0. Lucky, 11. Devouring the flesh and blood of a monster has a chance to gain the opponent's skills. Skin of Steel, LV5, Strength plus 1500, Defense plus 1500, Agility plus 500. Wind Blade, LV1. Flesh Regeneration, LV5. Heart Words, LV1. Ice Element Control, LV1. Frenzy, LV1. Limb Enhancement, LV1, Strength plus 50, Agility plus 50. Elemental Affinity, LV1, Magic plus 1000. The magic value has indeed increased. It skyrocketed by 1000. Could it be that the water in this lake is a liquid formed by magic? Realizing this possibility, Li Meng quickly crawled back to the water's edge and drank a few big gulps of lake water. Facts proved that Li Meng was overthinking it. The magic attribute value did not change at all. It seems I was overthinking it. With an embarrassed smile, Li Meng stood up. Chapter 60 Pigman Tribe. Humph, since I'm in a good mood, I'll let you go. Li Meng originally wanted to freeze the lake. There's no need to do this now that you've got what you want. Then Li Meng walked into the depths of the forest with a happy look on his face. In the next few days, Li Meng continued to go upstream. We traveled through mountains and rivers, stopping and walking along the way. 5 days later, on the north bank of the Goblin River. There is a big mountain about 20 kilometers away from the Goblin River. A green figure stood on the cliff halfway up the mountain. The green figure was Li Meng. Standing high, you can see far and have a panoramic view of the forest at the foot of the mountain. But the forest was not quiet at this time, it was full of noise. The forest along a tributary of the Goblin River is being cut down. There are many creatures with pig heads and human bodies in the forest. They were holding stone axes and chopping down trees with great effort. They are much larger than goblins. The average height is about 1.9 meters. It looks chubby and fleshy, but also gives people a very strong feeling. They are more like humans than pigs. Aside from the big nose and ears, the pig's head is more like a human's. The pigmen have been migrating here for some time. Brand new thatched houses stand on both sides of the stream. Although the structure is simple, it looks a bit rough. But it is also a qualified place to shelter from wind and rain. Some smoky bonfires can also be seen in the tribe. The existence of bonfires shows that the pigmen are a barbarian tribe that can use fire. Finally found you. Looking at the pigmen tribe in the distance, Li Meng muttered to himself. Another purpose of his journey upstream was to find the pigmen. After a month, he finally found the pigmen. The pigmen tribe is quite large, and the number of pigmen that can be seen alone is no less than 2,000. If Li Meng hadn't seen some undecomposed feces in the Goblin River. It is not easy to find the pigmen. Li Meng glanced sideways and looked towards the south. This tributary ends at the Goblin River. The section of the Goblin River at the confluence winds southward, deep into the Goblin Forest. The pigmen tribe is located about 70 kilometers away from the tribe. Not too close, but not too far either. Li Meng used charcoal to record the location of the pigmen on a wooden board. It's time to go back. Li Meng has not forgotten the matter of the black robe. But the black robe shouldn't appear so soon. Although the future information predicted by the Sims is very brief. It does not say when the black robe will appear. But the approximate time can be predicted from some information. Soon, the green-skinned figure on the cliff disappeared. We walked and stopped frequently on the way here, sometimes going to the south bank, sometimes returning to the north bank, and it took more than a month. It only took Li Meng 5 days to return to the tribe. 5 days later in the afternoon, Li Meng returned to the tribe. Boss, boss. The boss's return made the goblins guarding the gate of the throne cave extremely excited. The two goblins looked at the approaching boss with a fawning look on their faces. Go find Goborg and ask him to send some clay over. Li Meng walked forward and gave instructions to the goblin brothers. A goblin quickly turned and ran towards the iron cave. Where's Benben? Li Meng looked around but didn't see Benben. Boss, Benben left half a month ago. I don't know where he went, and he hasn't come back yet. Benben left? This news surprised Li Meng a little. Li Meng didn't care too much and walked into the house. Benben is a man-troll, and the armor on his body allows him to walk sideways in the Goblin Forest. Although I don't know where Benben went. But Li Meng believes that Benben will come back. Are they all gone? When Li Meng walked into the throne cave, he found that the female lizardmen were gone. Li Meng knew exactly where he had gone. She must have gone to the iron cave to deliver milk to the male lizardmen. Li Meng did not stay in the throne cave. Seeing that there was no one in the room, he turned and left. I wonder what's going on with Gob. Li Meng thought to himself as he walked in the tribe. More than a month has passed. I hope Gob won't let me down. After walking for a while, Li Meng saw the carpentry workshop. The boss is coming, the boss is coming. Seeing the boss coming, the goblins at the door looked as if they had seen a ghost. They turned around and ran into the carpentry workshop. And closed the door. This scene gave Li Meng a bad feeling. Li Meng, who arrived at the door, heard the sound of running in the carpentry workshop. Gob, what are you doing? Li Meng roared and pushed the door open. The running sounds in the house stopped abruptly. All the goblins looked at the boss at the door with fear. Especially Gabuda, who was fiddling with a 3-bow crossbow in the corner. Not bad, very good. When Li Meng saw the 3-bow crossbow in the corner, his eyes lit up. He walked towards Gob with a look of relief on his face. As we walked, he praised generously. Goblin chuckled and walked over with a flattering look on his face. Boss, why, are you back so soon? It's been over a month, how can this be considered fast? After glaring at Gobda, Li Meng came to the 3-bow crossbow. Gob shrank his neck and looked at the 3-bow crossbow worriedly. Looking at the 3-bow crossbow in front of him, Li Meng nodded repeatedly. Although there is no bowstring, it looks like it is there. But the craftsmanship is really ugly and very crude. Both the bow body and the crossbow frame are full of potholes. Not bad, it's worth it that I taught you for so long. Li Meng was very satisfied with what he had achieved. Next, let Goblin and the others slowly become proficient. Thinking of this, Li Meng reached out and straightened the slightly crooked bow. Wow! With this collision, the 3 bow crossbows suddenly fell apart. With a clattering sound, the parts scattered all over the floor. Li Meng's outstretched right hand froze in the air, his eyes dull. That! Boss! Goblin took 2 steps back with a look of fear on his face. It wanted to escape, but its body couldn't move. Gob, you idiot! A roar like thunder rang out in the woodworking workshop. The huge roar startled the goblins in the tribe. They all looked in the direction of the carpentry workshop with surprise. In the forest not far away, a group of female lizardmen were returning to their tribe. High Priest, it sounds like that goblin's voice. Hui Nana's body trembled, and her face showed a look of shock and confusion. The owner has been missing for over a month. Not long after they gave birth, their owner came back. Frequent pregnancies make them physically and mentally exhausted. Bai Ling's heart sank and she remained silent. A hint of fear also flashed in the eyes of the other female lizardmen. In the next few days, Lucky Goblin used up all his luck. Li Meng's curses and the goblin's screams could be heard from time to time in the woodworking workshop. Chapter 61 Apostle of God. The screams continued for 5 days before they stopped. It's a new day again, and the goblins in the woodworking workshop usher in another terrifying and busy day. In the woodworking workshop, Li Meng stood in the corner and watched coldly. He also held a long whip in his hand. The goblin trembled as he used a wood-cutting knife to process the wood in his hand. Occasionally, he glanced at the boss in the corner. It's too thin. The sleepers need to be 2 fingers thicker. With a shout, Li Meng swung the whip. Just listen to a pop sound. The whip hit a goblin on the back from more than 10 meters away. What? The goblin screamed. Boss, I know I was wrong. The beaten goblin quickly begged for mercy. The bow needs to be thick, otherwise it will be shaved off. Another pop sound was heard. The long whip hit another goblin. Meanwhile, Gobda on the side was gloating as he watched his screaming brothers. Snapped. There was the shrieking sound of whips again. The long whip hit Gobda's body. What? Goblin screamed and stepped back. Gob, you are their boss, you have to keep an eye on them and guide them. As the boss, your responsibility is not to gloat over someone else's misfortune. Li Meng swung the whip and hit Gobda again. Gob jumped in pain and screamed. What? Boss, stop fighting, stop fighting. Goblin hurried forward and pretended to inspect his younger brothers. Li Meng glanced at the goblins in the house and smiled grimly. After a few days of training, Li Meng finally understood one thing. Goblins' ability to imitate is indeed very strong. But they have a perfunctory nature. They have to be forced to cram new knowledge into their brains. Keep working on it. I'll inspect it when it's done, Gob. If you fail this time, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. The boss's fierce gaze made Gob shrink his neck and smile flatteringly. Boss, no, I won't fail again. Hey, that's best. With a cold snort, Li Meng threw away the whip in his hand and turned to leave the carpentry workshop. Seeing that the boss finally left, Goblin breathed a sigh of relief. It wiped the wound on its body and grimaced in pain. What are you looking at? Hurry up and do it. Goblin ran forward and picked up the boss's whip. He swung a whip and hit the nearest goblin. What? The goblin boy screamed in pain. It's all your fault that I got beaten up by the boss, a bunch of idiots. For a moment, the woodworking workshop was filled with the goblin's angry roar and screams. On the other side, Li Meng left the carpentry workshop and returned to the throne cave. At the entrance of the throne cavern was a pile of wasteland and several bamboo buckets filled with water. There are also some green branches and leaves. Come and help. Li Meng called over the goblin minions guarding the entrance to the throne cave. The 4 goblin brothers hurried over. In the following time, Li Meng became busy at the door. It took a while before he entered the throne cave with 2 buckets of clay. It was afternoon and all the female lizardmen were here today. They looked at Li Meng fiddling on the ground with curiosity and confusion. Li Meng ignored the female lizardman in the house and minding his own business. After a while, under Li Meng's hands, the clay turned into mountains of various shapes. Sometimes he would look at the map on the wooden board. Time passed little by little as Li Meng was busy. It was not until the third day that Bai Ling realized what her master was doing. Master, are you making a map? Looking at the lifelike map sandbox in front of her, Bai Ling felt very complicated. The master is indeed an outlier among goblins. He possessed wisdom beyond her comprehension. Its every move makes it hard to imagine that it is just a goblin. Well, this is a sandbox. Clay is used to make mountains and the earth. The branches and leaves are used to make forests. After 3 days of hard work, the map sandbox has been completed by 70%. It covers an area of about 10 square meters. Although Li Meng is not a perfectionist, he also strives for excellence. The mountain models are almost identical to real mountains. Even the shape of the mountain and some of the huge rocks on the mountain are carved. Other female lizardmen also gathered. They looked at the map sand table with curiosity. They had never seen anything like it. But you know what it is at first sight. Master, is this the northern swamp? Grey Nana pointed at the bumpy dirt ground and asked cautiously. There is also a miniature thatched house on the bumpy mud land. This is very similar to tribal architecture. Grey Nana, it doesn't understand what you are saying. Seeing Hui Nana communicating with her owner, Bai Ling was speechless. The master doesn't understand the language of the swamp lizardmen. Moreover, it is difficult for the goblins to pronounce the language of the swamp lizardmen. Bai Ling's words made Hui Nana look at the high priest with a puzzled look. Yes, that place is the northern swamp. Bai Ling was surprised by the answer from her master. It actually understands the language of swamp lizardmen? High priest, the master has communicated with us often, didn't you know? The other female lizardmen also nodded. The owner communicated with them during mating. This is impossible. Do you understand goblin language? Bai Ling was surprised and a little out of control for a moment. The female lizards looked at each other and shook their heads. We don't understand, but we know what the master means. Grey Nana's explanation reminded Bai Ling of its own abilities. From childhood to adulthood, it has the ability to communicate with other creatures mentally. Does the master also have this ability? Hehe, what a clever goblin. At this moment, a strange voice suddenly appeared in the room. The voice was neither goblin nor swamp lizardman. But everyone in the room understood. The appearance of the voice made all the female lizardmen look towards the door. There stood a figure in a black robe at the door. His entire body was covered in a black robe, making it impossible to see his true face underneath. It's coming really fast. You don't need to look at Li Meng to know who is coming. Li Meng just didn't expect the black robe to come so quickly. Li Meng stood up and turned to look at the door. Apostle of God, Holy. Level, 1. Strength, 1. Defense, 1. Agility, 1. Magic power, 1. Holy magic. 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 The message from the black robe made Li Meng frown slightly. Judging from the figure of the man in black robe, he is most likely a human from this world. It is also possible that they are humanoid barbarians of similar size. But what exactly is going on with the humans in this world? Why can't the system see the power they possess? Chapter 62, Playing Tricks. Also, the black robe in front of him clearly concealed power. Could it be that he was killed by the black robe because of curiosity? Who are you? Li Meng looked up and down at the man in black robe and asked. The man in black robe politely saluted Li Meng with his hands covering his chest. You don't need to know who I am, you just need to know that I am a friend who brings you strength. Friend. Li Meng smiled ferociously, showing his sharp teeth to the man in black robe. We goblins don't have any friends. The man in black robe stood up straight without comment. It doesn't matter whether we're friends or not. What matters is that you will gain the power to summon the gods from me. As he finished speaking, one of his hands emerged from his black robe. In his hand was a silver plate about 3 centimeters in diameter. Although it was small, Li Meng could feel a mysterious aura from the silver plate. Your faith will be answered by the gods. Call out to them loudly. A strange scene appeared. In front of everyone in the room, the black robe at the door just disappeared out of thin air. The silver plate in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Pretend to be a ghost. Li Meng thought to himself when he saw this scene. The guy's breath is still there, which means he hasn't left. The body disappeared probably because of some magical skill. Or maybe it has something to do with his black robe. For the sake of his own life, Li Meng would not behave too abnormally. Amazing! With a grin on his face, Li Meng ran towards the door, shouting excitedly. Then he couldn't wait to pick up the sacrificial plate on the ground. Li Meng held up the sacrificial plate and shouted excitedly. It looked as if he had obtained some invaluable treasure. Looking at their crazy master, the female lizardmen in the house looked at each other in confusion. A hint of worry flashed in Bai Ling's eyes. The appearance of the black robe and the existence of the silver plate gave Bai Ling a bad feeling. After a while, Li Meng, who had been screaming, suddenly became quiet. His face was slightly cold, and Li Meng exerted a little force in his hands. Kaka! All I heard was a series of metallic groaning sounds. Li Meng forcibly kneaded the sacrificial plate into a metal ball. Then he threw it casually, and the metal ball flew out of the window. After finishing all this, Li Meng returned to the map sandbox and continued making the model. It was as if nothing had happened before. Li Meng's sudden change of attitude made the female lizardman feel a little puzzled. The owner was just happy about getting the silver plate. Why did you change your attitude so suddenly and destroy the silver plate? Only Bai Ling looked at Li Meng with fear. At this moment, Bai Ling realized how terrifying the big goblin in front of her was. Its wisdom gave Bai Ling a chilling feeling. In front of it, Bai Ling felt only despair in her heart. Can they really take revenge? The next thing to do is to prevent the Black Mountain tribe from summoning the barbarian god. Li Meng, squatting in front of the sand table, looked pensive. The matter between the adventurer team and the couple is easy to resolve. As long as we don't move that team of adventurers, there will be no subsequent events. That team of adventurers was obviously here to investigate the airship crash. No matter how smart they were, they would never have thought that the crash of the airship was related to the goblins. As long as Goblin avoids that group of adventurers, the incident will end here. The biggest trouble is the future of the Black Mountain tribe summoning the barbarian god. It seems we have to avoid a large-scale war with the Black Mountain tribe. Li Meng thought secretly in his heart while kneading a ball of clay with his hands. The Black Mountain tribe should not be close to the northern swamps. Otherwise, the lizardman army would not have arrived in the northern swamps a year later. Such a long distance will not cause territorial disputes with the tribe in a short period of time. There was no need for him to fight to the death with the Black Mountain tribe, he could just let it go for a while. Li Meng glanced sideways at Bai Ling who had returned to the bed. In the future predicted by the Sims, Bai Ling's experience is also worth pondering. Although the Black Mountain tribe retreated without a fight, they abducted Bai Ling. This shows that Bai Ling has a very special status among the swamp lizardmen. Time passed by little, day after day. The appearance of the black robes was just a minor episode in the development of the tribe. In the following days, Li Meng has been refining the map sand table. It's a new day again, and it's already afternoon. The throne cave was empty, with only Li Meng and a few goblins busy at work. Not long ago, Bai Ling brought a group of female lizardmen to the iron cave. This is their daily routine, they go there once a day. Okay, that's it. Looking at the map sand table in front of him, Li Meng nodded with satisfaction. Go and call all the goblin warriors and goblin fighters in the tribe. The upper-level goblins in the goblins' lair have stayed in the tribe to reproduce in the past few months. The total number of their bloodline descendants has exceeded 1,000. If underage children are included, the total number is close to 3,000. Boss, I'll go. A goblin turned and hurried out. Take all this clutter out and throw it away. The remaining goblins began to clean up the garbage in the throne cave. In less than 10 minutes, there was a sound of dense footsteps outside. As huge figures walked into the wooden house, a group of goblins from Gobland arrived. Boss, you called us. When he saw the boss in the house, Gobdi greeted him with a flattering look on his face. Stop, don't move. Seeing Goblin running towards him happily, Li Meng quickly stopped him. The boss's scolding made Gobdi stop in his tracks. And at its feet is the map sandbox. If Gobdi takes one more step forward he will step into the sandbox. Look at the ground, be careful, don't step on it. It was only then that the goblin who entered the room noticed the sand table on the ground. Everyone come over here, don't step on anything on the ground. A group of high-ranking goblins gathered around cautiously. Looking at the sand table on the ground, the goblins' eyes were filled with curiosity. Li Meng's eyes swept over the goblin brothers around the sand table one by one. 2 goblin warriors and more than 30 goblin warriors made the throne cave seem a bit crowded. Gobdi, Gobshi, I have a mission for you. Task? Gobdi, Gobshi's eyes lit up. They looked at the old man with eagerness and nodded vigorously. After staying in the tribe for so long, they are already bored. Below you lies a sand map. This is the Goblin River, or the Great River in the south. Li Meng held a wooden stick in his hand and pointed at the river running through the sand table. Go Beauty, where do you think this place is? Li Meng pointed to a small group of wooden houses in the forest and asked Gobdi. Gobdi rubbed his head. Boss, is this the place? Li Meng grinned, feeling very pleased that Gobdi could understand the map sand table. Very good, it seems that you have realized what a map sandbox is. The boss's praise made Gobdi chuckle. Gobshi on the side glared at him. It hurried forward and pointed to a mountain in the sandbox not far from the tribe. There is a cave at the foot of the mountain, and outside the cave is a forest. Chapter 63 Double Insurance and Wheels. Boss, this is the Iron Cave, right? After saying that, Gobshi raised his head and glared at Gobdi provocatively. The huge body slammed into Gobdi, pushing him away. Gobdi was furious and bumped into Gobshi with his shoulder without any mercy. Gobstone was not to be outdone. The two of them pushed each other back and forth next to the sand table. What are you doing? Don't break my sandbox. Seeing the two big guys clashing, Li Meng shouted. This scolding gave Gobdi and Gobshi a start. The two of them separated obediently and lowered their heads. Goblin, I want you to bring your bloodline descendants and half of the goblin warriors to establish a new tribe here. Li Meng held a wooden stick and pointed at the forest on the north bank of the Goblin River, about 50 kilometers away from the tribe. Gob nodded. Although he didn't know why the boss wanted him to establish a new tribe. But Gobdi didn't think much about it. It does whatever the boss tells it to do. Gobshi, you two, lead your bloodline descendants and half of the goblin warriors to the forest on the south bank to establish a new tribe. Gobshi touched his bald head. Although it didn't understand why the boss asked it to establish a new tribe. But every goblin has such a task, and it must have one too. Boss, can I take the female lizardmen with me? No, all female lizardmen must stay in the tribe. Li Meng refused Gobshi's request. The female lizardmen must be under his control. This helped him control the population of each tribe. Although population explosion has its advantages, it also causes various problems. Go and prepare. Set off immediately after your bloodline descendants return. Adult goblins learn how to hunt by joining hunting parties. The descendants of Gobdi and his people are scattered among various hunting teams. It will take at least a week to recall all the bloodline descendants. Then Gobdi and Gobshi each left the throne cave with their brothers. Li Meng, standing at the door, watched the goblin brothers go away. This way we have 2 layers of insurance. With new tribes, there are new choices. From now on, his tribe would not be in danger of being wiped out. Being alive is the most important thing, everything else can be discarded. As long as you are alive, you will have everything. In the next few days, Li Meng stayed obediently in the tribe. Gob Kyang's pig farming business, Gobda's carpentry workshop, Gob's iron cave. Li Meng needs to keep an eye on these 3 places. During the day he inspects the tribe, and at night he creates goblins with a group of female lizards. Li Meng is still quite concerned about reproducing offspring. On the 5th day, Gobdi and Gobshi each left the tribe with their own brothers. Gobshan had returned to the goblin nest half a month ago. It's a new day again, and it's already afternoon. Boss, it really worked. There will definitely be no problem this time. Outside the carpentry workshop, Goblin welcomed the boss into the workshop with a flattering look on his face. The carpentry workshop is still the same carpentry workshop. As soon as he entered the room, Li Meng saw a 3-bow crossbow at the door. It's obvious that Goblin placed it here on purpose. After the last lesson, Li Meng will not rush to praise Gobda. Li Meng walked forward and began to check the 3-bow crossbow. First, he grabbed the 3-bow crossbow with his hand and shook it. Although there is a bit of noise, the modules fit together firmly. Li Meng touched the bow again. Although the workmanship is rather ugly, the quality of the bow is not low. Li Meng turned the capstan again. A creaking sound was heard in the woodworking workshop. Although it is a bit loose, it does not hinder use. Seeing that the boss was silent for a long time, Gobda became a little panicked. Very good, not bad. At this moment, Li Meng spoke out in praise. It's pretty good to be able to do it like this. The next step is to improve the proficiency of the goblins. Then let them optimize and improve the technology of the three-bow crossbow. The boss's praise made Gob grin widely. Great! Goblin cheered loudly. The goblins in the woodworking workshop were also screaming. They have been whipped a lot by the boss these days. The boss's boss is satisfied, so he probably won't beat them anymore. But it's not good enough. When the three-bow crossbow can be shaken without making any sound, that's when it's truly good. The boss's words made the excited Gobo look bitter again. Change to another batch of goblins. I'm going to teach you how to make new things. Hearing that something new was going to be made, Goblin's heart trembled. Its brain is about to explode and it can no longer accommodate new things. It really wanted to say this to the boss. But Gobda didn't dare. It had no choice but to drive out the goblin minions from the carpentry workshop. Get out, everyone, and call the goblins from the other carpentry workshops over here. There are 5 carpentry workshops in the tribe. It's just that other carpentry workshops are not as big as this one. The boss's scolding made the goblin in the woodworking workshop shrink his neck. They ran out as if fleeing. Although the boss didn't have a whip in his hand. But the whip was in a corner not far from the boss. They don't want to be whipped by the boss again, it hurts. After a while, another group of goblins entered the carpentry workshop. In this way, Li Meng continued to devote himself to the development of carriage wheels. Time passed by little, day after day. The daily life of a goblin is monotonous and boring. Either on the way to hunting or on the way back to the tribe. It's a new day again, and it's already afternoon. Boss, is this the new thing we're going to make? In the carpentry workshop, the first carriage wheel was successfully completed. Looking at the big wheel in front of the boss, Gob was full of curiosity. It had no idea what the use of this round thing was. Li Meng lifted up the wheel and looked it up and down. The height of the wheels is nearly 1.2 meters. The outer track of the wheel is not a single piece. Instead, it is assembled from multiple modules. Then use nails to fix the assembled modules. Then it was wrapped with a layer of iron sheet to reduce the friction of the wheels. In order to prevent the wheels from deforming, there are load-bearing columns between the axle and the outer rail. A linear groove is made on the axis. Inside the grooves are tiny steel balls. Some animal fat is poured into it for lubrication. Steel balls and grease can effectively reduce the friction between the bearing and the shaft. It took Li Meng nearly 2 months to make this wheel. During this period, I kept exploring and redoing. Finally, the design of the finished product was finalized. The steel balls in the axis alone kept Li Meng in the iron cave for more than half a month. Very good, perfect. Li Meng was very satisfied with the finished wheel in front of him. Although it took a lot of time, it was all worth it. With the sample, making the second and third wheels is relatively easy. Chapter 64 Goblin Boar Cavalry. Gob, you do the second wheel. When Gobda heard the boss's words, he trembled. To help goblins better learn how to make wheels, Li Meng modularized the wheels. Have each goblin learn to craft a different part. Then let the goblins teach other goblins. In this way, teamwork can help the goblin's little brain open up. Gobda was asked by Li Meng to learn the final assembly work. Why, I've been teaching you for so long, you're not going to say no. Faced with the boss's cold gaze, Goblin took a step back in fear. Yes, boss, I remember it all, I remember it all. Goblin nodded vigorously. I'll come check in 3 days. After saying this, Li Meng put the wheel against the wall. Then he turned and walked out, leaving the woodworking workshop. Goblin chased out of the woodworking workshop. It lay at the door and secretly watched the boss's back as he left. Seeing that the boss really left, it felt relieved. It quickly turned around and ran into the carpentry workshop. You, come here. The 3 goblins were called over by Goblin. You have learned everything the boss taught me, right? The 3 goblins looked at each other. Seeing the boss's ferocious look again, he could only nod. Wow, that's great. The boss will definitely be satisfied. Goblin was dancing with excitement. Don't be lazy, wheels, I want wheels. Meanwhile, in the tribe outside. Listening to the strange cries of Goblin in the carpentry workshop behind, Li Meng grinned. How could Li Meng not know about Gob's little tricks? While teaching Goblin Day, 3 goblins were eavesdropping nearby. Li Meng just acquiesced to Gob's little tricks. For a goblin, being a little clever is not a bad thing. Boss, boss. Shortly after leaving the carpentry workshop, the sound of hooves could be heard in the tribe. 5 wild boars rushed out from the forest in the west and headed straight for Li Meng. Each boar had a goblin riding on its back. When wild boars run, they make a lot of noise and their momentum is amazing. It was like a mountain of flesh pressing towards us. Gobukyang, who was riding on the wild boar's back, screamed. About 20 meters away from Li Meng, the wild boar suddenly stopped. The 4 hooves slid several meters on the ground. Looking at the 5 huge wild boars in front of him, Li Meng's eyes lit up. Judging by the time, the first batch of wild boars have already grown up. Although they are much smaller than their father, they are still about 1.3 meters tall at the shoulder. The longer a wild boar lives, the larger it gets. There will be no problem in growing to a shoulder height of 1.5 meters in another 1 or 2 years. Gobukyang rolled off the wild boar's back. It ran to Li Meng with a flattering look on its face. Boss, you are amazing. We have raised these wild boars since they were little, and they are very obedient. Li Meng walked towards Gobukyang's mount, the forest boar. Li Meng came to the forest wild boar and stretched out his right hand to touch the forest wild boar's fangs. Although the forest boar is classified as a monster. But after all, it is a first-level monster with limited potential. Although there are magic crystals, it is basically impossible to comprehend magic skills. However, the existence of magic crystals also allows wild boars to have a physique far superior to that of ordinary animals. Humph! The wild boar being stroked by Li Meng was very obedient. Those eyes stared at Li Meng meekly. He made a humming sound from time to time. Gob-kyang, what weapons do you like to use? Li Meng has been thinking about what kind of weapons should be equipped for the goblin boar cavalry. According to common sense, cavalry should be equipped with lances. But lance requires certain skills to unleash its power. It is undoubtedly difficult for goblins to learn how to use a lance. Moreover, weapons that are too long are difficult to use in the narrow spaces of the forest. A goblin's arms are actually better at slashing, not stabbing. Equipping goblins with spears was a helpless move. The iron production of the iron cave is limited. The iron required to cast a knife is much more than that required to cast a gun head. Boss, I like using a crossbow. Only then did Li Meng realize that the other 4 goblins were holding single crossbows. There are no weapons except for the single-player crossbow. Looking down at the tusks of the forest boar, Li Meng looked thoughtful. The lance is used to break through the enemy's formation and is a disposable weapon. The wild boar's tusks are good at impact and can completely replace the role of the lance. Horse archery can also disrupt the enemy's formation. You can freely switch between charging and archery. You can also equip it with a knife to improve your melee combat capabilities. Moreover, the wild boar's shoulders are very broad, making it difficult to attack the enemy directly in front at a 90-degree angle with a lance. Li Meng nodded and grinned. Then let's use a crossbow, Gobukyang. How many adult male wild boars are there now? Wild boars are still very fertile, and their numbers are not too small. Boss, there are many adults, and there are many more minors than adults. Gobukyang's answer made Li Meng look very upset. Li Meng then remembered that goblins didn't know how to count at all. They don't care about numbers. They don't care how many goblins are in the hunting party. As long as they can fill their stomachs when going out hunting, they can reproduce and have new members join. If you don't have enough to eat, you can't reproduce. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. Okay, let's go check out the animal pen. Li Meng then walked towards the animal pen. Before dark, Li Meng figured out the number of wild boars in the forest. There are 137 female wild boars, half of which are newly adult female wild boars. There are 481 immature male wild boars. There are 281 immature female wild boars. Gob-kyang, how many goblin minions do you have now? Next to the animal pen, Li Meng asked Gobukyang beside him. Gob-kyang scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. It didn't know how to answer the boss. As soon as he asked the question, Li Meng knew he shouldn't have asked it. Li Meng looked back at the black mass of wild boars in the animal pen that were grunting. Gob-kyang, how do you get food for so many wild boars? The animal pens were full of unweaned piglets. Piglets will be adopted by goblins only after they are weaned. As for how many adult male wild boars there are, Li Meng doesn't know. Gobukyang's younger brothers have all gone out hunting. Only about 30 goblins followed it back. Boss, wild boars eat everything, weeds, mushrooms, plant roots, berries, leaves. There's nothing they can't eat except dirt and stones. They also eat meat and gnaw bones. They're easy to feed. Upon hearing this, Li Meng's face showed understanding. No wonder Goblin has no pressure raising more than 1,000 wild boars. Looks like we need to find time to do a population count. Looking at the wild boar grunting in the pen, Li Meng thought to himself. Li Meng has witnessed the rapid increase in population since the establishment of the tribe. But Li Meng did not count the exact number. Chapter 65, Terrifying Reproduction Speed. However, an estimate can be made based on the number of female lizard folk. There are 253 female lizardmen in total. More than half a year has passed, and the pregnant female lizardman is now pregnant with her 4th child. The number of goblins in each litter will not be less than 10. Even if it is less than this number, it won't be much less. 253 female lizardmen can give birth to more than baby goblins in one litter. 4 litters means nearly 10,000 babies. Therefore, the population of the tribe is around 10,000. Even if it's less than 10,000, it won't be much different. Are there really 10,000 goblins? Li Meng made a rough estimate in his mind. The number he got shocked him. How do we get food for so many goblins? You have to know that goblins are purely carnivorous creatures. How many lives must be slaughtered to fill the goblins' stomachs? Where does all this food come from in the nearby forests? Gob Kyang, is it more difficult to get food recently than before? Gobukyang didn't quite understand what the boss meant. It shook its head and scratched it. No, hunting is much easier now that I have a crossbow. Did you go hunting far, far away? In response to the boss's question, Gobukyang nodded vigorously. Boss, there are too many hunting teams around. We can find more prey farther away. Gobukyang's answer confirmed what Li Meng was thinking. No wonder Gobdi and Gobshi waited in the tribe for 5 days before leaving. Today's hunting parties need to travel further to fill their stomachs and bring back food. No wonder he could find signs of goblin activity in the forest near the Pigman tribe. The tribe's hunting area has expanded to more than 70 kilometers to the east. Okay, there's nothing for you to do now, go and have fun by yourself. Li Meng waved to Gobukyang and turned to leave. Li Meng did not impose too many restrictions on his goblin brothers. As long as they can bring back food, they will do whatever they like. If they want to lie down in the tribe for a few days, that's fine. Anyway, they all have their own little brothers. Let the little brothers do the work while they have fun. As for whether his younger brothers would rebel, that had nothing to do with him. When Li Meng returned to the throne cave, it was already getting dark. Bai Ling and her group of female lizardmen had already returned to the tribe. Looking at the place where Benben used to sleep at the door, Li Meng frowned slightly. I don't know where Benben went. It's been more than a month and still no sign of him. With a slight sigh in his heart, Li Meng pushed the door open and walked in. Soon, a humming sound was heard in the wooden house. Time passed by little, and the night gradually deepened. In the next few days, Li Meng began to count the population and weapons of the tribe. There is only one thing to do every day. That is to wait for the return of the hunting team. Half a month later, one morning. In the horde, the throne room is located in the cave. Are all your brothers back? The 5 big goblins in the room nodded quickly. Boss, everyone is back. Goblin is evil, Goblin is tall, Goblin is one, Goblin is strong, Goblin wins. These 5 big goblins are descendants of Li Meng's bloodline. Their names also come from Li Meng. They are the first goblins to be born. It only took half a year to evolve into a big goblin. Each goblin is nearly 1.8 meters tall. It is only one step away from evolving into a goblin warrior. Li Meng waved his hand slightly and drove away the 5 big goblins. Go! Even though they are their own children. But goblins have no concept of family affection. In their eyes, he was just a strong man among the goblin tribe. Bloodline simply increases their loyalty to their father's lineage. Li Meng would not treat them as his own children. The goblin barbarians are too weak. In the future, even the goblin leader will be just cannon fodder. All green goblins are consumable. The female lizardmen in the room silently watched the departing goblin. In their eyes, all goblins looked the same. They couldn't tell whether any of the 5 big goblins had their own children. Even if they had, they couldn't give those goblins motherly love. Whenever they think of the goblin's appearance when they were born, they feel a little chilly. Such a small goblin baby is only the size of a fist. As soon as they are born they can run around looking for food. If they can't find food, they will attack their mother. Many female lizardmen were injured because they did not separate from the little goblins in time. Looking at the backs of the 5 big goblins leaving, Li Meng looked thoughtful. After half a month of statistics, the population and weapons equipment data have come out. Although it is impossible to get the exact number, but the difference will not exceed double digits. The tribe's population is approximately 9,000 goblins. Excluding minors, there are probably more than 7,000 goblins. This is the horror of goblins. It took less than a year for the population to surge from a few hundred to 10,000. Only 5,000 of the adult goblins are equipped with spears and crossbows. There is still a gap of about 2,000 in weapons. Bai Ling, follow me. With that, Li Meng walked out. Calculating the time, there are still more than 3 months left before the rotation period. Before we knew it, 9 months had passed since we ruled the swamp. Bai Ling, who was sitting on the bed, stood up. It walked forward, following Li Meng silently. Master, where are we going? In the dim forest, 2 people walked, one in front and one behind. Bai Ling's belly grew bigger again, but not very big. To the iron caverns. About half an hour later, the 2 appeared in the forest outside the iron cave. Bai Ling, who was following behind Li Meng, looked at the cave entrance not far ahead. She comes here every day and is very familiar with it. High Priest Bai Ling. Just then, a group of male lizardmen came out of the forest in the east carrying several logs. They saw Bai Ling and Li Meng outside the cave entrance. When they saw Li Meng, the expressions of all the male lizardmen changed. They quickly lowered their heads and dared not speak. He hurriedly carried the log into the cave. Although they have milk to drink every day, the male lizardmen look a little thin. Bai Ling, do you swamp lizardmen need to eat fish to stay strong? The tribe has an ample supply of food for the male lizardmen. Even if they are not full, they will not let the male lizardmen go hungry. There is an underground river in Taidong Cave, and guests are given an hour's free bathing opportunity before taking a break. But even so, the bodies of those male lizardmen were becoming thinner at a speed visible to the naked eye. If there were no rotation period, those male lizardmen would be exhausted to death in 2 years at most. Fish in the water are our staple food. We will also eat the meat of other monsters, but not too much. Bai Ling's answer confirmed Li Meng's guess. Come on, let's go in. Li Meng kept this question in mind. He would solve this problem, but not now. Chapter 66. The rotation period is approaching, and a series of major events will occur in the next 6 months. The appearance of a team of adventurers and the attack of the Black Mountain Tribe army. If you want to change the worst outcome, you must prepare early. Then Li Meng took Bai Ling into the iron cave. As soon as you enter the cave, you are hit by an astonishing heat wave. It's like being in an oven, making you feel unbearably hot. The cave was even more noisy. The sound of metal striking each other filled the air, accompanied by the goblins screaming. Looking toward the underground riverbank, the cave was as bright as day. Dozens of blast furnaces about 5 meters high stand on the river bank. Behind the blast furnace are densely packed bonfires. Closest to the river are groups of goblins working as blacksmiths. They swung their hammers vigorously on the anvil. Each blow of the hammer sent up a shower of sparks. Deeper in the cave, a faint dong-dong sound can be heard. A large number of male lizardmen can be seen carrying iron ore in bamboo baskets. In the shallows of the river, you can see some male lizardmen taking a bath. The high temperature inside the cave makes the male lizardmen's skin prone to cracking. They need frequent baths and hydration to ease this process. Boss, why are you here again? As soon as we entered the cave, Gobug, who received the news, came running over happily. What, I can't come. Li Meng glared at Gobug. Gobug shrank his neck and smiled flatteringly. Boss can come whenever he wants. Stop talking nonsense and prepare a blast furnace for me. I want to make iron. Goborg nodded vigorously. Then he turned around and led the way. Boss, this way, this way. Following Gobug, Li Meng and Bai Ling went deeper into the cave. Finally it stopped in front of a blast furnace. Boss, this is it. Li Meng took the apron made of animal skin from Gobug and put it on. The apron can not only effectively block the splashing molten iron. It can also block the flying sparks when forging iron. Bai Ling, go stay in the river. Bai Ling couldn't withstand the high temperature near the blast furnace. She would pass out in 2 hours at most. Bai Ling walked forward silently and stepped into the cold river. Then he sat down in the shallows about 1 meter deep. A head emerged from the water, staring at the big goblin on the river bank. At this time, more than 10 goblins from the river bank ran over to help Li Meng. In the following time, Li Meng became busy around the blast furnace. It was not until the next afternoon, when a furnace of molten iron came out, that Li Meng entered the blacksmith mode. Li Meng, standing by the water, held a huge hammer in one hand. He was frantically hammering a long weapon on the anvil. Sometimes it is quenched, sometimes it is tempered, and sometimes it is hammered. With every hammering, a crisp metallic knocking sound could be heard in the cave. The sound was the loudest, drowning out all other sounds. As the saying goes, steel is made through repeated tempering. If you want good steel, you must temper it 1,000 times. Is it smelting iron? Bai Ling had been observing the goblin on the shore in the river. It has ignored me since I came to the iron cave yesterday. Bai Ling is no stranger to the iron cave. She has been here hundreds of times. Although I couldn't get close to these stoves every time. But by observing from a distance she also knew what the goblins were doing. Although the swamp lizardmen are barbarians, they do not hate humans. Bai Ling has also communicated with human adventurers. She is no stranger to iron tools. On the third day, the loudest metal knocking sound in the cave finally disappeared. Bai Ling, what do you think of this weapon? The call from the master on the shore made Bai Ling step out of the water step by step. She came ashore and stood before her master. Looking at the long-handled weapon in the master's hand, Bai Ling's pupils constricted. Master, this weapon is so powerful. The weapon in the master's hand has a long handle and a long blade, and its length is almost the same as the master's height. The weapon is iron grey in color and has a very smooth surface. The sharpened blade flashed a sharp light in the firelight. When this weapon is in the hands of its owner's aura is enhanced. This is a Mo Deo. Li Meng held the Mo Deo in both hands and waved it a few times. The figure flashed and rushed towards the huge rocks on the river bank not far away. Cut! The distance of more than 20 meters was gone in an instant. Li Meng held 2 Mo Daos in his hands and roared. A standard waist-to-body combination with a downward slash. Boom! There was only a loud bang. The Mo Deo cut the nearly 2-meter-high boulder into 2 halves like cutting tofu. The huge impact force broke the boulder into pieces. The commotion here scared the goblins around. This scene made Bai Ling extremely horrified. What a sharp weapon! He actually managed to cut such a big piece of stone. Li Meng nodded in satisfaction at his attack. He picked up the Mo Deo again and looked at the blade. When he saw this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Li Meng's eyes. There was no chip on the blade, but it was noticeably slightly warped. His strength was so great that it was beyond the ability of Mo Deo to withstand. The curling of cold weapons is also unavoidable. Shaking his head, Li Meng threw away the Mo Deo in his hand. Bai Ling, go back to the water. Bai Ling looked at her master, then looked at the Mo Deo that her master had thrown on the ground. She turned silently and returned to the water. Li Meng on the river bank started tinkering with the blast furnace again. On the morning of the next day, another furnace of molten iron came out. Li Meng on the river bank began to swing the sledgehammer again. Every time he swung his sword, sweat splashed everywhere. The scorching heat made Li Meng sweat profusely. And in the cold underground river water, a flash of white passed by. After a while, water splashed on the surface of the river. Ghost poked his head out of the water. In her hand she held a black rockfish that had been frozen into a popsicle. Bai Ling dragged the black rockfish back to the shallows. Sitting in the water, she quietly watched the big goblin who was working on iron on the shore. Bai Ling has figured it out these days. The master brought her along as a deterrent and as a warning. He was telling her that the goblins who possessed iron-making technology were not something that the swamp lizardmen could shake. Time passes little by little. The daily life in the iron cave did not change with Li Meng's arrival. The next day, afternoon. It's done. On the underground river bank, Li Meng was holding a large iron rod and sticking it into the ground. The iron rod is about 2.5 meters long and 5 centimeters in diameter. The iron rod is a bit long and thick for Li Meng now. But just wait until Li Meng evolves into a goblin warrior. The iron rod will be very handy. Looking at the big iron rod in his hand, Li Meng nodded with satisfaction. This is the weapon he forged for himself. Compared to those sharp-edged weapons, Li Meng felt that blunt weapons were more suitable for him. Li Meng originally wanted to forge a long-handled mace. But after thinking about it carefully, I finally gave up. The mace's weight is unbalanced and not suitable for close combat. When fighting against a strong opponent, every move must be fast, accurate and ruthless. Any slight mistake will become a fatal weakness. When facing the weak, any weapon will do. You can kill the enemy with just your fists without any weapons. Chapter 67 Big Iron Rod. How about I call you the Ruyi Jinggu Bang? The big iron rod in his hand reminded Li Meng of his memories as a human. Forget it, you don't deserve it, so I'll just call you Big Iron Rod. How could a big iron rod deserve that name? Even though the iron rod came from his own hands, Li Meng still felt that it was not worthy. Bai Ling, let's go back. Li Meng took off his apron, carried a big iron bar and walked outside. Bai Ling stood up in the shallows of the river. She came ashore and followed her master. The two then left the iron cave. Li Meng didn't say much to Bai Ling until they returned to the throne cave. It seemed as if taking Bai Ling to Taidong cave this time was just a whim on his part. It was night, and the throne cavern was very quiet tonight. Ever since the female lizardman became pregnant, Li Meng has not bothered them anymore. Goblins' sexual desires are somewhat different from humans. The goblin's sexual desire is based on the desire to reproduce. Although the body also feels pleasure, it is not as intense as that of humans. Goblins do not mate for sexual pleasure. Whenever a female lizardman is pregnant, Li Meng will be in a sage mental state. No longer has any desire to mate with female lizardmen. But when you see a non-pregnant female creature, the desire to mate will erupt like a volcano. Li Meng lay on the master bed in the room in a daze. Bai Ling was lying beside him, breathing a little rapidly. This means that Bai Ling is awake and not asleep. System, start the life simulation. Li Meng doesn't know whether there will be any changes in the future. The simulation times for this month have not been used yet, so it would be a waste if not used. The Sims begins. It's late at night, you're lying on your bed in a daze. Your tribe thrives. It seems nothing is happening, but it is actually the calm before the storm. The rotation period has expired, please select the following options. 1. Release Bai Ling back to the northern swamp. 2. Breaking the promise and keeping Bai Ling in the tribe. 3. March into the northern swamps and wait for the arrival of the Black Mountain Tribe army. The emergence of the third option made Li Meng understand one thing. That is, the last Sim's life becomes the effective intelligence for this Sim's life. The system knew that he would not choose the future line predicted last time. And the future line will be changed based on the intelligence. How to choose? Turning slightly, Li Meng looked at Bai Ling's snow-white and graceful body. The third option is tempting. But the result should lead to a deadly battle with the Black Mountain Tribe army. The Black Mountain Tribe had just arrived and was completely in the dark. If not, contact the Lizardman tribe in the northern swamps to exchange intelligence. The Black Mountain Tribe army is likely to launch a mindless attack without knowing anything. Once the battle begins, it will be a fight to the death. By then, neither side would agree to retreat. But choosing a swamp as the battlefield is not a good strategy. Even if you win in the end, you will suffer great losses. If there were no pigmen, it wouldn't matter if the losses were bigger. It's just the right time to clear out the goblin cannon fodder with little potential in the tribe. But as long as there are pig-headed people, we must preserve our manpower as much as possible to deal with the threat of the pigmen. Leaving Bai Ling in the tribe a year ago only changed the future line in which the pigmen and lizardmen would cooperate to attack the tribe. This doesn't mean that the threat of the pigmen has been eliminated. The threat of the pigmen still exists. It's just that the outbreak has been postponed. The third option was ruled out by Li Meng. First option. After thinking about it, Li Meng rejected the first option. The first option will return to the previous future line. The Black Mountain Tribe army will retreat and Bai Ling will be taken away. If Bai Ling was left alone, perhaps a conflict with the Black Mountain Tribe could be avoided. The Black Mountain Tribe would not summon the barbarian god. But the result was that the lizardmen in the northern swamps were deserted. Without the northern swamp lizardmen, how can the tribe increase its military strength? Choose 2. The rotation period has arrived. You forced Bai Ling to stay. The northern swamp lizardmen are furious. The swamp lizardmen launched a rebellion and successfully escaped from the river. You summoned the goblin army and marched towards the northern swamps. Led by the lizardmen of the northern swamp, the Black Mountain tribe army landed on the southern river bank of the tribe. The lizardman army raided your tribe and destroyed it. Goblin led his bloodline descendants to escape into the Iron Cave. The lizardman army attacked the Iron Cave. Gobug led his bloodline descendants to hide deep in the cave. Learning that the lizardman army had attacked your tribe, you angrily withdrew your troops and returned to your tribe. One night, Benben returned to the tribe with a group of ogres and fought with the lizardman army. The lizardman army was repelled, taking Bai Ling with them and hastily evacuating from the river. You returned to the tribe and angrily looked at the ruins of the tribe. You lost your tribe, and you lost your spirit. Please make the following selections. 1. Continue to march towards the northern swamp for revenge. 2. Do nothing and rebuild the tribe. 3. Angry, you rushed to the northern swamp alone. Am I that strong? The third option made Li Meng look strange. Is he so powerful that he can fight against 1,000 people alone? With so many lizardmen around, he would be exhausted to death. But how to choose stumped Li Meng again? Option 1 will most likely fail. By the time he led his goblin army to the northern swamp, the lizardmen had already fled. Option 2 means he suffered a great loss. And he had to bear this loss. The result should be similar to option 1. The lizardmen who betrayed him would certainly not remain in the northern swamps any longer. There is a high probability that they will leave the northern swamps and merge with the Black Mountain tribe. Just because he doesn't cause trouble for the lizardmen in the northern swamps for the time being doesn't mean he won't cause trouble in his lifetime. Since they can't win, the only option they have is to migrate. Options 1 and 2 are both the worst, so option 3 is the only option. Choice 3. Angry, you rushed to the northern swamp alone. One night you rushed into the Belan tribe and found that the Bailing tribe was deserted. One night you rushed into the Grayscale tribe, only to find that the tribe was deserted. One night you rushed into the Black Scale tribe, only to find that the Black Scale tribe was deserted. You returned to the tribe without success. You begin to rebuild your tribe. You went to the goblin lair. One day, a group of adventurers appeared in the forest near the goblin's lair. You followed the adventurer group to the crash site of the airship. The adventurer team heads north. You doubt that the adventurer team can sense the location of the crystal. You return to the tribe and threw the crystal into the Goblin River. One day, a group of adventurers found a crystal in the river. You follow the adventurer group down the river, heading west. One day, you were discovered. Chapter 68 The Future Line That Cannot Be Changed. Please make the following selections. 1. Avoid fighting and flee. 2. Battle with the adventurer team. Li Meng, who was lying on the bed, rolled his eyes. Wow, all three options have the same result. How to choose between the two new options? Option 2. He followed the group of adventurers westward. There is a high probability that they have already moved away from the tribe's hunting area. After killing that team of adventurers, the subsequent risks will be very small. It doesn't matter even if it attracts those two men and women. The man and woman at that time would definitely not be able to find the murderer. Nor would one imagine that the one who killed the adventurer would be a weak goblin. The reason why the tribe was found by those two men and women last time. It should be related to those two human women. There must be something on those two women that has a positioning function or something. You chose to fight the adventurer team and successfully killed all the adventurers. You ate their hearts, but didn't gain any new skills. You returned to the tribe, and the tribe thrived. The lesson of being ambushed made you decide to strengthen the tribe's defense. The tribe now has walls, watchtowers, and a large number of 3-bow crossbows. One day, Bai Ling returned to the tribe and brought back a piece of news. The Black Mountain tribe was attacked by mysterious powerful men and women, and summoned the savage god Aqua to fight off the enemy. Strong men and women of humanity have fallen, and the Black Mountain swamp has been polluted by the power of the barbarian god. The Black Mountain swamp gradually turned into a wasteland, and all living creatures were refined and turned into slaves. One day, you discovered that the great desolate territory was expanding, and the land being swallowed up had lost its vitality. One day, a human fleet appeared upstream in the Goblin River. 3-year deadline has expired. As a transmigrator, you used your wisdom to survive. Although you are just a goblin, your future is full of possibilities, and your rise is unstoppable. The Sims ends, rating, 100. Please select the following rewards. 1. Every 10 points consumed, score level plus 1. Each time a rating attribute is consumed, plus 1. Luck, and for every points consumed. Fourth, for every 10 points consumed, the skill level of Windblade increases by plus 1. 1. Every points consumed increases the skill level of Heartwords by plus 6. For every 10 points consumed, the Frenzy skill gains plus 1. It just so happens that there is no need to rush to upgrade the 3 skills. Then upgrade the level. Choose 1. Consume 100 points, level plus 10, current level, 25. Here it comes, the familiar severe pain sweeps through my body again. This time it was more painful than the previous times when I upgraded my level. Li Meng's body on the bed was twisting strangely. All the tibias were out of place and making a crackling sound. It was as if an invisible big hand was kneading Li Meng's body. Li Meng's ugly face was distorted beyond recognition. The skull suddenly bulged outward, as if something was about to crawl out of the brain. The crisp click sound scared Bai Ling beside her. She turned and looked at her master beside her. Upon seeing this, Bai Ling was stunned. The originally small owner suddenly grew up. His height has exceeded 2 meters and his physique has become stronger. His whole body was emitting billowing white heat. In some places, the skin was even red. Master, what's wrong with you? Li Meng stood up and sat up, looking down at his hands which had grown bigger. I evolved into a goblin warrior. Power, Li Meng felt the powerful power in his body. Now he is a muscular man comparable to Tyson. Of course, they are only similar in physique. 50 Tysons cannot match his strength. Li Meng raised his head and lay on the bed again. Go to sleep. With a thought, Li Meng opened the character panel. Name, Goblin. Race, Goblin Warrior. Level, 25. Strength, 1925. Defense, 1859. Agility, 871. Magic power, 1551. Charm, 0. Lucky, 11. Devouring the flesh and blood of a monster has a chance to gain the opponent's skills. Skin of Steel, LV5, Strength plus 1500, Defense plus 1500, Agility plus 500. Wind Blade, LV1. Flesh Regeneration, LV5. Heartwords, LV1. Ice Element Control, LV1. Frenzy, LV1. Limb Enhancement, LV1, Strength plus 50, Agility plus 50. Elemental Affinity, LV1, Magic plus 1000. It seems that the guess is correct. The panel attribute bonus of hundreds of points confirmed Li Meng's guess. The higher the panel attributes, the higher the attribute bonus will be when upgrading. Li Meng still remembers the time before he was promoted from level 1 to level 10. Each level up only adds a single-digit number of attribute points. Staring blankly at the ceiling, Li Meng thought of the future line predicted by the Sims. Li Meng didn't expect that Bai Ling would come back by herself in the end. Also, why did those two powerful humans go to the Black Mountain tribe again? Could it be that the place where the adventurer team was killed by him was very close to the Black Mountain tribe? No, there is absolutely no possibility of this. Although Bai Ling did not tell him the specific location of the Black Mountain tribe. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. But Bai Ling said that the Black Mountain tribe was deep in the Goblin Forest. It is very far away from the northern swamps. Even if they took the water route, it would take even the lizardmen more than 3 months to arrive. It was impossible for him to follow the adventurer team for several months and reach the vicinity of the Black Mountain tribe. How strange! Could it be that the Black Mountain tribe's future of summoning the savage god cannot be changed? None of the 3 future lines could change the Black Mountain tribe's behavior of summoning the savage god. This made Li Meng deeply worried about his future. And why is the human principality of Elysis joining in the fun? This is the Goblin Forest, the paradise of the barbarians. The appearance of the Elysis Principality's fleet in the Goblin Forest is definitely not a good thing. Maybe that fleet is the warships of the Principality of Elysis. Forget it, just take it one step at a time. Li Meng was overwhelmed by the amount of information he received at once. There was so much going on. Li Meng had no idea how to change the future. Time passed by little, and the night gradually deepened. Have it. Early the next morning, Li Meng suddenly woke up in shock. Li Meng's strange cry startled the sleeping female lizard man. They all stood up and sat up, looking at their master in surprise and confusion. Li Meng got up and hurried out. Bai Ling also woke up. She looked at Li Meng's hurriedly leaving back with some confusion. Call the Gobmo and Gobgo over here. Li Meng, who was outside the door, woke up the goblin brother who was sleeping soundly on the ground. The boss's voice made several sleeping goblins tremble. He jumped up in shock and stood up hurriedly. A goblin quickly picked up the spear on the ground and hurried away. Boss, you evolved into a goblin warrior. When their eyes turned to the boss, all the goblins were shocked. In just one night, the boss evolved from a big goblin into a goblin warrior. The goblin brothers looked terrified. They shrank their necks and quickly stood up with their heads held high and their chests puffed out. Chapter 69 Attack and Defense. After a while, Gobmo and Gobgo hurried over. From a distance, Gobmo and Gobgo saw the boss outside the door of the throne cave. The boss's tall and strong figure made the two big goblins look at each other in surprise. The boss actually evolved into a goblin warrior. The goblin quickly quickened his pace. Gobgos ran happily and overtook Gobmo. Boss, that's great. You finally advanced to a goblin warrior. Gobujao ran up to Li Meng with a flattering look on his face. The goblin demon, who was a few steps behind, glared at the goblin. Boss, what's the matter with calling us here? The goblin also had a fawning look on his face. But it was smarter than Gob, and started asking about serious matters right away. Follow me. Li Meng left the gate of the throne cave and walked into the depths of the forest. Gobmo and Gobgo hurriedly followed. Li Meng went deep into the forest. It didn't stop until it was hundreds of meters away from the tribe. Gobmo, Gobgo, your mission from now on is to build a wooden wall to surround the tribe. Now, all you have to do is cut out a buffer zone around the tribe. Li Meng took a big iron rod and pounded it into the ground. One end of the iron rod was deeply embedded in the soft soil. Then he drew a big circle with force. The width of the buffer zone cannot be less than 500 meters. Li Meng swung the big iron rod and pointed at the big tree beside him. About the height of 10 large trees, is that right? Gobmo and Gobgo both looked up at the big tree beside them. What are the heights of the 10 big trees? Boss, how many are 10 big trees? Li Meng rolled his eyes when he heard Goblin's question. Come on, I'll teach my goblin brothers how to count from now on. They have to know what 1, 2, 3, and 4 mean. You arrange for the goblins to cut down the trees first, and I will teach you on the spot. There are wood-cutting axes and saws in the warehouse, go ahead. Goblin, Gobgo nodded. Then he turned and hurried away. Li Meng in the forest watched the backs of the two big goblins and their little brothers leave. He didn't look away until he could no longer see it. Li Meng grinned as he glanced at the surrounding forest. Since attacking doesn't work, let's defend. The reason why Li Meng previously thought it was unnecessary to build a wooden wall. Because he felt that it was better to take the initiative to attack rather than passively defend. Although wooden walls can effectively protect the tribe, they can also cause some trouble. Once the goblins fall into a passive defensive situation, they are not far from failure. Now, Li Meng has changed his mind. Why choose? Li Meng wants both defense and offense. Soon, the tribe was in an uproar. Goblin Demon and Goblin Gao came towards this side with a large group of goblin minions. Some goblins carry lumberjack axes, while others carry saws. At a glance, there were no less than 500 densely packed green-skinned figures. Soon, the noisy sound of logging could be heard from deep in the forest. The sound of clattering echoed deep into the forest. From time to time, there was the sound of falling trees. In this way, in the next few days, Li Meng began to teach the goblin brothers some basic counting. On the 5th day, the deep forest had changed dramatically. A blank area appeared in the forest hundreds of meters away from the tribe. The blank area is 500 meters wide and 600 meters long. The bare ground was dotted with wood piles and branches and leaves were piled up layer upon layer. A large number of logs were scattered all over the ground. The blank area is not straight, but an arc. Before long, the empty space will envelop the tribe. How much is this? In a place where logs are piled up in the empty area. Li Meng held 3 wooden sticks in his hands. Goblin Demon, Goblin, and a group of big goblins sat obediently on the ground. After returning from hunting, some hunting teams were asked by Li Meng to join the team building the wooden wall. The number of goblins building the wooden wall now exceeds 1,000. Li Meng pointed at Gobgo. The boss's question made the big goblins shrink their necks. Their gazes were somewhat evasive. Gobgo, you answer. Gobgo stood up and scratched his head. He looked down at his hands again. His eyes lit up and Gobgo said a number. 3, this is 3. Li Meng nodded with satisfaction. Very good, correct answer. Gobgoblin grinned, very excited. What does 3 mean? Li Meng continued to ask Gobujeo questions. Gobgo lowered his head and glanced at his feet. It bent down and picked up 3 small stones on the ground. 1 stone, 2 stones, 3 stones. Li Meng was very satisfied with Gobgo's answer. After his teaching over the past few days, the Goblin brothers finally understood the meaning of the numbers 1 to 10. Numbers are the foundation of wisdom. Although this doesn't change the fact that goblins are stupid. But in the future he will be able to command his goblin minions more effectively. Very good, Gobmo, Gobgo, you know how to build a wooden wall now. A short distance away a small section of wooden wall had been built at the edge of the empty space. The wooden wall has 2 layers and is hollow in the middle. It is about 7 meters high and 5 meters wide, with a meter-high watchtower built every meters. The trees in the forest are very tall, with an average height of about 70 meters. It's not that wooden walls can't be built higher. But the workload of projects above 7 meters is too large. It is also more troublesome to build. After all, erecting a 7-meter-high log is not an easy task. Fortunately, there are already quite a few big goblins in the tribe. With them, it is no problem to manipulate a 7-meter-long log. Goblin Demon, Gobgo nodded quickly. Very good, I'll leave this to you. You must work hard and don't be lazy. Facing the boss's gaze, the big goblins shrank their necks. Without saying anything else, Li Meng threw away the wooden stick in his hand. Then he turned and walked towards the tribe. Go find Gobishi, Gobujou, and Gobushan, and have them come to see me. As he walked, Li Meng waved to the goblin brothers following behind him. A goblin following Li Meng quickly ran towards the tribe. Gob Yi, Gob Zhang, and Gob Sheng have always stayed in the tribe. Their mission is to guard the tribe. It was afternoon and the sun was shining brightly. When Li Meng returned to the throne cave, the wooden house was empty. At this time, all the female lizardmen go to the iron cave to have fun. Why aren't goblins omnivorous? Smelling the strong milky aroma in the house, Li Meng couldn't help but complain in his heart. The milky flavor is indeed very nice, but it's a pity that I can't drink it. It's not that you can't drink it, but it tastes weird. Is it that plain milk doesn't taste good? When he was a human, Li Meng had heard that human milk was not tasty. But he hadn't tried it himself. After all, adult men only have the chance to drink it after they get married and have children. Chapter 70 Wow haha. Boss, boss. Suddenly, hurried footsteps were heard outside the door. The next moment, 3 tall figures rushed into the house. Boss, you called us. Gobu Sheng pushed away Gobu Ichi and Gobu Zhang in front of him. It approached the boss with a flattering look on its face. Looking at the 3 big goblins in front of him, Li Meng nodded. In half a month, the goblin demons will probably be able to evolve into goblin warriors. Li Meng's gaze was fixed on Gobushan. Gobs Hung, go to the iron cave and bring all the male lizardmen here. Gobushan grinned and nodded. It turned around and ran out happily. Li Meng looked at Gobai and Gobuzang again. Gobai, Gobuzang, go gather your brothers and prepare to follow me to the northern swamps. The boss is going to take them to the northern swamp? Gobishi and Gobujou looked very excited. Great! They can finally go hunting with their boss. Gobuyi and Gobuzhang quickly turned around and rushed out. Looking at the backs of the 2 big goblins pushing each other, Li Meng smiled grimly. There are still 3 months left, there's still time. Li Meng already had a plan in mind on how to change the future line. For the future of the tribe, he must not lose the lizardmen of the northern swamp. Although in the future line, Bai Ling will come back by herself in the end. But there are probably only a few lizardmen left who can escape from the Black Mountain swamp. Half an hour later, Iron Cave. No, no, the lizardman is mine, all of it is mine. At the entrance of Taidong Cave, Gobug glared at Gobushan angrily. Today I must take all the male lizardmen away. They are mine. Gobs Hung was not to be outdone. He opened his sharp mouth and roared loudly. Gobu Sheng, when the boss accepted me as his younger brother, you were still in the boss's bird. How dare you steal things from me? Gobjer grinned and looked at Gobsung with disdain. Will you give it or not? Gobsung glared. Goborg glared as well. No. The goblin brothers inside and outside the cave looked at each other in confusion. Fight, fight! I don't know who shouted like that. All the goblins' eyes lit up and they shouted excitedly. Fight, fight! The uniformed shouts were louder and louder. The shouts and cheers from his younger brothers helped Gob win, and Gob felt his blood boiling. Wahahaha, Gobusheng, come on, I'm going to make you get down today. Goborg smiled excitedly and tore off his apron. Gobsung was not carried away by the cheers of his younger brothers. It snorted coldly, with a mocking look on its face. Humph, the boss asked me to come. Upon hearing this, the excitement on Gobug's face suddenly stopped. The goblin minions behind both sides also stopped shouting. The two sides at the entrance of the cave stared at each other. Gobusheng, why didn't you tell me earlier? Just wait, I will definitely tell the boss. Gobjer glared at Gobsung angrily. Then he turned around and ran back to the cave. A group of its goblin minions quickly followed. Gobsung listened to the noise in the iron cave with a look of disdain. Humph, I can beat 10 of you, a little piece of trash. Meanwhile, in the tribe on the other side. It was already afternoon and the tribe suddenly became noisy. A large number of goblins gathered in the forest outside the throne cave. They originally patrolled the tribe. The boss's order made them leave their posts and gather in front of the throne cave. What do they want to do? The female lizardman hiding in the wooden house was secretly observing the outside. They saw a large number of goblins gathered in front of the largest wooden house. The goblins' chattering echoed throughout the tribe. Boss, they're all here. Gobichi approached the boss with a fawning look on his face. Li Meng, who was standing at the door, grinned. He narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at the dense crowd of goblin minions. There were nearly 1,000 goblins within sight. 40% of the goblins are his descendants. 30% are his grandchildren, the goblins. The rest are descendants of branch bloodlines who submit to his descendants. Just then, there was a sudden commotion outside. Bai Ling walked over under the protection of a group of goblins. Wherever he passed, the goblins made way for him. There was only curiosity and greed in the eyes looking at Bai Ling. Master, what do you want to do? Where are you taking all the male lizardmen? The commotion in the iron cave made Bai Ling hurried back to the tribe. Seeing that the rotation period is approaching, Bai Ling has a bad feeling. Bai Ling came to Li Meng with a menacing look. The anxiety in her heart made her question Li Meng urgently. Li Meng looked at Bai Ling, and their eyes met. Snapped. Li Meng waved his hand and slapped Bai Ling in the face. The huge force directly sent Bai Ling flying out. The voluptuous body slammed heavily against the wooden wall. Humph! Bai Ling, who fell to the ground, groaned in pain. A trace of blood even appeared at the corner of his mouth. The boss's sudden behavior scared the goblins outside. Gobu Yi and Gobu Zhang, who were closest to Li Meng, retreated in fear. They sensed anger from behind the boss. Li Meng gave Bai Ling a ferocious smile while she was lying on the ground, and walked towards her. Bai Ling wanted to get up, but Li Meng stepped on her head. It seems that I am too gentle in my daily life and made you forget your identity. Li Meng looked down at Bai Ling who was being stepped on with an expressionless look. There was only a click sound. The wooden planks beneath Ghost's face shattered. It can be seen how amazing the power of Li Meng's kick is. Bai Ling, who was stepped on by Li Meng, had a face full of fear. She sensed a crazy murderous intent from her master. Master, I was wrong, please forgive me. A flash of humiliation passed through Bai Ling's eyes. She can't die yet. If she dies, what will happen to her people? She had to live, and she had to live well. Only when you are alive can there be hope. Seeing Bai Ling begging for mercy, Li Meng smiled playfully. This female lizardman can be put down. Li Meng moved his foot away from Bai Ling's head. He turned around and faced the group of goblin minions outside. Bai Ling, remember, I am a goblin, and you are my slave. The reason you are still alive is because I still need you. Don't try to test my bottom line, otherwise, you will no longer be slaves, but meat. Wow haha! Li Meng, who was standing outside the door, burst into laughter. The loud sound echoed in the tribe. Looking at the boss who suddenly burst into laughter, the goblins looked at each other in confusion. Wow haha! Gobuichi and Gobujang burst into laughter. Their faces were full of excitement and joy. It was like hearing the funniest joke. Wow haha! The other goblins were also amused by this. He danced and laughed out loud. For a moment, the tribe was filled with the goblins' loud laughter. For a moment, the tribe was filled with laughter. But this kind of laughter and joy belongs only to goblins. Other races would just shudder when they heard this. At this time, figures were surging in the forest not far away. Gobshung came over with a group of male lizardmen. It also laughed when it saw the goblin laughing in front of the throne cave. Wow haha! It laughed uncontrollably. Its little brothers also followed suit and laughed out loud. The male lizardman looked at the laughing goblin with a puzzled look on his face. What on earth happened? Why are these goblins laughing so happily? Chapter 71, Simply Perfect. After a while, the loud laughter echoing in the tribe stopped. Almost at that moment, all sound disappeared. Because the boss in front of the throne cave gate no longer laughed. Boss, boss, they are all here. Gobushan hurried over with a flattering look on his face. Li Meng glanced at the male lizard man not far away. Tell them to take all their axes and saws and set off to the northern swamps. After saying this, Li Meng strode forward and walked out of the tribe. Wherever he passed, the goblin minions avoided him. Looking at the boss's tall body, I can only feel awe. Nearly 1,000 goblins followed Li Meng and swept out of the tribe like a wave. Bai Ling at the gate got up from the ground. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. The female lizardman who had followed her back hurried forward to support her. Are they heading for the northern swamps? Looking at the group of goblins leaving, Bai Ling thought to herself. She just heard what her master said. She was certain that her master's destination was the northern swamps. Why would the master go to the northern swamps at this time? Could it be that reinforcements from the Black Mountain tribe have arrived? This possibility made Bai Ling happy. But what followed was worry. Unless the Black Mountain tribe attacks with their entire clan, there is no possibility of defeating the master. High Priest, go back and rest. 2 female lizardmen helped Bai Ling into the wooden house. The commotion in the tribe lasted only a short while. After a while, the tribe became quiet. In the next few days, Li Meng led his team westward. Stop and go along the way. Travel during the day, hunt in the first half of the night, and rest in the second half. On the third day, in the forest on the north bank of the Goblin River. Where are you taking us, Goblin? This direction, is it heading towards the northern swamps? In the dim forest, a large group of lizardmen walked westward. There are a lot of goblins around, talking and making wah noises. Green figures of all sizes were scattered throughout a large forest. Grayscale and Blackscale looked at each other while walking in the forest. The rotation period is approaching, which gives them a bad feeling. Time passed by little, day after day. On the afternoon of the 5th day, in the forest east of the northern swamp. We are back. Looking at the endless swamp before them, the lizardmen on the shore looked at each other in bewilderment. After nearly a year, they finally came back. This is a place they are familiar with. As long as they dive into the water, they can escape the goblins' control. But they dare not and cannot do so. Because their families are still in the hands of the goblins. Because their home is in the northern swamps. Wow! Just then, a group of goblins rushed over screaming. They took the wood-cutting axes and saws from the lizardmen. They began cutting down trees in the forest on the shore. There was also a group of goblins poking the lizardmen with spears. Driving the lizardmen to cut down trees. For a moment, the sound of logging was heard in the forest. From time to time, there was the sound of falling trees. On the other side, Li Meng led a group of goblins into the swamp. In the vast swamp, Li Meng led his goblin brothers deep into the west. On the 3rd day, in the afternoon. On the east coast of an area of land that is not flooded. Li Meng landed on land with a group of goblin minions. Well, this place is pretty good. Standing on the soft land, Li Meng looked into the distance. I encountered many similar islands along the way these days. But those islands are either too small or have rugged terrain. The small island in front of us is a flat land. There is a risk of being flooded when the tide rises. Such a place is most suitable for lizardmen to survive. This is it. We are going to build a wooden stronghold here. Behind Li Meng, a hint of disappointment flashed in the eyes of Gobai, Gobuzang, and Gobushan. They originally thought that the boss took them out to fight. I didn't expect that he was here to do hard labor. Goblin, do you know where the Grayscale tribe is? The map sandbox in the throne cavern clearly marks the locations of the 3 lizardmen tribes. Although the goblin is stupid. But I have a good sense of direction and I will never forget a place I have been to. Gobichi glanced around. The right hand pointed to the southwest. Boss, in that direction. Very good, go ahead, head to the Grayscale tribe and bring all the lizardmen here. Having said this, Li Meng smiled grimly. If they resist, kill them until they can no longer resist. Goblin grinned and raised the mace to his shoulder. Okay, boss, I'll come back with them. Then Goblin rode away to the southwest with his goblin minions without stopping. The goblins on the island watched Goblin go away. Go Buzang, go to the Black Scale tribe and bring all the lizardmen here. Go Buzang nodded and continued walking forward. The goblin minions behind it quickly followed. Gobs Hung, you must return to the forest immediately and bring all the wood here. It is much easier to transport wood where there is water. Wood is floating material, after all. Gobs Hung turned around with a bitter face and walked back in the direction he came from. As soon as the 3 big goblins left, there were only a dozen or so goblin minions left behind Li Meng. There are still 3 months left, there's still time. Li Meng took a deep breath. He breathed in the rotten-smelling air of the swamp with an intoxicated look on his face. There is only one purpose for building a wooden village. That is to gather the lizardmen from the 3 tribes together. As a result, the Black Mountain tribal army lost the possibility of contact with the northern swamps. It doesn't matter even if they find the Muzai stronghold. Li Meng didn't mind fighting a defensive battle with the Black Mountain tribe army. He had enough troops to garrison the northern swamp wooden stronghold and tribe. Li Meng's goal was not to destroy the Black Mountain tribe army. Instead, it made the Black Mountain tribe army retreat and return empty-handed. At the same time, we cannot force the Black Mountain tribe too much. Prevent the Black Mountain tribe from summoning the savage god Aqua. As for the powerful human man and woman, it is also easy to avoid their appearance. The adventurer team line is the easiest to deal with. Just let them complete their task and leave. As long as the adventurer team remains unchanged, no subsequent events will occur. Absolutely perfect. Li Meng grinned with some pride. With the Sims system, avoiding dangerous future lines is relatively easy. Will letting the adventurer team go trigger some unknown incidents? Li Meng suddenly remembered 4 words. That's the butterfly effect. Letting the adventurer team go does not mean the incident is over. It may also lead to bigger events. We can only wait and see what happens. Let's solve the current problem first. Li Meng shook his head and muttered. He is not a perfectionist. The most perfect ending is not so easy to achieve. Chapter 72, Muzai Stronghold. For now, we can only proceed step by step and take one step at a time. Time passed by little, day after day. In the following days, large-scale construction began on the wooden stronghold in the northern swamp. The lizardmen are responsible for felling trees in the forests along the east coast. The goblins are responsible for delivering large and small pieces of wood to the wooden stronghold. On the island, the wooden wall was built starting from the east shore. On the first day, only 30 meters of the wooden wall were built. With a good start, the progress of the next day began to pick up speed. 50 meters were built the next day. On the third day, 70 meters were built. After 3 days, the length of the wooden wall built each day was no less than 70 meters. On the 5th day, morning. Boss, Gobujo is back. A goblin ran happily to Li Meng's side. At this time, Li Meng on the island was observing the construction progress of the goblin minions from a distance. Without a boss like him watching over them, goblins would love to slack off. The report from the goblin brother made Li Meng's eyes light up. You're back. Li Meng turned and walked towards the northwest shore. Li Meng hurried to the shore and looked at the swamp in the distance. In that direction, a huge team is approaching this side. There was a continuous mass of dark figures, some large and some small. The small ones are goblins and the big ones are lizardmen. Although the number of lizardmen is far greater than that of goblins. But the lizardmen walked obediently with the goblins. Both sides lived in peace and went their separate ways. It took more than an hour for the huge team to approach the island. Boss, I'm back. See the boss waiting on the shore. From a distance, Go Bujong ran towards the boss. Goblin came ashore panting. It shook its body vigorously to shake off the water on the hide. Li Meng glanced at the lizardman team not far away. Are they all here? Gobyujo nodded and grinned. They didn't understand what I was saying. I gestured for a long time before they finally understood. Some lizardmen didn't want to go with us and started attacking us. We ate them, and then they were willing to follow us. At this point, Gobyujong laughed out loud. Boss, those lizardmen are so stupid, and we won't eat them. Li Meng looked at the group of lizardmen that were coming ashore not far away. There are quite a few of them, nearly 800 or so. Most of them are women, children, and young children. The number of adult male lizardmen does not exceed 300. It is very easy to distinguish between female lizardmen and male lizardmen. The bodies of female lizardmen are much smaller than those of female lizardmen. How many male lizardmen died? Gobyujo looked down at the fingers of his own hands. There are 33. The number Gobuzang said made Li Meng grin. Good job. Thank you for your hard work. Only 33 male lizardmen died. Such a loss is within Li Meng's acceptable range. Gobjong chuckled and looked at the plump female lizardman greedily. Boss, look. Li Meng knew what was going on in Gobu Zhang's mind by looking at his obscene look. Now is not the time to do these things. Let them work. Gobuzang, take your men to go fishing. Bring the female lizardmen with you. They are good swimmers and can effectively assist you. As for the male lizardmen, let them build the wooden stronghold. As more and more lizardmen arrived here, the demand for food will only grow. Li Meng was a little worried about letting the lizardmen go out hunting. If you take the opportunity to run away, it will be more trouble than gain. It's okay if one or two run away, but it's not okay if they run away in groups. Seeing that Gobyujong had a bitter face and was unmoved, Li Meng's face turned cold. Why, do you want me to say it a second time? Gobyujong felt uneasy when he was looked at by the boss. Boss, I know. The instinctive fear made Goblin's heart tremble with fear. It took a step back with a look of fear. He turned around and ran towards the team that was landing not far away. Under the Goblin's scolding, the lizardman team that came ashore was forcibly divided into two. The male lizardmen looked angry. But they did not dare to resist too violently. There are goblins all around, and their wives and children are here too. Once a fight breaks out, it will affect the wife and children. Just like that, with the arrival of the black-scale tribe lizardmen, the island became more lively. The abundance of manpower also makes the island bustling. With the male lizardmen, the goblins began to become lazy. From worker to supervisor. The next afternoon, at the busy construction site on the island, a goblin is slacking off. It lay leisurely on a log and basked in the sun. Although goblins don't like sunlight. But no matter how unpleasant the sunshine is, it is much better than doing hard labor. A passing goblin kicked it. This kick knocked it to the ground with its butt sticking up. Don't be lazy, the boss's boss is watching. The big goblin shouted. This scared the goblin so much that he jumped up in shock. It smiled flatteringly and knelt at the feet of the big goblin. Boss, I'm not lazy. I'm watching these male lizardmen working. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. The big goblin glanced around. There were indeed many male lizardmen working around. You're not lying to me, are you? The big goblin looked down at the goblins under his feet again. The goblin quickly shook his head. No, I dare not. The goblin nodded vigorously again. The eldest goblin grinned at the younger one. He suddenly swung his right hand and slapped the goblin in the face. Ouch! The goblin screamed. The body flew several meters away and rolled to the ground. Do you really think I'm stupid? I'm the eldest goblin. You're just being lazy. Why don't you get to work? The big goblin glared at the fallen goblin brother. Although his face hurt, the goblin still climbed up in panic. He crawled towards the working team. This scene was seen by the surrounding male lizardmen. They are very happy to see the fighting among the goblins. What are you looking at? Go to work. I saw that all the male lizardmen around were looking at this side. The big goblin roared. Although the male lizardmen couldn't understand what the goblin was saying. But from the big goblin's expression, they could also feel that the goblin was scolding them. The nearby lizardmen quickly got down to work. Well, the big goblin is still very obedient. This scene was seen by Li Meng, who was not far away. Li Meng, who was fighting on the shore, nodded repeatedly. Very satisfied with the performance of the big goblin. The higher the rank of the goblin, the smarter it is. Ordinary goblins are like big fools who can't concentrate. Although they are very obedient, they can easily be distracted by other things. Where he can't see, there will be thoughts of doing things perfunctorily. Chapter 73. Big construction. Tell a goblin to go somewhere, and it will go. But it's hard to say when it will arrive. Various things along the way will delay its arrival at its destination. Boss, boss, Gob is back. Just then, a goblin hurried over. Oh, you're finally back. The wooden stronghold is located north of the central part of the northern swamp. It is closer to the Black Scale tribe and farther from the Grey Scale tribe. It's normal for Gob I to come home later than Gob Yung. At the same time, deep in the swamp southwest of the island, a large group of figures were approaching the small island where the Muzai stronghold was located under the scorching sun. What's the goblin doing? It seems like they're building a new tribe. Can goblins survive in the swamp? I don't know. Maybe the humid environment of the swamp would be too much for them. The lizardman saw the wooden buildings on the island from a long distance away. Although the scale is not large, the construction scene is amazing. Goblins and lizardmen working can be seen from a distance. Looks like they're from the Grey Scale tribe. The lizardman characteristics of the three tribes are still quite obvious. The scales of the lizardmen of the White Scale tribe tend to be grayish-white. The scales of the Grey Scale tribe's lizardmen tend to be dark grey. The scales of the lizardmen of the Black Scale tribe tend to be dark black. People from the Grey Scale tribe are here too. This discovery caused unrest among the Grey Scale lizardmen. They were abducted by goblins and their fate is unknown. The existence of the Black Scale tribe lizardmen at least proves that they are safe. After hearing this news, the tense expressions on the faces of many frightened lizardmen relaxed. Half an hour later, a huge team landed from the west bank. Gobishi, you're too slow, I came back a long time ago. As soon as it got ashore, Goblin saw the guy it least wanted to see. It was Gobjo, a big goblin walking towards it with a sneer on his face. Humph, I'm far away from you, what are you so proud of? Gob Yi snorted coldly and ignored Gob Zhang. It looked out toward the flat island. The boss is over there. Gobjo grinned and moved a little to the side. It deliberately blocked the direction of the boss. The purpose is to prevent Gob from finding the boss. When Gobuzang gave way, Gobyu immediately found the boss. Seeing this, Gobyu glared at Gobyu Zhang. It hurriedly ran in the direction of the boss. Boss, boss, I'm back. Goblin ran up to the boss with a fawning look on his face. I brought them all back. Li Meng looked at the lizardman team not far away. Gobichi grinned and nodded. Not a single one is missing. All the lizardmen from the Grey Scale tribe have been brought here. Li Meng nodded with satisfaction. Very good, well done. It seems that Gobishi's operation is going smoothly. After all, the lizardmen who stayed in the Black Scale tribe had never seen a goblin. Their resistance is inevitable. But the Grey Scale tribe is different. The Grey Scale tribe surrendered only after the goblins attacked them. The lizardmen who stayed in the Grey Scale tribe had all seen goblins. They also witnessed with their own eyes the power of the goblins. Therefore, they will not resist easily. Along with Gob came the Grey Scale tribe lizardmen. In the following days, the island where the Muzai stronghold was located became even more lively. Once the population increases, the demand for food becomes greater and greater. Although goblins can eat a full meal and not feel hungry for 3 days. But the lizardmen can't do that. To meet the food needs of more than 2,000 people. The lizardmen and goblins were split in two. Male lizardmen are responsible for building wooden strongholds. 2/3 of the goblins and 2/3 of the female lizardmen went out hunting. The remaining goblins were stationed at the wooden stronghold. The remaining female lizardmen are responsible for taking care of the lizardmen children. Under Li Meng's command, everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. Time passed by little, day after day. It's a new day, morning. It's off, yes, it's right there. On the north shore of the island, Li Meng was directing the lizardmen to build a wooden wall. That goblin warrior was able to communicate with the lizardmen. Lizardmen are no longer surprised by this. Being able to communicate is not a bad thing. Only through communication can they know what they should do. Boss, boss. Just then, a goblin came running from a distance. It ran and shouted. The loud shouting attracted the attention of many lizardmen. After a while, the goblin ran up to Li Meng, panting. "Boss, no, we're in trouble." "Trouble? What happened?" Li Meng lowered his head and looked at the goblin brother who ran to his side. Facing the boss's gaze, the panting goblin shrank his neck. It subconsciously took a step back. "It's the Swamp Crocodile King. He's so powerful, we can't beat him." "Swamp Alligator King?" Li Meng's eyes lit up and he became interested. "Let's go and have a look." Li Meng grabbed the goblin brother by the scruff of his neck. He picked up the goblin brother in his hand like a chicken. Li Meng turned around and rushed out, running wildly on the island. The speed was so fast that it was like a gust of wind blowing past. It disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. "Boss, boss, my head hurts." Just as the goblin was screaming, Li Meng, who was near the water's edge, jumped up and rushed straight into the water. It traveled a distance of dozens of meters before landing heavily on the water. As soon as he fell into the water, the surface was instantly frozen. On the water, Li Meng continued to run wildly. The speed was so fast that the ice track on the water surface spread to the north at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene was seen by the goblins on the island. "Boss is so awesome!" the goblins on the island exclaimed in surprise. "No." A goblin excitedly patted the shoulder of the goblin next to him. Because the force was too strong, the goblin who was hit on the shoulder fell directly to the ground. "Damn it, you hit me." I didn't. I just slapped you." "You just hit me." "I don't." "You have it, goblin, you're looking for death." The goblin got up and pounced on the opponent, knocking him to the ground. "No, there is nothing. You are looking for death." The two goblins started fighting on the ground. This attracted the attention of the nearby goblins. They gathered around to watch the fun. 3 hours later, at the edge of a body of water. "The boss is coming, the boss is coming." From a distance, Li Meng saw a group of goblins on a small island. The island is not large, only about 200 square meters. The highest point is only 1 meter from the water surface. Seeing the boss coming, the goblins on the island cheered. Seeing this, Li Meng ran towards the direction of the island. When it was more than 50 meters away from the island, Li Meng leaped up into the sky. It landed on the island with a bang like a grasshopper. Chapter 74. Swamp Crocodile King. That tall body was extremely oppressive. The surrounding goblins and lizardmen retreated one after another. Li Meng put down the goblin brother in his hand and scanned the water in front of him. "It smells bloody." It was very faint, the smell of lizardman blood. "Boss, it's in the deep water ahead." 2 female lizardmen were eaten when they went into the water to chase the fish away. Hearing this, Li Meng narrowed his eyes slightly. His eyes were fixed on the dark water. No wonder he could smell the faint scent of lizardman blood. It seems that the swamp is not a completely safe place for lizardmen. Going out hunting also has its dangers. While hunting, you are also the prey. It took a while before Li Meng looked away. He glanced at the female lizardman on his left and right. Finally, they locked onto a fairly plump female lizardman. Li Meng walked towards it. "No, no." The female lizardman seemed to realize what Li Meng was going to do. It shook its head in horror. He took several steps backwards. Li Meng grinned and moved forward towards it. Li Meng stretched out his right hand and grabbed the female lizardman's shoulder. Then he threw it hard into the deep water. "What?" All I heard was a terrified scream. The female lizardman flew out. The enormous force caused the female lizardman to fly more than 100 meters away. Thump! The female lizardman fell headfirst into the water. A huge column of water splashed up. The female lizardman on the shore looked at the goblin warrior with fear. Afraid that he would become the next bait. Li Meng passed the baton with his left hand and swung the big iron rod with his right hand. At this time, the female lizardman who fell into the water was struggling violently. The impact of entering the water put the female lizardman into a semi-comatose state. The body instinctively struggled in the water. Her struggle also attracted the attention of a huge creature in the water. Looking down at the water from the sky, a huge shadow appeared beneath the female lizardman. "Wow, haha, I found you." Li Meng on the shore suddenly burst into laughter. The figure flashed and rushed out like a cannonball. As soon as I stepped into the water, the surface suddenly froze. Li Meng, running on the water, held a large iron rod in his hand, put one end into the water and raised it upwards. The white mist dissipated and rolled forward. Wherever it passed, the water surface was instantly frozen. In the blink of an eye, the water surface within 100 meters around the female lizardman was frozen. Boom! At the moment when the water surface was frozen, the ice layer shattered where the female lizardman was. A huge, ferocious mouth broke through the ice. The female lizardman fell into the ferocious giant mouth along with the broken ice. Wahahaha, all I want is for you to show up. Li Meng smiled grimly and his figure flashed. Oh! The enormous force of the feet shattered the ice beneath their feet. Li Meng's strong body shot out like a sharp arrow. He instantly crossed a distance of dozens of meters and kicked the giant mouth on the chin. Oh! Just heard a muffled sound. A wave of air exploded. The ice broke and a huge figure was kicked out of the water by Li Meng. It's the swamp crocodile, the swamp crocodile king magnified 5 times. It is nearly 40 meters long and its huge mouth can swallow a small car in one gulp. Freeze it! Falling on the ice, Li Meng raised his right foot high and stepped down. The rolling white mist roared out and turned into a wave that swept across a large area of water. Wherever the white fog passes, everything is frozen. The swamp crocodile king who was kicked away had not yet fallen into the water. The water beneath it was frozen. Li Meng suddenly stretched out his left hand and caught the falling female lizardman. And dozens of meters away, the huge swamp crocodile king fell heavily on the ice. It slid on the ice for dozens of meters before stopping. Swamp crocodile king, elite. Level, 3-1. Strength, 617. Defense, 711. Agility, 458. Magic power, 391. Water bomb, LV7. How come this guy's attributes are so high? Li Meng was surprised by the information from the swamp crocodile king. Level 31 actually has such terrifying attributes. Could it be related to the suffix elite? Li Meng thought of a possibility. Maybe after level 100 is the elite level. The level will start from 0 again. At this time, the female lizardman held by Li Meng woke up. It was still a little confused and shook its head. Li Meng let go of it. Go back to shore. The voice in her head startled the female lizardman. It woke up. He quickly turned around and limped towards the direction of the island. At this time, the swamp crocodile king not far away turned over and climbed up. Roar! It turned around, opened its huge mouth and roared at Li Meng. It was angry, very angry. The huge pupils were red. Facing the roar of the swamp crocodile king, Li Meng grinned. He waved the big iron rod and pointed it at the swamp crocodile king. He hasn't had a good fight since coming to this world. The swamp crocodile king is not strong, but not weak either. An excellent sparring partner. Come on, big crocodile. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. The swamp crocodile king's huge pupils constricted. You ugly goblin, born from a mole's belly, you're courting death. The swamp crocodile king roared again. Li Meng smiled grimly and swung the big iron bar provocatively. The heart word skill is really useful. Even if the monsters don't have very high intelligence, they can still communicate. To outsiders, the swamp crocodile king was just roaring. But in Li Meng's ears it was a language. To be precise, the swamp crocodile king's roar contains its thoughts. Goblin, I'll turn you into minced meat. The swamp crocodile king opened his huge mouth. It seemed to be laughing at Li Meng's arrogance. In the huge mouth of the swamp crocodile king, blue magical light flickered. A ball of water emerged madly. The swamp crocodile king opened his mouth and sprayed a huge ball of water. The speed was so fast that there was a sharp whistling sound breaking through the air. What? Facing the oncoming water ball, Li Meng roared. He swung the big iron rod and shot out like a cannonball. At the moment of rushing out, a circle of air waves exploded. The ice under my feet cracked with a click. Li Meng turned into a sharp arrow and ran wildly on the ice. He swung a large iron rod. There was only a whoosh sound. A transparent wind blade shot out. Visible wind and waves swept around. In the sky dozens of meters away, the wind blade and the water ball collided with each other. The water ball shattered. It turned into raindrops all over the sky and fell on the ice. This scene made the swamp crocodile king stunned. It didn't expect the water bomb to be broken. Roar! The swamp crocodile king roared. The huge mouth opened even wider. Finally, a blue magical light flashed. The water balls swept towards Li Meng like machine gun bullets. Fuck, are you kidding me? Li Meng was shocked by the terrifying speed at which the water bombs were released. His wind blade technique cannot be released as quickly as the Swamp Crocodile King's. Li Meng, running on the ice, dived to the left. 2 water bullets just brushed past Li Meng's feet. Chapter 75, Toothpick Stirring the Ocean. Boom. 2 water bombs hit the ice one after another. There was only a loud boom sound. That piece of ice was directly shattered. 2 huge water columns rose high into the sky. Fuck, the water bomb is a kinetic attack. Li Meng rolled on the ice and continued running. Looking back, Li Meng was shocked by the terrifying power of the water bomb. If you use a big iron rod to resist it, you will definitely not be able to stop it. Li Meng was running wildly on the ice, dodging left and right. Water bombs hit the ice behind Li Meng. Columns of water suddenly shot up into the sky. Fortunately, the bullet speed is not too fast. While dodging the water bombs, Li Meng still had the mind to think about random things. Water bullets are kinetic attacks, so their flying speed will not be too fast. Li Meng looked a little embarrassed on the ice. In fact, he was rapidly closing the distance with the Swamp Crocodile King. Crack! He stomped his feet hard on Li Meng, who was running wildly. The ice suddenly shattered and sank deeply into the water. His body shot up into the sky like an arrow shot from a bow, heading straight for the Swamp Crocodile King. Seeing Li Meng leaping towards him, a hint of mockery flashed in the eyes of the Swamp Crocodile King. It raised its head and opened its huge mouth towards Li Meng. Finally, the water ball emerged and spun around. Facing the Swamp Crocodile King's confident attack, Li Meng smiled grimly. He suddenly threw the big iron rod in his hand towards the Swamp Crocodile King. Just listen to a bang sound. A circle of air waves exploded. The big iron rod turned into a black light and instantly crossed a distance of dozens of meters. Rushed into the mouth of the Swamp Crocodile King. Laugh. The big iron rod penetrated deep into the throat of the Swamp Crocodile King. It was almost completely immersed. Woo! The Swamp Crocodile King let out a mournful cry. It shook its head and swayed its huge body. He wanted to throw the big iron rod out of his mouth. But it was no use, the big iron rod was stuck in its throat. Wahahaha, die! Li Meng leaped down and landed heavily on the ice. With a click sound, the ice layer shattered with a loud bang. The control of ice element at LV1 is still too weak. This is due to the insufficient strength of the ice layer. It is just a little tougher than natural ice. As soon as he landed, Li Meng rushed out again. He quickly approached the Swamp Crocodile King. He swung his right fist and punched the Swamp Crocodile King in the face. The huge body of the Swamp Crocodile King staggered. The enormous force caused its body to roll on the ice. The big iron bar in its throat seemed to be causing it discomfort. Not even a sound could be uttered. Li Meng waved his hand and a wave of air exploded in front of him. A wind blade shot out and headed straight for the Swamp Crocodile King. The distance of several meters is within reach. The wind blade hit the scales of the Swamp Crocodile King with a swish. The wind blade that hit the Swamp Crocodile King dissipated directly. The defense is pretty good. You should know that one strike of the wind blade technique can cut down a tree that requires 2 people to hug. But it could not leave any trace on the Swamp Crocodile King. Hey, big crocodile, do you want to be my little brother? Looking at the big guy in front of him, Li Meng was very excited. With the Swamp Crocodile King as a little brother, many problems are easily solved. From then on he would be able to walk sideways across the swamp. Even if the Black Mountain Tribe's army came, it would be useless. With the assistance of the Swamp Crocodile King, the Black Mountain Tribe is nothing to worry about. Is this the turning point that will change the future? Li Meng grinned, feeling very excited. But then again, something seems amiss. There seems to be no information related to the Swamp Crocodile King in the future line. What's going on here? Delusion, you monster born from a mole's belly. The Swamp Crocodile King turned over and climbed up. It endured the discomfort and severe pain in its throat and hit Li Meng with its head. Well, it seems that even Warcraft hates goblins. Li Meng's figure flashed and he jumped back. He stretched out his hands and hugged the huge tail of the Swamp Crocodile King. Then I'll just have to smash you to death. Li Meng used his hands and coordinated his waist and hips. He grabbed the Swamp Crocodile King's huge tail and swung it. The huge body of the swamp crocodile king was immediately thrown up by Li Meng. It hit the ice again heavily. Boom! The thick layer of ice suddenly shattered into pieces. The swamp crocodile king was hit and felt dizzy. The big iron rod in the throat seemed to click even harder. Seeing that the ice was a bit brittle, Li Meng grinned. He grabbed the swamp crocodile king's huge tail and dragged it towards a small island not far away. See that piece of land? There's a big, pointed rock on it. I'll smash your body against it again and again, leaving you bloody and mangled. After you die, I'll gut you and the goblins will eat you whole, leaving nothing but shit in your stomach. Well, if I let you die like this, it would be too easy for you. Li Meng turned around and gave a ferocious smile to the swamp crocodile king behind him. How about this? I won't let you die. I'll let you watch your body being ripped apart by the goblins before you die. I'll try my best to let you live to the end, watching your body being eaten up bit by the goblins. That must be very interesting. This is not a bluff, this is Li Meng's last chance to give the swamp crocodile king to survive. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. It is best to surrender, but it doesn't matter if you don't surrender. The body of the swamp crocodile king is a good thing. Gobgog, Gobgoda, Gobgokyang has limited potential. They need to rely on the meat of high-level monsters to evolve. Li Meng is still interested in training these three younger brothers. Li Meng's threats finally made the swamp crocodile king reveal a hint of fear in his eyes. Death is not scary, living a life worse than death is scarier than death. You are very strong. I can surrender to you, but I have one condition. Li Meng thought that the swamp crocodile king would hold on for a while. After all, it is a monster, and monsters have no brains. If everything could be solved through communication, why would there be so many wars between humans? But unexpectedly, the swamp crocodile king didn't insist at all. It compromised as soon as the threats were made. Li Meng paused and stopped moving forward. Li Meng grinned as he stood on the ice. It's good as long as there are conditions. Having conditions means that the matter has been accomplished. Tell me, what are the conditions? Li Meng let go of the swamp crocodile king's tail. He turned around and looked at the swamp crocodile king who had regained his freedom and was crawling on the ice. I don't want to mate with a goblin, and I don't want to have goblin babies. The swamp crocodile king gritted his teeth and turned around to look at Li Meng. The conditions of the swamp crocodile king left Li Meng speechless. It seems that even Warcraft can't stand goblins. Okay, that's settled then. Open your mouth. That's not a condition at all. Anyone who steps on a swamp crocodile king as big as him is like a toothpick stirring up the sea. Even the big goblin leader wouldn't be suitable. Boss, it's settled then. You can't go back on your word. What, you don't believe me? I don't believe in goblins. Chapter 76 UE. Li Meng grinned and slapped the swamp crocodile king on the chin. I am indeed a goblin, but I am a goblin who keeps his promises. The swamp crocodile king opened his mouth in disbelief. Although it is not very smart, it also knows how to survive. With a grin, Li Meng climbed into the big mouth of the swamp crocodile king without hesitation. Then it crawled down its tongue into its throat. Then he found the big iron rod stuck in the sticky throat. What? The swamp crocodile king on the ice roared in pain. After a while, Li Meng finally climbed out of the swamp crocodile king's big mouth with a big iron rod. Stinky. The foul smell on his body made Li Meng roll his eyes. Li Meng poked the ice with a big iron rod. The ice shattered into pieces with a crack. Li Meng lunged forward and dived into the water with a splash. The huge body of the swamp crocodile king also crawled into the water. This scene was seen by the goblins and lizardmen not far away. When he saw the boss crawling into the mouth of the swamp crocodile king, the goblin was startled. But after a while the boss crawled out of the swamp crocodile king's mouth again. They looked confused and didn't understand what was happening over there. At this moment, the water not far from the shore began to ripple. A shadow appeared underwater. Suddenly, the boss's head popped out of the water. First the head, then the neck, then the body, and finally the feet. At the very end, there is a huge swamp crocodile king under your feet. Let's go, it's time to go back. Li Meng jumped off the head of the swamp crocodile king. Landed steadily on the island. The lizardmen and goblins on the island looked at the swamp crocodile king in horror. They retreated again and again, terrified. But the swamp crocodile king did not attack them. The huge body crawled in the shallow water, following the boss. The boss is getting a new little brother. Goblins are silly, but not stupid. It didn't take long for the goblin to realize what was happening. The goblins on the island were excited and screaming. The female lizards nearby looked shocked. The swamp crocodile king actually surrendered to that goblin? The swamp crocodile king is the most terrifying lord monster in the northern swamps. Although it is only a 5th level monster, its strength is stronger than most 6th level monsters. In the northern swamps, the swamp crocodile king is the real king of the swamp. And now, the king of the northern swamp has surrendered to the goblin warrior. Amid the cheers of the goblins on the island, Li Meng and the swamp crocodile king gradually walked away. Boss, you can sit on my back. This way it will go faster. You are too slow. The swamp crocodile king following behind Li Meng snorted in dissatisfaction. The boss's speed was too slow, which made it very uncomfortable to follow. Li Meng stopped and turned to walk towards the swamp crocodile king behind him. Then it climbed up the swamp crocodile king's feet and onto its back. As soon as Li Meng sat down, the swamp crocodile king accelerated. Crawling, splashing in the shallow water. Wherever it passed, water splashed everywhere. Li Meng, sitting on the back of the swamp crocodile king, looked up at the sky. The sun has not yet set, but the half-moon is already high in the sky. I'll call you Yui from now on. E and crocodile are homophones, and the swamp crocodile king is also female. Li Meng felt that the name Yui was very suitable for the swamp crocodile king. Boss, you can call me anything. And just like that, the swamp crocodile king got a new name. Yui, can you still evolve? Although Yui looks very big. It is actually very big. It is nearly 45 meters long and about 4 meters high at the shoulder. But the length of the tail accounts for almost half of the body length. Yes, eating magic crystals can make me stronger. Once a monster in the forest dies, its magic crystal will be eaten first. This is the innate ability of Warcraft. Low-level magic crystals should be useless to you. Yui is a 5th level magical beast, and the 1st and 2nd level magic crystals should have little effect on it. It's useful, just eat more. Does quantity cause qualitative change? Li Meng remembered the magic crystals engraved on the rock walls in the goblin's lair. Although most of them are 1st level magic crystals. But it is perfect for feeding Yui. Yui, how come you only have one magic skill? Yui is indeed very powerful, but she only has one magic skill. Li Meng subconsciously thought that Yui's talent was not very good. Boss, I'm a genius. I've never seen anyone of my kind who can use magic like me. Is he a genius if he only has one magic skill? Li Meng, who was sitting on Yui's back, rolled his eyes. But then again, there are indeed very few monsters with magical skills. Most Warcraft only have enhanced skills. The combat style is more inclined towards melee combat. A few hours later, we arrived at the small island of Muzai Stronghold. Oh no! The big crocodile is coming. Suddenly, panicked shouts were heard from the north shore of the island. A goblin is like seeing a ghost. He stumbled and ran towards the boss. The goblins nearby looked over. When they saw the huge monster in the deep northern swamp, their faces changed. Oh no, big crocodile, big crocodile. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The goblins were in chaos, running around the island. I want to run but I'm afraid. Ran for a distance and then ran back. More goblins ran towards their boss. What are you afraid of? Stay by the water. Gobuzang strode over because of the noise on the north bank. It kicked a screaming goblin to the ground. The arrival of the boss gave the nearby goblins a backbone. They gathered behind Gobuzang. It's not the big crocodile, it's the big crocodile, the boss's boss, the boss, the boss's boss. A brave goblin was dancing and cheering by the water. What are you talking about? Even Gobuzang was confused by it. Looking into the distance, Gobuzang's pupils constricted. It's the big crocodile, the boss. The boss is back riding a giant crocodile. Gobuzang, who was fighting by the water, shouted excitedly. It was only then that the goblins on the island discovered their boss on the back of the giant crocodile. The boss's boss is back. The boss is back. The goblin quickly ran to the shore and shouted excitedly. The noise on the north shore attracted the attention of the lizardmen. They looked towards the depths of the swamp in the north with curiosity. Seeing this, all the lizardmen looked incredulous. Deep in the swamp to the north, a huge swamp crocodile is approaching this side. The running made a lot of noise and splashed water everywhere. Is this the swamp crocodile king? How could the swamp crocodile king possibly surrender to the goblins? Only the swamp crocodile king has such a huge body. The lizardmen living in the swamp are no strangers to the swamp crocodile king. The swamp crocodile king is a sacrificial beast worshipped by the 3 tribes of lizardmen in the northern swamps. Feeding crocodiles with their own bodies is the fate of all old lizard people. Chapter 77. Sacrificial Beasts and Guardian Gods. Although the sacrificial beast is very dangerous, it is also the guardian of the northern swamp. As long as the swamp crocodile king is here, there will be no other high-level magical beasts in the northern swamp. But today, they actually saw the swamp crocodile king become the goblin's mount. This is impossible, impossible. How could this happen? It was difficult for the lizardmen to accept that a mere goblin could do such a thing. A mere goblin was able to make the swamp crocodile king surrender. Goblin, Goblin. As Li Meng rode Yui, they gradually approached the island. The goblins on the shore shouted excitedly in unison. There was only fanaticism in their eyes as they looked at the boss on the back of the huge crocodile. Listening to the goblin brothers' shouts on the shore, Li Meng grinned. It really likes the fanatical shouts of its goblin minions. Amid their fanatical gazes, Li Meng had a very strong feeling. It seems like some kind of power is awakening in my body. And that power is making him gradually stronger. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Meng came ashore riding the huge swamp crocodile king. The goblins on the shore looked at Yui with fear, as she looked like a mountain of flesh. Although they were shouting loudly and enthusiastically. But their body's instinct urged them to retreat again and again. Li Meng, who was sitting on Yui's back, stood up. He held a large iron rod high in his right hand. Wow, haha! Li Meng burst into laughter. The loud laughter immediately echoed across the island. The goblins' shouts also changed immediately. All the goblins burst into laughter. Wow, haha! The goblins on the shore surrounded Yueva and laughed loudly. The laughter was so joyful, with a hint of madness in it. Some goblins were so happy that they rolled on the ground. Some goblins burst into laughter. Looking at the little goblins around her, a hint of doubt flashed in Yui's eyes. It didn't understand what these goblins were doing. The lizardmen not far away watched and listened silently. The size of the crocodile on the shore allowed them to identify it as the king of swamp crocodiles. After a while, the loud laughter on the north shore of the island died down. Li Meng jumped down from Yui and landed steadily on the ground. He patted Yui's huge forelimbs again. Yui, go play nearby. The goblins and lizardmen are my brothers. Don't hurt them. Yui glanced at the boss beside her with her huge eyes. Then it turned its huge body and slowly crawled into the water. Boss, you're awesome. Seeing the big crocodile had left, Gobuzang ran forward quickly. But there are gobs that are faster than it. Gobushan slid down and knelt at Li Meng's feet. It kissed Li Meng's instep with a flattering look on its face. Boss, you're too strong. I'm about to come. As he was speaking, Gobuzhang's body suddenly trembled. Li Meng was speechless and kicked Gobushan to the ground. Okay, let's get to work. The goblin that was kicked to the ground rolled and crawled away. The surrounding goblins also scattered and dispersed. In this way, the bustling island became relatively quiet. For the next few days, things went on as usual in the northern swamps. The construction of the Muzai stronghold is also proceeding in an orderly manner. There are obvious changes on the island every day. The wooden wall surrounding the island was wrapping around it at a speed visible to the naked eye. Time passed by little, day after day. It's a new day, and the sun is shining brightly in the northern swamps. In the forest on the east coast of the northern swamp, a large area of trees near the shore had been cut down. A large number of lizardmen and goblins are working in the forest. Although the two races cannot communicate with each other through language, but long-term joint work has cultivated a tacit understanding. Goblins are good at chopping and therefore take on the task of logging. Lizardmen have arms that are good at pulling and are responsible for sawing wood. Log up fallen trees. Grayscale, have you found out? In a messy open space, Grayscale and Blackscale were sawing wood. The saw made a hissing sound as the two men pulled it. Grayscale glanced westward at the swamp and shook his head. The goblins won't let us leave here, so we can't get any news from outside. Hyland's face darkened and he remained silent. It's been almost a month, and even a fool could sense that something is wrong. So much timber was carried deep into the swamp. The goblins must be doing something unknown. Be patient, the rotation period is coming soon. The comfort from Grayscale made Blackscale take a deep breath. Yes, the rotation period is coming soon. Then they are free. As long as we return to the tribe, things will be much easier. Hey Lin, do you think the Black Mountain tribe will come? The expression on Hulin's face was very complicated. It hopes that the Black Mountain tribe will send a large army to support the northern swamps. On the other hand, it does not want the emergence of the Montenegrin tribe. The goblins in the forest are too powerful. If they fail, there will be no place for the lizardmen to survive in the goblin forest. It will come, it will definitely come. Hyland had no doubt about whether the Black Mountain tribe would come. Goblin Forest. Northern Swamp, Wooden Stronghold. Time flies, and 2 months passed quietly. After 2 months of construction, the small island in the swamp has disappeared. In its place was a huge wooden stronghold. The Muzai stronghold is about 900 meters from north to south. The east-west distance is about 700 meters. A wooden wall nearly 7 meters high rises in the swamp. 15-meter-high watchtowers stand on the wooden walls. There is a watchtower every 50 meters. Looking towards the wooden wall, one can see a large number of goblins standing guard and patrolling. The watchtower was empty. But it won't be long before a 3-bow crossbow will be placed on it. It's a new day, and the sun is shining brightly in the northern swamps. On the wooden wall watchtower on the north bank of the Muzai stronghold. Has Gobishi not come back yet? Li Meng, standing on the watchtower, looked at the space inside the wooden village. After 2 months of construction, the Muzai stronghold has been 80% completed. Looking into the wooden village, there are wooden houses of all sizes standing in rows. There are cave dwellings, which are places for living. There are warehouses where sundries are stored. In order to facilitate water collection, 2 ditches were dug in the wooden village. Because the air in the swamp is humid, goblins don't like such an environment. After this incident, there will be no large-scale garrison at the Muzai stronghold. Only a small number of goblins will be stationed there. Boss, Gobishi hasn't come back yet. Gobshung responded to the boss and turned to look at the swamp in the south. Gobushan and Gobuzang were standing behind Li Meng. 5 days ago, Li Meng sent Gob to the White-Scale tribe. Because there were only a group of women, children, and infants left in the White-Scale tribe. Therefore, Li Meng was not in a hurry to bring the lizardmen from the White-Scale tribe over. Li Meng turned and looked at the swamp in the south, a pensive look on his face. The 3-bow crossbow is on the way and will be in place in half a month. The Black Mountain tribe army will not appear for at least 2 or 3 months. There is still plenty of time, so there is no need to rush. The future predicted by the Sims has no time information though. But the Black Hill tribes arrived in the northern swamps after the rotation period. The time of appearance can be roughly estimated. Chapter 78, Crunchy Rabbit Head. The next afternoon, Gob came back. Hundreds of lizardmen women, children, and infants also traveled with them. The arrival of the White-Scale tribe lizardmen caused a commotion in the wooden stronghold. It's the White-Scale tribe. What exactly do the goblins want to do by gathering us here? A long line of lizardmen entered the wooden village from the south gate. This attracted the attention of the lizardmen from the other 2 tribes. For a moment, the lizardmen in the wooden village were talking about it. Now all 3 tribes are present. One cannot help but wonder what the goblins' real purpose is. Boss, I'm back. On the other side, Gob happily climbed up a watchtower. It saw the boss on the watchtower from a distance. Listening to the panting sound of Gobai behind him, Li Meng grinned. Very good, Gobishi, Gobijo, Gobushan, I leave this place to you. Keep a close eye on those lizardmen. The rotation period is approaching, and it's time for him to go back and make some preparations. Boss, where are you going? Gobichi asked curiously. Li Meng turned around and looked at the towering wooden buildings in the wooden village. Return to the tribe, of course. Li Meng had originally wanted them to store more food. But after thinking about it, I gave up. The food the hunting party brought back was all corpses. It will start to rot after being stored for a maximum of 3 days. It doesn't matter that goblins have powerful digestive systems. Not to mention 3 days, even highly rotten meat with maggots can be eaten. In this world, goblins are similar to hyenas on Earth. But the lizardmen's digestive system is not good. They must eat fresh food. The methods of making dried meat and dried fish can only be put aside for now. If the tribe wants to go on an expedition in the future, they cannot stop and go while hunting. This takes too much time. There must be a food that can be stored for a long time and is easy to carry. I'll be back soon. After saying this, Li Meng turned around and jumped down from the watchtower. The ground was very soft, and Li Meng made no sound when he jumped from the 15-meter-high watchtower. Li Meng landed steadily on the ground and rushed into the water. Wherever he passed, the water beneath his feet was frozen. Suddenly, a path of ice appeared in the waters of the swamp, stretching far into the distance. Heading east, Li Meng saw the forest on the east coast in less than 3 hours. It only took Li Meng 3 hours to travel a distance that would take the goblins 2 days. It can be seen how amazing the speed is. Li Meng did not stay in the forest on the east bank and continued upstream. Afternoon, Goblin River, in the forest on the north bank. The forest was dark and quiet. In the dense goblin forest, survival is an art. The first thing a person needs to learn to survive is to be quiet. There was a sudden sound of rustling in the bushes. The branches and leaves are also swaying slightly. The next moment, a white shadow rushed out from the bushes. It's a little white rabbit. In terms of size, rabbits are just ordinary animals. It jumped and stopped in front of a colorful mushroom. It sniffed. The unique aroma of the mushrooms made it drool. It opened its mouth and took a bite of the mushroom. But before it could bite, a dark shadow suddenly flashed past the rabbit in the forest. The little rabbit took off into the air immediately afterwards. Before the little rabbit could react, a ferocious big mouth bit off its head. The sound of chewing echoed in the forest. My bones are so brittle. Li Meng grinned as he ran in the forest. Compared to Warcraft, ordinary animals are simply delicious. Even the bones are crispy, and the crunchy taste is wonderful. A few hours later, in the forest west of the tribe, a tall green figure walked out of the woods. Yes, not bad. Li Meng walked out of the forest and looked at the tribe in the distance. Although it's far, it's actually only about 300 meters. The existence of the blank area makes the tribe like an isolated island in a clearing in the forest. Lush trees can also be seen behind the wooden wall. The wooden wall standing on the ground encloses the tribe. Looking at the wooden wall, you can see a large number of green-skinned figures standing guard. A huge 3-bow crossbow can be seen on the watchtower 50 meters away. The boss is back, the boss is back. Li Meng's appearance attracted the attention of the goblins standing guard on the wooden wall. After taking a closer look, the goblin realized that it was the boss. A goblin on the wooden wall shouted loudly. This attracted the attention of other goblins. The goblin who was dozing on the wooden wall suddenly became alert. Li Meng entered the tribe from the west gate. As soon as we entered the tribe, the smell of pig manure immediately hit us. Li Meng frowned slightly as he walked in the tribal forest. Looks like we need to get Gobujiang to move out and build a new pig farming tribe as soon as possible. Li Meng had this plan a long time ago. He didn't want his base to become a cesspool. Although he became a goblin in this life, Li Meng still loves cleanliness. There are a large number of dry toilets in the tribe. Each dry toilet is equipped with a septic tank. Although the structure is simple, it can effectively process feces. Just clean it every few years. Boss, boss. Before they even left the forest, Gob Demon and Gob Go came running over. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. Boss, you're back. The two Big Blin brothers ran up to Li Meng with flattering looks on their faces. Nothing happened to the tribe while I was away, right? Goblin, Gob Go shook his head quickly. Boss, everything is fine. Nothing happened. The goblin smiled flatteringly and responded quickly. Very good, go inform Gobland and Gobstone and have them lead all the goblins to assemble at the throne tribe. Hearing this, the two big goblins' eyes lit up. They turned around excitedly and ran out of the tribal forest. It disappeared without a trace in a short while. Compared to 2 months ago, the tribe has not changed much. Apart from an additional wooden wall on the outside, there were no additional buildings within the tribe. As we walked, we arrived at the throne cave. Looking at the building with that attribute, Li Meng grinned. Li Meng thought of Benben, the one who liked to guard the door. The Sims predicts that in the future, Clumsy will return to the tribe with a group of trolls. This means that Benben is going to find his own kind. Compared to goblins, Li Meng prefers silly ogres. Because he is stupid, he appears very simple. Once you make up your mind, you won't change it easily. Bai Ling, I'm back. Li Meng came to the gate and kicked out. Li Meng pushed the door open with a bang. This scared all the female lizardmen in the house. The female lizardmen in the house were gathered together, chatting about something. The familiar and frightening figure made them scatter in panic. Li Meng strode into the throne cave. His eyes swept over the female lizardmen. Upon seeing this, Li Meng's face showed strange expression. Without the male lizardmen, their lives seemed to be very difficult. Every female lizardman had a wet chest. The wooden house was also filled with a rich aroma of milk. When he saw Bai Ling on the main bunk, Li Meng grinned. He strode towards her. Seeing the master coming over, a trace of fear flashed in Bai Ling's eyes. Chapter 79. The future has already changed. Master, the rotation period is about to begin. The rotation period will begin after 1 month. Bai Ling is reminding her master that time is running out. Li Meng strode to the main shop and did not bully Bai Ling. He climbed onto the bed, turned over and lay down next to Bai Ling and fell into a deep sleep. Looking at her master sleeping soundly beside her, Bai Ling breathed a sigh of relief. The goblin in front of her was putting more and more pressure on her. Bai Ling, you should know the Swamp Crocodile King. Li Meng, with his eyes closed, suddenly asked in confusion. Bai Ling looked down at the master beside her and nodded slightly. The Swamp Crocodile King is our sacrificial beast. He is ferocious by nature and difficult to communicate with. I promised him various conditions before he agreed to protect the northern swamps. If a high-level monster invades, he will fight. Bai Ling's answer made Li Meng's expression change slightly. It is as expected. The northern swamp is the territory of the Swamp Crocodile King. Logically speaking, there is no room for lizard people to survive. But the Swamp Crocodile King coexisted with the lizard people. Although both parties are in a hunter-prey relationship. But the Swamp Crocodile King did not take the initiative to attack the lizardman tribe. Li Meng opened his eyes and looked sideways at Bai Ling, who was very voluptuous beside him. I met it not long ago. It's now my little brother. I named it Yui. This is impossible. Bai Ling's scream suddenly rang out in the wooden house. She looked at her master beside her in disbelief. Looking at Bai Ling, who was a little out of control, Li Meng grinned. Nothing is impossible, that's a fact. Bai Ling wanted to say something but stopped herself, and the expression on her face changed. Although she said it was impossible, Bai Ling still believed it in her heart. Because there was no need for the goblin next to her to deceive her. This doesn't make any sense. Bai Ling, do you think the Black Mountain tribe will invade the northern swamps? Upon hearing this, Bai Ling's face turned pale. The plump and delicate body swayed and seemed to be on the verge of falling. Bai Ling seemed a little panicked and lowered her head, not daring to meet Li Meng's gaze. With a grin, Li Meng lay flat on the bed, resting his hands on the back of his head. I told you, I'm a smart goblin. I know everything. You must be curious about why I led those male lizardmen to the northern swamps 2 months ago. Bai Ling's body trembled and she stared at her master intently. A hint of fear flashed in her eyes. She was afraid of hearing news that would break her down from the goblin beside her. They're all alive. Looking at Bai Ling's expression, Li Meng knew what she was thinking. Li Meng thought of that night. The night when all the male lizardmen of the White Scale tribe were killed. That night, Bai Ling made him see despair on the face of a lizard man. You know, the lizardman's face is relatively round. But it is still difficult to see the changes in facial expressions. Call. Bai Ling took a deep breath. She leaned weakly on the bed, breathing heavily. The drastic change of emotions made her whole body weak. She was scared just now, she was really scared. I built a wooden stronghold in the northern swamps. All the lizardmen from the Black Scale tribe, Grey Scale tribe, and White Scale tribe were relocated to the wooden stronghold. This is what I have done in the past 2 months. Bai Ling did not react much to this news. Bai Ling stood up and sat up straight. It moved forward slightly, kneading Li Meng's legs with both hands. Bai Ling's sudden action made Li Meng grin with satisfaction. After running all day, his legs were really sore. After being relieved by Bai Ling, I felt numb and tingling, and very comfortable. Since the master has already subdued the Swamp Crocodile King, there is no need to worry about the threat from the Black Mountain tribe. Bai Ling knows better than anyone how powerful the Swamp Crocodile King is. If the Swamp Crocodile King is willing to accept the command of his master, unless the Black Mountain tribe attacks with the entire clan, there is no way to defeat the Swamp Crocodile King. Are there any strong men in the Black Mountain tribe? Bai Ling shook her head slightly. I'm not sure. The White Scale tribe hasn't had any contact with the Black Mountain tribe for a long time. Since Bai Ling said she didn't know, Li Meng didn't ask any more questions. It doesn't matter whether it's true or false. The important thing is that Li Meng already knew the result. If there were strong people in the Black Mountain tribe, they would not be forced to summon the barbarian god Aqua. If the attacking Black Mountain tribe army had strong men, they would not have evacuated in such a hurry with Bai Ling. Even if there are strong people, their strength cannot change the course of a war. Time passed by little, day after day. Li Meng didn't go anywhere in the next few days. Always stay in the tribe honestly. Occasionally, I would go to the carpentry workshop to teach Gob more carpentry knowledge. I also went to the iron cave several times. Gobug must master the smelting knowledge of high-carbon steel and low-carbon steel as soon as possible. Without the lizardmen laborers, the iron smelting efficiency of the iron cave was affected to some extent. Gobug had to assign his younger brothers to mine and cut down trees to make charcoal. It was not until half a month later that Gobdi and Gobshi arrived at the tribe one after another. It's a new day again, and it's already morning. The tribe was in an uproar, with the goblins screaming in disorder. Nearly 2,000 goblins gathered outside the throne cave. Dark green figures spread across a large forest. There are not only goblins in the team, but also female lizardmen. A year passed, and only 13 female lizardmen died. The cause of death cannot be said to be unrelated to the goblins, but it is not closely related either. 11 of them died of illness, and there were reasons for their deaths. The body was worn down by the continuous pregnancy. This has to do with the food provided by the goblins. The staple food of the lizardmen is fish. Only the fish in the water can provide the lizard people with the nutrients they need to survive. Eating only Warcraft meat cannot meet the body's nutritional needs. Over time, he fell ill. One of the other two was drowned. I went to take a bath in the river and accidentally fell and hit my head on a rock. I fainted at that moment and was washed away by the river. By the time the goblins caught up with it, it had already drowned. The last female lizardman was killed by a large rock that accidentally fell when she went to the iron cave. Li Meng Yang, who was standing at the gate, waved his hand. Set off! Li Meng roared, the sound was deafening. Suddenly, the sound of rumbling footsteps was heard in the tribe. Dense groups of goblins surrounded the lizardmen and rushed towards the west. At first glance, one can see a forest of spears and surging figures. Go, ghost! The lizardmen of the northern swamps need your leadership. Bai Ling walked forward silently behind Li Meng. The goblins waiting outside quickly caught up with her and surrounded her as they followed the main group. Looking at the goblin brothers in the tribe who were walking away, Li Meng grinned. Now, it's time to deal with the adventurer incident. Wait for Gobdi and Gobshi to arrive at the northern Swampwood stronghold. The total number of troops stationed at the Muzai stronghold will be as high as 4,000. With UES assistance, everything will be absolutely safe. System, start the life simulation. Li Meng opened his arms and took a deep breath. He believes the future has changed. Ever since he led his goblin minions to the northern swamps, the future has changed. Otherwise, it would be impossible to meet Yui. Chapter 80 The King of Ice Element. The Sims begins. You stand at the gate of the throne cavern, full of confidence in the future. You took the crystal to the goblin's lair, waiting for the adventurer group to appear. Gobdi and Gobshi led the goblin army to the wooden stronghold in the northern swamp. One day, a small human boat went upstream and landed on the south bank. One day, a group of adventurers appeared in the forest outside the goblin's lair. You follow the group of adventurers westward, watching them board a small boat and sail down the river. The Black Mountain tribe attacked in large numbers and then fled in panic. Your tribe thrives. Bai Ling unified the various tribes of lizardmen in the northern swamps, and the new tribe was named Ueze. You withdrew your troops from the Muzai stronghold, which became the base camp of the Ueze tribe. Your tribe thrived, and you taught the goblins how to make jerky. One day, a group of pigmen attacked your hunting team and were killed. One day, you get the news that the pigmen are coming out in full force. You have received news from the Ueze tribe in the northern swamps. A large human fleet is sailing upstream along the Goblin River. The human Elysis Principality pioneering army is attacking. Please make the following selections. 1. Gather superior forces to eliminate the threat of the pigmen. 2. Withdraw all goblins from the branch tribes and defend the throne tribe headquarters. 3. Divide the troops to garrison the USE tribe and jointly defend against the enemy. 4th. Gather troops and ambush on the north bank of the Goblin River, and attack any passing human fleet. Elysis Principality Pioneer Corps? Li Meng, who was at the door, bent down and sat on the steps. The adventurers' safe departure allowed the Elysis Principality's army to arrive early. This is at least a year and a half earlier than the last predicted timeline. There are pros and cons to each of the 4 options. The first option requires pursuing a time difference. If the Pigman tribe is not dealt with quickly, the USE tribe will not be able to receive timely support. Since it is called the Pioneer Corps, all the barbarians in the Goblin Forest are the targets of the human pioneering army. Li Meng could not guarantee that the human pioneering army would not attack the USE tribe. The second option is too passive, although able to repel the pigmen with minimal losses. But option 2 undoubtedly means giving up the USE tribe. The third option is to have it all. However, dividing the troops could easily lead to both places being in an embarrassing situation of insufficient troops. The fourth option is too risky. There is also a lot of room for maneuver. While relying on the base camp to defend against the enemy, they also set up an ambush at the place where the human pioneering army must pass. The slightest mistake could lead to a complete collapse. Choose one. The first option is the safest. Defeat the pigmen in one fell swoop and then take your time. There is still time to support the USE tribe or ambush the human pioneering army. You choose to concentrate superior forces to fight against the pigmen. In a forest in the east, your goblin army fought against the pigmen. You won the victory, the pigmen were repelled. You led the goblin army to the northern swamps and set up defenses in the forest on the north bank of the Goblin River west of the northern swamp. You attacked the Elysis Principality's pioneering fleet. You won the battle. Benben and Yui died in the battle. Your goblin army suffered heavy losses, with only 1 in 10 surviving. The Elysis Principality's pioneering fleet was completely annihilated, shocking all human nations. You led the remaining goblin army back to the tribe. Your tribe is struggling, but recovering rapidly. One day, a demon beastman who claimed to be a centurion of the demon tribe appeared outside the west gate of the tribe. It challenges you. Please make the following selections. 1. Accept his challenge. 2. Reject his challenge. Demon Centurion. Li Meng, who was sitting at the door, had a hint of surprise in his eyes. Since there are demons, there must be a demon king. Wherever there is a demon king, there must be a hero. Li Meng grinned and became interested. Option 1. You accepted its challenge. You defeated it, and the demonic orc centurion fled in panic. Your tribe thrives. The deaths of Benben and Yui make you hate this world and humanity even more. You unleashed boundless power, causing the female lizardmen to wail day and night. Your bloodline descendants are expanding their territory like locusts. Your hunting team begins to attack non-bloodline clansmen. The rapidly expanding territory gradually borders on human territory. Your hunting team begins to attack human villages. One day, you received news that the Black Mountain tribe had summoned the savage god Aqua. 3-year deadline has expired. As a transmigrator, you have gradually adapted to your new identity and started your own life in another world. You are well aware of the cruelty of this world. You want to become stronger and strive for this goal. The Sims ends, rating, 100. Please select the following rewards. 1. Every points consumed and level. 1. Each score consumed and attribute. 1. Every points consumed and charm. 1. Every points consumed increases the skill level of ice element control by plus 1. Every points consumed increases the skill level of heart words by plus 6. For every 10 points consumed, the frenzy skill level increases by plus 1. Benben and Yui will die. Li Meng frowned slightly and lay on his back on the ground at the door. Looking at the dense treetops, Li Meng had a thoughtful look on his face. Knowing the ending of Benben and Yui, Li Meng naturally would not let it happen. From today on, he must proceed with caution. What's going on with the Black Mountain tribe? When Li Meng thought of the Black Mountain tribe, he was speechless. I originally thought that this time I had successfully stopped the Black Mountain tribe from summoning the savage god Aqua. I didn't expect that after going around in circles, I ended up back there. His actions only delayed the Black Mountain tribe's summoning of the savage god Aqua. Could it be that the Black Mountain tribe has encountered an invincible enemy again? At this moment, Li Meng realized how troublesome the Black Mountain tribe was. Li Meng stood up and sat up, taking a deep breath. Forget it, let's think about what reward to choose. There are 6 reward options in total, and my luck is pretty good this time. However, when he saw the skills, Li Meng looked helpless again. Among the 3 skills, probably only Ice Element Control is somewhat useful. The Frenzy skill is also very powerful. It can enable people to unleash their potential and increase their strength several times in a short period of time. But the sequelae were unacceptable to Li Meng. That is, when going berserk, one will lose their mind. The first 3 options cannot effectively improve strength. Choose 4. Consume 90 points, Ice Element Control skill level +9. Ice Element Control has reached the maximum level and has been upgraded to Ice Element King. Chapter 81 The Boat on the River. The improvement of magic skill level will not be too obvious. If I were to say I felt anything, it was none at all. Li Meng stretched out his right hand and had an idea. White mist emerged from the palm of his hand and instantly condensed into a 3-foot ice cone. The ice cones are white and transparent, emitting rolling cold air. It's really amazing. Li Meng felt incredible every time he used magic. Especially the skill of Ice Element Control. It is much more advanced than magic skills like Wind Blade. You can directly and freely control the power of ice. Li Meng waved his hand and threw it deep into the forest. Small ice cones shot out. It instantly crossed a distance of dozens of meters and crashed into a big tree. Laugh. With just a swish sound, the tree was pierced through. The icicle that pierced the big tree hit another big tree with no less force. Snapped. Li Meng, who was sitting at the door, snapped his fingers. The icicle that pierced the second tree suddenly shattered in mid-air. It turned into a ball of white mist that rolled around. Wherever it passed, everything was frozen. Almost in an instant, that small space was completely frozen. This horrifying scene made the goblins who had not yet left nearby look at each other in bewilderment. Even if it is far away from that frozen area, they could also feel a chill coming towards them. Gobmo and Gobgo looked at the boss with fanaticism. The power has indeed become much stronger. Seeing this scene, Li Meng nodded with satisfaction. Li Meng stood up and turned to enter the wooden house. When he came out, there was an extra package around his waist. Gobmo, Gobgo, you continue to guard the throne tribe. Goblin Demon, Gobgo nodded quickly. Without saying anything more, Li Meng strode out of the tribe. Looking at the bosses departing back, Gobmo and Gobgo were filled with confusion. Why does the boss, as the boss, always leave the tribe? Isn't it better to let these little brothers do what needs to be done? And he is always alone, without even his younger brother. Half an hour later, on the north bank of the Goblin River, Li Meng walked out of the dense forest slowly. Li Meng came to the water's edge and looked at the vast Goblin River in front of him. Wahaha, freeze it! Li Meng laughed out loud and stepped on the water. Crack! All I heard was the cracking sound of freezing. Billowing white mist swarmed out. It's like thousands of horses galloping across the water. In the blink of an eye, a 10-meter wide ice road appeared on the river surface that was hundreds of meters wide. I always feel like something is draining from my body. Could it be magic? Looking at the ice road across the river in front of him, Li Meng thought to himself. Without thinking too much, Li Meng grinned. He stepped onto the ice path and headed towards the other side. Principality of Elysis. Border territory, Goblin Forest. The Goblin River among the mountains and hills winds forward like a long dragon. July is the height of summer. On the Goblin River, a small boat was sailing. There were 5 people on the boat, one was at the helm and the other 4 were rowing upstream. The boat is not big, about 10 meters long. 2 of the men were wearing armor, and the boat was equipped with a sword, shield, and a large axe. The other one was wearing leather armor. He had a hood on his head and a bow and arrow beside him. The 2 women were wearing robes, one white and one black. Beside them were staffs inlaid with blue crystals. It's too hot, Odyssey, this is the route you chose. The scorching sun was high in the sky, making the girls on the boat sweat profusely. The sticky feeling on her body made the girl in white robe glare. Odysseus, who was at the stern steering the ship, smiled awkwardly. Martha, Irene, you can't blame me for this. Taking the water route is the safest and most time-saving route. If you take the land route, you'll be even more tired, and it will take nearly twice as long. Can you tolerate that? Martha and Irene had to continue rowing with a bitter face. Patience and Rachel on the side were paddling with their heads down and panting. If I had known earlier, I would have rented a floating ship from the Crystal Temple. Ellie looked depressed and sighed. Come on, we don't have that kind of spare money. Odyssey's words caused the four of them to glare at him. The culprit for their lack of money is right in front of them. Facing the gazes of his teammates, Odyssey smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry. The four of them rowed the boat in silence. Captain, no matter how much money you donate, it won't reach those children. After a long time, Rachel spoke first, breaking the silence on the boat. Rachel's words made Odyssey frown slightly. Rachel, what do you mean? Odyssey looked at Rachel, who had no expression on her face, with a puzzled look on his face. A hint of hesitation flashed in Rachel's eyes as she paddled. He didn't know whether he should tell the captain the truth. As a crystal paladin, the captain is inexperienced and unaware of the cruelty of the world. The other three also looked at Rachel with curiosity. They support the captain's decision to sponsor the orphanage. After all, those children are descendants of adventurers. As adventurers, how could they remain indifferent? Finally, Rachel decided to tell the truth. Captain, you should know that I'm a mercenary. During those years as a mercenary, I experienced a lot. Some of these things may be completely unimaginable to you, but what I'm about to say is the truth, the facts I witnessed with my own eyes. Rachel's words made the four of them look curious. They were curious about what Rachel would say next. Do you know why the orphanage in Locktown only adopts girls? Martha raised her hand. I know, because the boys were adopted by the Minutemen. The Minutemen are militia organizations in various human towns. It is an armed organization funded by local merchants and nobles. Although it is an auxiliary organization of the regular army, it is not under the jurisdiction of the Lord. Mainly responsible for guarding the security of local towns. Rachel's face darkened and she paddled hard. That's the case on the surface, but secretly it's another story. During the years I was a mercenary, I once saw girls from the Locktown orphanage in the slave traders' caravans. Some of them were adults, while others were still children. This is impossible. Rachel's words made the four of them look surprised. Martha immediately retorted, glaring. The director of the orphanage is Sister Tadalu. She was born into the Crystal Temple. How could she do such a thing? As a crystal priestess, Martha will never allow others to desecrate the Crystal Temple. Rachel, could it be that you saw it wrong? Odysseus also didn't believe that Sister Tadalu would do such a thing. In Odyssey's mind, Sister Tadalu has always been a kind lady. Maybe. Rachel didn't argue with her companions. Chapter 82 The Black Mountain Tribe Attacks. He also knew that it would be hard for his companions to believe this. Sometimes, if you don't see it with your own eyes, you won't believe what others say. After that, the boat became quiet. Only the sound of oars paddling in the water echoed. The five people all had worried expressions on their faces. Although the four of them didn't quite believe what Rachel said. But they knew exactly what kind of person Rachel was. Rachel wouldn't talk nonsense for no reason. The four of them also knew that as a crystal demon hunter, Rachel had far more life experience than them. After a long moment, Martha turned around and looked at Rachel behind her. Rachel, I'm sorry, I'll look into this matter thoroughly. The three of them smiled at each other after hearing what Martha said. Martha, please investigate this matter thoroughly when you get back. Before Irene could finish her words, her voice suddenly stopped. She stood up and looked at the river behind the boat with a look of surprise and doubt. The other four people seemed to have noticed something as well, and their expressions changed slightly. They put away their oars and picked up their weapons. Don't move, keep rowing. Odyssey's face darkened and he whispered. The four of them continued to paddle calmly. Captain, what is that? Martha looked a little nervous. The rhythm of the rowing oars seemed a bit chaotic. Rachel behind him glanced down at the black shadow that flashed by in the water. It should be the swamp lizardman. Looking down at the river from the sky. A large number of dark shadows swam in groups under the boat. This process lasted for half an hour. Half an hour later, the movement in the water disappeared. Captain, have we encountered migrating swamp lizardmen? Patience wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, the swamp lizardmen had no time to care about them. Otherwise, the 5 of them would be finished. With so many lizardmen, no matter how strong they are no match for the swamp lizardmen in the water. Captain, look over there. Just then, Irene screamed. The 4 of them looked in the direction of the sound and frowned. Just ahead on the north bank is a wider expanse of water. It was an endless swamp. There's movement at the border of the swamp and the Goblin River. A large number of lizardmen came ashore from the deep water and waded into the swamp. A dark mass of swamp lizardmen moved away to the north in groups. And in the back, swamp lizardmen were still coming ashore from the deep water. The 5 people on the small boat on the river watched this scene silently. They're all lizardmen with weapons, it doesn't look like they're migrating. Could it be a tribal war between barbarians? It has nothing to do with us. Row quickly and get out of this troubled place. Rachel was the first to react. Now is not the time to watch the fun. The best thing to do is to stay away from this place of trouble. The captain's reminder made the 4 people react. The 4 of them rowed the boat hard. The speed of the boat suddenly increased, going upstream. Just as the 5 people on the boat were looking at the lizardmen in the swamp, the lizardmen in the swamp were also looking at the small boat on the river. They are human adventurers, Elder Jilin. Do you want to deal with them? Among the lizardmen army that came ashore, 3 were looking at the river. One of the 3 lizardmen was particularly eye-catching. It has a body covered in red scales. He seems a little out of place among the other lizardmen. Human adventurers are troublesome and powerful. Now is not the time to cause trouble. Let's go, don't forget our purpose. Jilin withdrew his gaze from the river with an expressionless face. Turn around and continue forward with the army. Seeing this, the other 2 lizardmen hurriedly followed. Looking down at the swamp from the sky, the marching lizardman army was a dark mass. It's like a dark cloud moving towards the north. The number is no less than 5,000. 5 days later, morning, Grayscale Tribe. The Black Mountain Tribe army entered the tribe from the northwest. The small tribe was instantly submerged in the vast ocean of people. Elder Jilin, these are all empty. They have been empty for a long time. Standing in the tribe, Jilin looked around at the surrounding wooden houses on the water. Elder Red Scale, the Grayscale Tribe wouldn't. The lizardman next to Jilin seemed to be hesitant to speak. Go to the Black Scale Tribe. Jilin strode out of the tribe with an expressionless face. The lizardman behind him hurriedly followed. Elder Jilin, how about I take some people to the Belan tribe to take a look? No need. According to the information we received, the White Scale Tribe was the first to be attacked by goblins. If something happens to the Grey Scale Tribe and the Black Scale Tribe, the White Scale Tribe will not be much better off. We know nothing about the situation in the northern swamps right now, so we can't disperse our forces. At this time, it was almost noon. The lizardman army, which had just entered the tribe, continued to advance towards the northeast without stopping. The huge team left the tribe in a mighty manner. The next day, in the wooden stronghold in the northern swamp. It was already noon and the sun was shining brightly in the Muzai stronghold. The scorching sun made Gobshung on the watchtower look a little irritated. After more than a month, Gobshung successfully evolved. After becoming a goblin warrior, Gobshung's height reached 2 meters. The physique also became stronger. His muscles bulge all over his body, making him look very powerful. Goblin Eye and Goblin Zhang, who were still big goblins, could only stand behind Goblin Sheng. Gobyu Sheng also became the boss of the Muzai stronghold. Boss, boss, here I come, here I come. At this moment, a goblin happily climbed up the watchtower. Let me make it clear, what's coming? Gobshung, who was getting annoyed, glared at him. The strong right leg is about to kick out. It's the lizardman. There are so many lizardmen coming. Hearing this, Gobshung's eyes lit up. The kicked foot was also retracted. Wow, haha! Gobshung on the watchtower was delighted. After a while, the loud laughter from the watchtower disappeared. Great! Those lizardmen are here. Go Buzzang, go find that white female lizardman and have her send all the male lizardmen out hunting. Oh, and have the white female lizardman spread the news of the lizardman's arrival. Gobujo nodded. Then he turned around, climbed down the watchtower, and ran into the wooden village. Turning to look out at the swamp, Gobshung grinned. Although it didn't understand why the boss asked them to do this, But Gobshung was too lazy to think about it. It just needs to do what the boss says. Gobushan turned his head and looked at the 3-bow crossbow beside him with a ferocious smile. Come on, let me shoot you into pieces. When he thought of that pleasant scene, Gobushan couldn't help but shudder. Not long after, in the largest wooden house in the wooden stronghold. At Bai Ling's call, all the tribal elders gathered together. The Black Mountain tribe has finally arrived. The news told by High Priest Bai Ling made all the elders look at each other in bewilderment. Chapter 83, Adventurers by the Campfire. Revenge, revenge, this is our chance. A lizardman elder looked excited. It clenched its right fist and slammed it hard on the wooden board. There was only hatred and excitement in its eyes. After losing his wife, the only thing left in his life was revenge. The resentful voice made Bai Ling look sideways at it. Revenge? What revenge can we use? Even the swamp crocodile king was conquered by that goblin. It's horrific, and we have to think it through. It's an outlier among the goblins, and the nightmare of all the barbarians in the goblin forest. We can't risk the survival of our tribe. I would rather die standing than live in humiliation. What were you doing earlier? That's not what you said before heading to the goblin tribe. As they talked, the elders in the wooden house started arguing. Quiet, quiet. In the end, it was Heilin who stopped the elders from arguing. Heilin looked at the High Priest Bai Ling sitting in the main seat and lowered his head slightly. High Priest, please say something. As soon as these words were spoken, all the elders looked at High Priest Bai Ling. Facing the gazes of the elders, Bai Ling sighed in her heart. At this moment, she had no choice. Before arriving at the Muzai stronghold, she had already lost the courage to rebel against her master. Because she knew very well what the outcome would be if she rebelled against her master. They have no power of revenge. Resistance will only lead to the complete extinction of the lizardmen from the northern swamps. The living female members of the tribe will also become the goblins' reproduction tools. Their situation will be 100 times more miserable than it is now. Bai Ling stretched out her 2 hands. Those who agree to submit to the goblins, move to the right. Those who agree to revenge, go to the left. The elders in the room looked at each other. No one moved, everyone was waiting for others to act. As the elders watched, Grayscale moved. He stood up and stood on the right-hand side of the High Priest Bai Ling. Grayscale's choice caused the lizardmen elders to have different expressions on their faces. Blackscale was the second to stand up and walk to Grayscale's side. Both clan leaders had made their choices, and the elders no longer hesitated. Some lizardmen elders stood on the right side. But some lizardmen elders also stood on the left side. The final result came quickly. There aren't many lizardmen elders willing to risk the survival of their tribe. Cowards, cowards, a bunch of cowards, I would rather die standing than live on my knees. There are 9 lizardmen elders standing on the left side. They looked at the lizardmen opposite with hatred and contempt. The leading lizardman cursed loudly. Bai Ling, who was sitting in the main seat, remained unmoved. She looked up at the lizardman elder on her left. This is our choice, and it's also yours. The Black Mountain Tribe army has arrived at the northern swamps. If you can leave your wives and children behind, go while you're out hunting, and don't come back. Bai Ling knew very well that keeping these people would be a disaster. Who knows when a rebellion against the master might break out? As a goblin, the master would not have the patience to give them a second chance. Unless one day it has the power to gain freedom. Otherwise, it would never risk the survival of the tribe. Rather than forcing them to stay in the tribe, it is better to let them leave. Humph, High Priest Bai Ling, I hope you won't regret your decision today. The lizardman in the lead snorted coldly. It looked with disdain at its tribesmen who were humiliating themselves in order to survive. Then he turned and strode out. The other lizardmen elders hurriedly followed. But 2 lizardmen elders walked to the door and hesitated. In the end, they did not leave the cabin but chose to stay. The next morning, the Muzai stronghold was bustling with noise. Groups of male lizardmen hunting teams left the tribe from the 4 gates to go hunting. The departure of the lizardmen hunting team also caused some things to happen quietly. That night, in the forest on the south bank of the Goblin River, the silver moonlight spread across the earth, but was blocked by the dense treetops. The forest was silent and dark. But in the darkness, there was a flickering fire. Looking deep into the forest, a bonfire was burning. There were 5 people sitting by the campfire, they were the team of adventurers. Captain, are we almost there? Irene, who was sitting by the campfire, asked the captain somewhat boredly. Odyssey took out a magic map from his arms. We're almost there. The mark of the airship disappeared in the forest not far to the southeast. Hearing this, Irene's eyes lit up. Captain, does this mean we can find the crashed airship tomorrow? Odyssey shook his head, put away his magic and lowered his head. That's hard to say. We might have to search that forest for days. Aaron, if there's a crystal nearby, you should be able to sense it. Martha at the side suddenly asked Irene. Irene nodded, picked up the staff and waved it around. Well, as long as the distance is not too far, I can sense it. Martha smiled, picked up a piece of firewood and threw it into the campfire. There should be a rather large crystal on the airship. The four people's eyes lit up when they heard Martha's words. The five people beside the campfire smiled at each other. It looks like they will be able to complete the task soon. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. Rachel, have you ever been deep into the Goblin Forest before? Martha asked Rachel curiously. She had never been so deep into the Goblin Forest before. Rachel shook her head. He turned his head and glanced at the dark depths of the forest behind him. When she turned around, Rachel adjusted her hood. The Goblin Forest borders the southern wasteland peninsula to the west, the Principality of Elysis to the north, and the sea to the south and east. Hundreds of years ago, the territory of the Principality of Elysis was part of the Goblin Forest. Although I haven't been deep into the Goblin Forest, I still know a lot about it. The most common barbarians in the Goblin Forest are goblins. They are one of the most disgusting creatures in the world, especially to women. Rachel's words made Martha and Irene blush. Naturally, they also knew something about the peculiarities of creatures like goblins. During my years as an adventurer, I have encountered many goblin-related missions. Fortunately, they are very weak. Even a novice adventurer can defeat 10 of them alone. However, don't underestimate the goblins because of this. Rachel held out a hand. First, goblins usually appear in groups, so don't let yourself be surrounded. Second, never chase a goblin into a dark cave. Third, don't think about eliminating the goblins once and for all. They can't be completely killed. 4. Prepare more magic elements. 5. Goblin ears are not valuable, so they are suitable for newcomers to transition. 6. The greatest mystery in the world, humans always like to ignore the existence of goblins. Rachel talked about a lot of topics related to goblins in one breath. This made them understand the goblins better. Rachel, why do we need to prepare more magic elements? Irene asked curiously. Rachel picked up a piece of wood and threw it into the campfire. He clapped his hands and looked up at Irene beside him. Aaron, you're a magician. What will happen if you are surrounded by goblins and your magic runs out? Chapter 84 All Elites. Rachel's rhetorical question made Aaron blanch. Of course she knew what the outcome would be. No wonder Rachel had said before that one should never allow oneself to be surrounded by goblins. However, the 5 people did not know that there was a pair of eyes watching them from the depths of the darkness. It was deep in the forest, less than 20 meters away from the 5 people. A dark shadow could be vaguely seen behind a large tree. The dark shadow hiding behind the tree was Li Meng. It's a bit like the sword and magic professions in otherworldly novels. Li Meng thought to himself as he secretly observed the human adventurers around the campfire. The 2 men were wearing armor, and their weapons included swords, shields, and axes. It should be the knight profession and the warrior profession. The last man wore brown leather armor and a hood. There was an exquisite short bow beside him. There is also a small blue crystal inlaid on the bow. The other 2 women were wearing robes, one black and one white. The white robe wizard should be a profession like a priest. This can be seen from the religious decorations on the chest. The black-robed wizard should be the most common magician in novels about other worlds. The staffs beside them were both inlaid with a crystal. Li Meng in the forest secretly observed the panel information of the 5 people. Crystal Apostle, Elite. Level, 5-9. Strength, 517. Defense, 719. Agility, 481. Magic Power, 161. Crystal Magic. Crystal Magic. Crystal Magic. This is the panel attribute of the knight. Its panel attributes are surprisingly similar to those of the Swamp Crocodile King. Crystal Apostle, Elite. Level, 5-1. Strength, 769. Defense, 417. Agility, 609. Magic power, 371. Crystal magic. Crystal magic. The warrior man is also very strong. Crystal apostle, elite. Level, 71. Strength, 214. Defense, 171. Agility, 811. Magic power, 887. Crystal magic. Crystal magic. Crystal magic. Crystal magic. The human man wearing leather armor is the strongest among the 5. The panel attributes tend to increase agility and magic points. Crystal apostle, elite. Level, 39. Strength, 13. Defense, 9. Agility, 11. Magic power, 1273. Crystal magic. Crystal magic. Crystal magic. Crystal magic. The mage is indeed fragile. The black-robed female mage's panel attributes made Li Meng murmur in his heart. Finally, Li Meng looked at the female pastor. Crystal apostle, elite. Level, 21. Strength, 9. Defense, 11. Agility, 8. Magic power, 917. Crystal magic. 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 This woman has learned too many skills. The priestess's series of crystal skills made Li Meng complain. No wonder they dare to go deep into the goblin forest. They are indeed very powerful. While being surprised at the strength of the 5 people, Li Meng felt deeply the weakness of the goblins. Among the upper goblins, only the Goblin King is of elite rank. The other goblins are of ordinary level. There must be higher levels above the elite level. Li Meng thought of the Black Robe's rank saint. The strength of the saint level is obviously countless times stronger than the elite level. Fuck, how can we have fun with this? Li Meng felt a headache when he thought that there were humans who were countless times stronger than the elite level. Never mind, let's test the humans' fighting style first. There will always be a way when you reach the mountain. For now, we can only take one step at a time. In the future, there will be a battle between the tribe and the pioneering army of the Principality of Elysis. There must be crystal apostles similar to adventurers in the human army. It is necessary to collect combat intelligence of the crystal apostles in advance. In the darkness, Li Meng retreated quietly into the depths of the forest. Time passed by little, and the night gradually deepened. The bonfire in the forest did not go out and continued to burn. Not all the adventurers fell asleep. 5 people took turns to keep watch. 4 people slept on the ground, and 1 was responsible for guarding. Rachel sat by the campfire, holding a bow and arrow in her arms. He was wiping the bow with a soft cloth. Suddenly, Rachel, who was wiping her bow and arrow, showed a slight change in expression. He stood up, his eyes fixed on the depths of the forest. Time passed by minute, and the forest was silent. Is it a small animal? Rachel muttered quietly as she stood by the campfire. Wrong. Rachel's face changed. He raised his bow and drew the string. The moment the bowstring was released, a gust of wind and waves exploded. The small wind blade shot out with a sharp whistling sound. Transparent wind blades visible to the naked eye rushed into the depths of the forest. Wow! The next moment, a scream of "Wah!" was heard from the depths of the forest. Deep in the forest, a goblin fell to the ground and screamed. The entire right hand was cut off from the shoulder. The screams of their companions enraged the goblins in the nearby forest. Wow! Suddenly, the goblins' screams were heard from the depths of the dark forest. Get up, it's a goblin! Listen to the familiar "Wah!" roar deep in the forest. Rachel, who was by the campfire, quickly woke up her companions. The 4 people were awakened and jumped up in shock. Call out! At this moment, dense sounds of breaking air were heard from deep in the forest. Team leader! Rachel yelled. He pulled the bow and arrow several times in an instant. Magic wind blade arrows shot out and rushed into the depths of the forest. Several goblins in the forest were suddenly split in 2. Some goblins had their heads separated, while others were cut in half. Wherever the wind blade passed, the bushes were cut in half. I come! The sound of breaking air in the forest made Odysseus's face change. He strode forward, shield raised. Strong wall! A golden wall of light suddenly spread out from the shield. It formed a magic light shield that was 5 meters long, wide, and 3 meters high. The appearance of the light shield also dispelled the darkness around. Rays of black light shot out from the forest and hit the light shield. The crossbow arrows that hit the light shield were bounced away one after another. Is this a crossbow arrow? Looking at the crossbow arrow that fell to the ground, Rachel's expression changed slightly. Not good, Martha, all-around defense. Rachel had just finished speaking. The sound of breaking air was heard from the depths of the forest in the other 3 directions. Martha waved her staff in a panic. Seeing that it was too late, Irene waved her staff. Akanuha! A curse like a scolding resounded through the forest. A hurricane suddenly emerged around the 5 people. A hurricane that was visible to the naked eye blew around the 5 people. A lot of dead leaves and dust were rolled up. The crossbow arrows shot from all directions were blown away by the hurricane. Chapter 85 Adventurers Fighting Style. I come. Rachel bowed to the sky. A blue magical glow emerged from the drawn bowstring. It quickly condensed into a blue water arrow. Call out. Rachel released the bowstring. There was only a whoosh sound. A blue streak of light shot straight into the sky along the eye of the hurricane. At an altitude of about 500 meters in the sky, the water arrow suddenly exploded. It turned into a rain of arrows that bombarded the surrounding forests. Crack! The surrounding forests were suddenly filled with crackling sounds. The rain of arrows pierced through the trees and the goblins' bodies. Wow! There was another scream from the depths of the surrounding forest. The small rain arrows pierced the goblin's body like steel needles. The non-lethal attack made the goblin scream. As for the unlucky guy who was hit in the head and heart, he had already died. Martha, the wind is going to die. Irene's reminder brought Martha back to her senses. She raised her staff high and uttered a sacred spell. Aru, Korea, Alan. A dazzling blue light shone from the crystal at the top of the staff. The next moment, a circle of white light suddenly spread out from the crystal. Almost in an instant, it enveloped the space where the 5 people were. At the moment the light curtain was formed, the hurricane outside also disappeared. Without the hurricane's obstruction, dozens of crossbow arrows flew through the air from the forests in all directions. A large number of crossbow arrows hit the light curtain and were bounced away. Rachel, Patience, go take care of those ranged goblins. Aaron, don't make any moves yet. Act according to the situation. It's best not to make too much noise. Irene is a magician, and once she takes action, it will definitely be earth-shattering. As the captain, Odyssey took on the responsibility of commanding the team members. His role is to coordinate the abilities of his teammates. Rachel, Patience nodded. The 2 rushed out of the light curtain almost at the same time. Rachel was the fastest. The figure moved left and right, and rushed into the forest nimbly. Patience, on the other hand, seemed much more barbaric. Holding a huge axe, he rushed into the forest like a heavy tank. The crossbow arrows hit him with a clang. Sparks flew for a moment. Some crossbow arrows were bounced away. But some crossbow arrows penetrated the armor and got stuck in it. As soon as the 2 entered the forest, the sound of breaking air in the forest suddenly disappeared. In the depths of the dark forest, only the sound of Saxol could be heard. Rachel, Patience, don't chase too far. The sound of movement in the forest receding told Odysseus that the goblins had fled. He quickly roared towards the depths of the dark forest. After a while, Rachel and a depressed-looking Patience walked out from the darkness. Those goblins are really boring, they ran away so quickly. Patience returned to sit by the fire. He took off his helmet, his face showing dissatisfaction. At this time, Martha had already removed the light curtain. Captain, what do you think this is? Rachel came to Odysseus with several crossbow arrows in her hand. Odysseus looked down at the crossbow in Rachel's hand. He reached out and took one, examining it closely. Captain, the crossbow arrows are very powerful and can easily break through my armor. At this time, Patience, who was sitting by the campfire, spoke. This made all 4 of them look at him. Only then did the 4 of them discover that Pising's body was full of crossbow arrows. Paciphus, are you okay? Martha ran quickly towards Patience. Patience shook his head and patted his chest. It's okay. Although the crossbow arrow broke through my armor, it was still not enough to hurt me. Is it really okay? Martha ran to Patience's side and looked him up and down. It's really okay, I'm fine. Martha reached out and pulled a crossbow bolt from Patience. She was relieved when she saw there was no blood on the arrow. Patientess, tell me if you're hurt. Patience grinned and nodded. At this time, the 5 people returned to the campfire and sat down. Captain, do you want to change places? Irene glanced at the depths of the forest behind her with some fear. Although goblins are weak, they are numerous. Fighting goblins at night is very disadvantageous to them. Humans cannot see in the dark, but goblins can. Odysseus shook his head and lowered his shield. If the goblins are really targeting us, there's no point in changing locations. You guys take a rest, I'll keep watch for the rest of the night. Odysseus volunteered to take on the task of keeping watch in the second half of the night. Sitting by the campfire, Rachel looked down at the crossbow in her hand. The crossbow in his hand gave him a bad feeling. How could a crossbow appear in the hands of a goblin? And judging from the number of crossbow arrows just now, it shows that the goblins have quite a few crossbows. At the same time, about 100 meters away in the depths of the forest. Humans are really strong. Li Meng was horrified by the adventurer's fighting style. The exquisite magic release shows that humans are very familiar with magic. And have a deep understanding of magic. Thus, various magical skills were born. No wonder we were able to wipe out the goblin nest with just 5 people. Looking at the fire deep in the forest, Li Meng felt a little itchy. They were indeed very plump and tender, and the scent of human flesh could be smelled from far away. The familiar smell made Li Meng's heart beat faster. Li Meng wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. The goblin's instincts gave him a desire to devour humans. No. Li Meng raised his right hand and slapped himself. Snapped. Suddenly, a crisp pop sound was heard in the dark forest. It was strange, this wasn't the first time he had seen a human. The last time I saw humans, I didn't react this strongly. Li Meng rubbed his face and slowly disappeared into the darkness. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, by a campfire. Rachel, what's wrong? Rachel, who was sitting by the campfire, suddenly stood up. His eyes were fixed on the forest in the east. After looking for a while, a hint of doubt flashed across Rachel's eyes. Nothing, probably the sound of branches falling to the ground. Hearing this, Odyssey smiled. He knew that the goblin attack just now had made Rachel a little sensitive. Just a few goblins, no need to take it too seriously. Odyssey never felt that the goblins could pose a threat to the 5 of them. At worst they can leave. They wanted to leave, and mere goblins couldn't stop them. Time passed by little and the night gradually deepened. The next morning, Odyssey and his teammates continued their journey south. In the afternoon, in a dark forest, the 5 people looked silently at the wreckage of the airship that was gradually swallowed by the vegetation. Aaron, where is it? It's right inside, very close. I go. Rachel moved forward and squeezed into the cabin through a narrow gap. After a while, there were some noises in the cabin. After a while, Rachel came out from the gap. When he went in, he had empty hands, but when he came out, he had a crystal in his hands. Chapter 86 The Lizardman Army Attacks. Captain, how do you think the airship crashed? Odyssey took the crystal from Rachel. Then he looked at Rachel in front of him with some curiosity. Rachel, did you find anything? Maybe Rachel found something in the cabin. Rachel turned and looked at the wreckage of the airship. There are many gaps in the wreckage, which clearly indicate it was pierced by some sharp weapon. Some sharp weapon penetrated the hull? Rachel's words made the 4 of them look up and down at the wreckage of the airship. There were indeed many pierced holes on the wreckage of the airship. A sharp weapon? Could it be that the airship encountered some powerful flying monster? Pisings felt that some flying monsters could also create such gaps. We've confirmed the airship has crashed and our mission is complete. Let's go. The result of the airship crash has made it meaningless to continue investigating. Several months have passed. In a place like the Goblin Forest, all traces will be eliminated. The people on the boat had long been eaten by the monsters in the forest until not even a bone was left. Next, Odysseus and his companions walked deeper into the forest from which they came. Very good, very good. Go quickly and don't come back. You won't be able to leave next time. At this time, Li Meng, who was deep in the forest, was spying on the adventurer team. Seeing the adventurer team leave, Li Meng, who was hiding in the tree, grinned. If he wasn't afraid of attracting that powerful man and woman, he wouldn't let the adventurer team leave like that. Now Li Meng just wants that team of adventurers to get out of here as soon as possible. He can concentrate on resolving a series of subsequent events. In this way, Li Meng followed the adventurer team from a distance for the next 2 days. In order to avoid being discovered by them, I followed them from a very long distance. On the morning of the 3rd day, in the forest on the south bank of the Goblin River, the 5 people in Odyssey pushed the boat hidden in the woods into the water. Standing on the shore, Rachel looked into the depths of the forest in confusion. "Rachel, what's wrong? Get on the boat." The 4 of them were already on board, waiting for Rachel. "Come here." Rachel turned and hurried aboard. As the oars moved, the boat gradually drifted away downstream. "Captain, it seems like something has been following us in secret these past 2 days." Rachel took a deep breath only after the boat was far away from the shore. "Is something following them in secret?" The 4 of them looked at each other, and only Odysseus had a thoughtful look on his face. Just as the boat gradually disappeared on the river, at the place where the 5 men entered the water, a sturdy green-skinned figure walked out of the forest. Looking at the direction the boat left, Li Meng smiled grimly. "Very good, those troublesome plague gods have finally left." Li Meng has already figured out how to change things back. By speeding up the timeline, he would have enough time to deal with any threat. Soon, the figure on the shore disappeared. Afternoon, Goblin Lair. Li Meng hurried out of the forest and entered the cave. "Boss, where are those adventurers?" Seeing the boss coming back, Goblin Tian hurried to meet him. Recalling the battle with humans not long ago, Goblin Tian's face showed greed. "Human flesh is delicious. Once you eat it, you will never forget it. They've already left. They're not easy to mess with. If there are 10 of them, you're asking for death." Goblins have nothing to offer except their numbers. When he first arrived in the other world, Li Meng thought Gaba was very strong. It should be the top combat force in this world. Only now did he realize that what he thought was the top was only the starting point of this world's military power. Goblin shrank his neck and smiled awkwardly. It also watched the battle that night from a distance. The strength of human adventurers is indeed very strong. In just a short while, he killed 40 of its little brothers. "Goblin, take all the magic crystals off the wall and send them to the throne cavern." Goblin nodded quickly. "Although I don't know what the boss wants these shiny things for." But Goblin didn't ask any more questions. "Those things on the wall are useless anyway. I have to go back, Goblin. You should stay in the throne tribe for a while. The number of goblins here must be kept at around 2,000. The hunting territory controlled by the Goblin Lair is still relatively large. There is no problem in feeding 2,000 goblins. The number of goblins in the Goblin Lair is now less than 700. Goblin nodded vigorously with excitement. Li Meng did not stay in the Goblin's Lair and left. A few hours later, before dark, on the south bank of the Goblin River. "Hey, it hasn't melted yet." When Li Meng walked out of the forest, he was shocked by the scene before him. So many days have passed, and the ice track is still there. And there is no sign of melting at all. The water level has dropped a lot in the past few days. This causes the ice to hang suspended above the water. The 2 sides of the river became the only supporting points. But even so, the ice track still did not collapse. The upgraded skills are indeed very powerful. It is worthy of being a king skill. With a grin, Li Meng stepped onto the ice track and walked towards the other side. Northern swamps. In the afternoon, we arrived at Muzai stronghold. As Gobdi and Gobshi arrived with reinforcements, the number of goblin troops stationed at the Muzai stronghold reached 4,000. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. Plus about 2,000 lizardmen. The total population of the Muzai stronghold reached 6,000. This made the Muzai stronghold crowded. The afternoon was originally the quietest time in the Muzai stronghold. But at this moment, the goblins' loud wow wow sounded suddenly from the southern wooden wall. Woo! The deep war horn sounded immediately afterwards. The sound of the horn caused a commotion in the wooden stronghold. It's like a drop of water falling into a frying pan. The entire Muzai stronghold was in an uproar. A large number of goblins rushed out from wooden houses of all sizes. They screamed and rushed towards the wooden wall in the south. At this time, deep in the swamps in the south, in a deeper water, a large ripple appeared on the water. Looking into the water, you can see dark shadows flashing by. Right on the border of deep water, a large number of lizardmen emerged from the water. They stood up from the water and waded through it. Soon, the lizardmen that came ashore appeared to be densely packed. At a glance, dark masses of lizardmen were constantly emerging from the water. Soon, a large army appeared in the swamp south of the Muzai stronghold. Nearly 5,000 lizardmen were lined up in a row. They can be found in nearly 1,000 meters of water. Although there was no neat formation, they exuded infinite power just standing there. They're finally here. At this time, on a watchtower on the southern wooden wall of the wooden stronghold, Gob smiled grimly and looked excitedly at the overwhelming army of lizardmen outside. It has been waiting for this day for a long, long time. Today we finally saw the lizardmen army arrive. Chapter 87, No fight does not mean no fight. Elder Jilin, this is the Muzai stronghold. In the lizardmen army outside, a group of lizardmen were gathered together to observe the wooden stronghold 500 meters away. The lizardman next to Jilin looked at the wooden stronghold with anger. Its hatred for goblins made it a guide. Even the existence of the swamp crocodile king was concealed. Jilin looked at the wooden stronghold in the distance with a serious expression. It didn't expect that the goblins would build such a large wooden fort in the swamp. What is the picture? Goblins cannot adapt to the humid environment of the swamp. Although he was a little confused, Jilin was not afraid. Jilin nodded to his companions. Let the war begin. The lizardman next to Jilin ran away after hearing this. Allah! They shouted and waved the stone machetes in their hands. All the lizardmen raised their weapons and shouted. The vast and noisy sound echoed between heaven and earth. The lizardmen in the wooden stronghold also heard the noise outside. The familiar shouting made all the lizardmen leave the cabin. They looked at the outer wooden wall with anticipation. Shoot them! The loud shouting of the lizardman army was a little unbearable for Gobdi. It roared, picked up the war horn beside it and blew it. The urgent horn sounded again. This is the order to attack. The goblin operating the 3-bow crossbow on the watchtower looked excited. They screamed and pushed the 3-bow crossbow towards the lizardman army in the distance. Boom! All I heard was the sound of a bowstring rebounding, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound breaking through the air. Huge crossbow arrows flew out and headed straight for the lizardman army 500 meters away. Boom! The lizardman's formation was too dense. More than 10 crossbow arrows slammed into the lizardman team. There were loud noises and the lizardmen were thrown to the ground. The huge crossbow arrow pierced through the bodies of several lizardmen and hit the water. Water splashed everywhere and the lizardmen screamed. The sudden attack scared Jilin. How did the goblins attack them from such a long distance? Everyone, charge! It has come to this point, we can't retreat. Jilin raised the machete in his hand and roared. It was the first to rush towards the wooden stronghold, charging through the water. Kill, Allah! When Jilin moved, the surrounding lizardmen responded one after another. The huge lizardman army rushed towards the wooden stronghold like a burst dam flood. What? There were loud bangs again, accompanied by screams. One after another, huge crossbow arrows rushed into the lizardman team. Wherever it passes, everything is destroyed. The huge impact force will send something flying even if it is hit by a crossbow arrow. The black mass of lizardman army swept towards the Muzai stronghold like a wave. Boom! At this moment, a deafening sound suddenly sounded from the right side of the lizardman team. Right on the right wing of the lizardman team, a huge column of water rose into the air. Before the water column rose, the lizardmen in that area of water were instantly turned into minced meat. The rising water column blew away a large group of lizardmen. This is not the end yet, huge water bombs are hitting from the right wing. Each water bullet landed accurately among the lizard crowd. The lizardman who touched the water bullet was instantly torn apart. The water bomb exploded with a bang when it landed on the ground. The splashing raindrops were like steel needles that pierced through the lizardman within a radius of dozens of meters. For a moment, the right wing of the lizardman team screamed in pain. It's the swamp crocodile king! It's the swamp crocodile king! The lizardmen on the right wing soon discovered the culprit who attacked them. In the swamp not far away, a huge monster was staring at them. The huge monster opened its ferocious mouth and spit out water balls. Under the attack of the 3-bow crossbow and the swamp crocodile king, the lizardmen suffered heavy casualties. Before they even got close to the Muzai stronghold, the casualties had reached hundreds. The appearance of the swamp crocodile king made the lizardmen look terrified. They couldn't understand why the swamp crocodile king would help the goblins. How can there be goblins where the swamp crocodile king is? Damn it, what the hell is going on? Jilin grabbed the lizardman leading the way by the neck. The lizardman caught by Red Scale showed no fear. It laughed madly. Kill them, quick, kill them. The madness of the lizardman in his hand made Jilin frown slightly. You crazy person! It cursed inwardly and threw away the lizardman in its hand. Retreat, retreat, retreat! Jilin roared, turned around and ran in the direction he came from without looking back. The appearance of the swamp crocodile king caught Jilin off guard. It was not afraid, but it knew very well that the army lacked the means to deal with the swamp crocodile king. It has not made any preparations for this. Continuing to fight would only be futile and cost the lives of our tribesmen. Jilin's running caused the charging lizardmen to pause. The first to escape were the lizardmen surrounding Red Scale. They were the first to respond to Jilin's orders. The lizardmen farther away saw their companions running away and joined the escape. Just like that, the charging lizardmen were defeated. He fled in panic under the double attack of the three-bow crossbow and the swamp crocodile king. There were screams all the way. The sound of crossbows and water bombs bombarding the sky and earth outside the wooden stronghold echoed. The lizardmen ran back to the border of the deep water and dived into the water. After leaving behind nearly 1,000 corpses, the lizardmen army fled in panic. Wow! Seeing the lizardmen army flee, the goblins on the wooden wall screamed excitedly. They danced and cheered. For a moment, there was a commotion in the Muzai stronghold. The lizardmen in the wooden stronghold looked disappointed. Run away, run away! At the door of the largest wooden house, Bai Ling stood outside the door and looked at the wooden wall to the south. She muttered to herself, a trace of sadness flashing in her eyes. From now on, her people will live in the shadow of the goblins. Soon, the fleeing lizardman army disappeared into the swamp. What a bunch of cowards, running away so quickly, ha ha ha! The lizardman army ran away. Gobdi and Gobshi on the watchtower laughed excitedly. They were amused by the lizardman's cowardice. I was also amused by the lizardman's foolish look. I was even more amused by the completely unharmed result. The laughter from the watchtower lasted for a long time. Dash. The next day, in the largest wooden house in the wooden stronghold. Didn't they say the lizardman army retreated without a fight? Li Meng looked speechlessly at Gobdi, who was reporting yesterday's battle situation to him happily. How did the fight start? Li Meng muttered to himself, a pensive look on his face. It seems that the retreat without a fight in Sims's prediction of the future was not the without a fight he imagined. Fortunately, there weren't many casualties. This is probably the only thing to be thankful for. Li Meng didn't want to see the future line go around and then go back. If the expeditionary army suffers too many casualties, the Black Mountain tribe will summon the savage god Aqua. Li Meng always remembered this future line. Chapter 88 USE Tribe. Shaking his head, Li Meng raised his hand to stop Gobdi from chattering. You did a great job on this matter. Very good. I am very satisfied. The two big guys, Gobdi and Gobshi, grinned. They were very excited by the boss's praise. Li Meng turned his head and looked at Bai Ling and a group of lizardmen elders on the other side. I'll give you two choices. 1. You each return to your tribe. The goblins will station troops here. 2nd, your 3 tribes will merge into one. This place will serve as the new tribe's base camp. The goblins will withdraw. Since new tribes are bound to appear. Then let him take the initiative to speed up the timeline. The key to changing the future lies in time. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling looked surprised. It had never expected that its master would ask the 3 tribes to merge into one. Master, we need some time. Li Meng raised his hand to interrupt Bai Ling. Let's discuss this here. I need an answer. Your choice will affect what I do next. Li Meng's words made Bai Ling feel nervous. It did not dare to be careless and quickly turned around to discuss with the elders. A dozen lizardmen gathered together and whispered. This aroused the curiosity of the goblins in the house. After a while, Bai Ling discussed the results with a group of lizardmen elders. Bai Ling turned around and faced his master again. Master, we have chosen to establish a new tribe and name it USE. The 2 words USE made Li Meng's eyes flash with surprise. The future predicted by the Sims is indeed the real future line. Very good. Prepare the tribute. I will withdraw my troops tomorrow. Also, to avoid casualties among the tribute due to food shortages, from now on, the tribute food will be provided by you. I will take care of the transportation problem. Li Meng was not worried that the Yuezhi tribe would escape. Those tributes were hostages. The Yuezhi tribe had nowhere else to go after leaving the northern swamps. Black Mountain Swamp is an excellent choice though. But the lizardmen of the northern swamps all came from the Black Mountain Swamp. The reason why the lizardmen in the northern swamps left the Black Mountain Swamp must have been because of some grudges with the Black Mountain tribe. Unless absolutely necessary, the lizardmen in the northern swamps will not return to the Black Mountain Swamp. Bai Ling lowered her head slightly. Yes, Master, I will prepare the tribute. In the following time, Bai Ling became busy. It's just a matter of preparing tribute. But there are many difficulties in implementation. The cries of the lizardmen echoed throughout the wooden stronghold throughout the afternoon. It was not until night fell that the Muzai stronghold gradually became quiet. That night, the Muzai stronghold was silent. The weather is very good tonight and there is a full moon in the sky. The silver moonlight spread across the earth, slightly dispelling the darkness. At the door of the largest wooden house, Li Meng looked up at the full moon in the sky. Isn't that a bit too perverted? Li Meng recalled the scene of Bai Ling selecting tributes in the afternoon, and it was full of aftertaste. To the lizardman, it was a horrific scene. But Li Meng couldn't empathize. Instead, he felt an excitement that was indescribable. The stronger the lizard man's negative emotions, the happier he feels. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for encountering a clever goblin. He is a goblin now, not a human anymore. Li Meng has long accepted this fact. If he, as a goblin, still behaves like a human before, he would have probably become a pile of shit on the ground by now. At least you guys are able to survive, while I'm still struggling to stay alive. Li Meng did not compromise with the guilt of human consciousness. Standing at the door basking in the moonlight, he turned and entered the cabin. Bai Ling was in the cabin, and Li Meng didn't touch her. The only difference between Li Meng and the goblins is that he has excellent self-control. It is okay to release desires by reproducing offspring. But the premise is that it is necessary. He would rather sleep than have the necessary desire to release it. Time passed by little and the night gradually deepened. The next morning, just as the sky was getting light, there was a commotion in the Muzai stronghold. The goblin army stationed at the wooden stronghold began to retreat in an orderly manner. The watchtower was not demolished and still stands on the wooden wall. But the 3 crossbows on the watchtower had been dismantled. The Muzai stronghold can be given to the Yuezhi tribe. But the 3-bow crossbow must not be left to the lizardmen. The lizardmen who were offered as tribute were also saying their final goodbyes to their loved ones. After this separation, we won't meet again until a year later. As the morning light rose from the eastern sky, the hustle and bustle in the wooden stronghold reached its peak. The huge team left from the east gate of the Muzai stronghold. There are densely packed figures of all sizes. A dark cloud formed over the swamp and moved eastward. But after walking for a while, the huge team fell apart like a pile of loose sand. Thousands of people marching together cannot meet their food needs. Therefore, it can only spread out and break down into small pieces. Return to the tribe while hunting. It was not until 5 days later that the broken-up team returned to the tribe one after another. The northern swamp incident came to an end. The development of the tribe is back on track. It's a new day, morning. The next day after returning to the tribe, Li Meng became busy again. Early in the morning, Li Meng crawled out from the pile of female lizardmen's flesh. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting chapters later. Although Bai Ling is no longer with us, we cannot neglect the matter of reproducing offspring. There are 13 beds in the throne cave. So Ghost selected 13 lizardmen from the new batch of tributes. They are all daughters of elders. With a click, the door of the throne cave was opened. Li Meng stretched lazily and walked out of the wooden house. Go find Gobgogo and have him come to me. The goblin guarding the door quickly ran into the depths of the forest. Not long after, there was some movement in the wooden house behind him. The female lizardman in the cabin has woken up. They silently picked up the animal skin skirts scattered on the ground and put them on. They were in a lot of trouble last night. I just feel weak all over and my limbs are sore. Some female lizardmen lay on the bed, swinging their tails and unable to get up. Boss, boss! Suddenly, a loud scream was heard outside the wooden house. Goblin came running over from the depths of the forest. Gobko, Do you remember where we cut down trees to get the wood when we built the wooden fort? Goblin nodded quickly. Remember this, boss, do you still want to go there and cut down trees? Yes, you will take your descendants to that place and build a stronghold. The stronghold will be built by the water and will have a dock. The USE tribe would transport the food needed for tribute to their stronghold by water. Then the goblins in the stronghold will deliver the food to the tribe. The stronghold must be built by the water, with a pier for small boats. In the following time, Li Meng explained to Gobujo what a dock was. He also gave some instructions on the scale and style of the stronghold. Chapter 89. Wild Boar and Carriage. Boss, this is easy, just leave it to me. Li Meng nodded and waved his hand. Go ahead, set off when you're ready. Li Meng is quite strict with the leader of the tribe. Ordinary goblins just need to be goblins. After all, they don't have strong independent thinking ability. But the boss can't do that, they have to become smarter. Otherwise, under his banner, those less intelligent bosses will be eliminated sooner or later. They will die outside like cannon fodder one day. Goblin grinned, turned around and ran happily into the depths of the forest. Boss, boss! As soon as Go left, another burst of screaming was heard in the forest. A strong and tall figure came running over panting. It was Goblin 1, the Goblin 1 who had successfully evolved into a Goblin warrior. Boss, I've evolved. Do you think I'm handsome? Gobu ran in front of Li Meng and showed off his muscles. He patted his chest with both hands like a gorilla. Li Meng looked Goblin up and down. Name, Gobishi. Race, Goblin warrior. Level 20. Strength, 134. Defense, 117. Agility, 121. Magic power, 51. The panel attributes are pretty good, almost catching up with Gaba. You have to know that Goblin 1 is just a Goblin warrior now. There is still one Goblin warrior left to become the Goblin leader. He is worthy of being his descendant. The potential of a Goblin really depends on his father's lineage. Not bad. Looking at Gobai in front of him, Li Meng nodded repeatedly. It's really good, it can be said to be excellent. His descendants have such powerful panel attributes. This shows that his practice of using his own bloodline to improve the quality of the tribal goblins was correct. If you want the goblins to no longer be weak, you have to live as hard as you can. The boss's praise made Gob smile flatteringly. The big guy's bent posture looks a bit funny and cute. Gobai, you've arrived just in time. Let's go and build the road. Building roads. Goblin looked confused and bewildered. It means clearing a path through the forest for easy passage. Later, Li Meng explained to Gobu what a road is. He also taught Gobu the unit of measurement meter. After explaining for more than half an hour, Gobai finally grinned. Boss, this is easy, leave it to me. Li Meng nodded and waved his hand. Go ahead, set off when you're ready. Gob turned around and left happily. Gobai prefers to go out and do things rather than stay in the tribe. You can do anything, as long as you're not idle. Looking at Gobai's happy back as he left, Li Meng grinned. Goblins are a bit disgusting and evil. But again, the goblin's evil is pure. It would be nice if there were female goblins. That way, goblins can become a normal and powerful barbarian race. Li Meng withdrew his gaze until Gobai's figure disappeared into the depths of the forest. Then he turned and looked at the goblin brother guarding the door. Goblin, keep an eye on the tribe leaders who have returned these days. Have them stay in the tribe and don't go out for the time being. Wait for my orders. Goblin, who was waiting outside the cabin, nodded quickly. Li Meng then left the throne cave. Walked towards the woodworking workshop. Not long after, outside the carpentry workshop. Boss, why are you here? Right in the open space outside the woodworking workshop. Gob was fiddling with the carriage wheels on the ground. It held a hammer in its hand and hit the iron sheet of the wheel. The tinkling sound immediately echoed in the tribe. Li Meng heard the sound of metal clashing from a long distance away. Seeing the boss coming over, Gob quickly put down the work in his hands. It went up to meet it happily. In the next few days, Li Meng stayed in the carpentry workshop. Patiently teach Gob how to make a carriage. Although the carriage wheels were made. But how to make the car body is also a technical job. But compared to the wheels of a carriage, the body of the car is relatively simple. In less than half a month, Gob had learned almost everything. Better is better, worse is fine too. Li Meng doesn't have high requirements for goblins, as long as they can be used. It's a new day, morning. Boss, is this the carriage? Outside the woodworking workshop, Goblin looked at the monster in front of him with curiosity. Yes, it is a monster, an ugly monster. There was a rather ugly carriage parked in the forest outside the carpentry workshop. The carriage has 4 big wheels. Each wheel is slightly taller than the goblin. The body of the car is a simple flat panel. The corresponding cargo compartment can be manufactured on the flatbed according to needs. In the short term, the cargo transported by horse-drawn carriages was mainly aquatic products. Therefore, 2 water tanks that look like coffins were placed on the side. The width will be just right if the tanks are placed side by side on the flatbed. Yes, this is the carriage. Li Meng originally wanted to call it a wild boar car. But after thinking about it, I decided to forget it. It's just a name, there's no need to be too particular about it. Just then, a grunting sound of a pig was heard not far away. 2 groups of goblins came over, leading 2 wild boars. Boss, the wild boar is here. Li Meng looked up and down at the 2 majestic wild boars. Little piggies, come here. When Li Meng called out, the wild boar actually walked towards him obediently. Li Meng then led the wild boar to the front of the carriage. Stand here, yes, move your butt over here. After a while, the wild boars finally stood side by side in front of the carriage under Li Meng's guidance. Li Meng worked together to put a wild boar saddle specially designed for transportation on the wild boar. It took a while before everything was ready. Looking at the carriage in front of him, Li Meng nodded with satisfaction. Next up is the test ride. If there are no problems, you can produce it in large quantities. Li Meng climbed forward onto the carriage and took hold of the reins. Li Meng grinned while sitting in the carriage. He pulled the reins in his hand and swung it up and down. There was only a pop sound in the forest. 2 majestic wild boars began to jog. The carriage then started moving and slowly drove through the tribe. Fortunately, there is a large space in the tribe, enough room for carriages to pass. Li Meng pulled the rope to the left and the wild boar turned left. The 2 front carriage wheels also turned to the left under the pull of the wild boar. In fact, the main body of the carriage is the 2 front wheels. The rear wheels and the carriage body are hung on the front wheel axle disc. Without that disc, the carriage would not be able to turn nimbly. But at the same time, with that disc, the structure of the carriage becomes much more complicated. But this is not a problem for Li Meng. He has made the carriage structure as simple as possible. Yet, very stable. Li Meng was very satisfied with the driving condition of the carriage. With the carriages, the transportation of supplies between the tribe and the stronghold will be much more convenient. Although you can take the water route along the Goblin River. But the tribe is not on the shore, so land transportation is inevitable. Moreover, the Goblin River has a flood season and often floods. This results in time-sensitive transportation of water and land. How to build a dock on the shore is also a big problem. When the flood season comes, all buildings will be destroyed. What is the boss doing? The movement in the tribe attracted the attention of the upper goblin who had been waiting in the tribe for a long time. They left the cabin one after another and watched curiously. In the tribe, the boss was riding a monster. The monster had to be pulled by 2 wild boars to run away. Boss, I want to play too. Gobdi happily caught up with the carriage.